Chapter 455, Little White and Little Blackham. Who is he? The little white dragon appears somewhat petite compared to adult dragons, measuring only about 7 or 8 meters long, with a slender body diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters. Its 4 limbs beneath the abdomen have only 3 claws, and its entire body is pure white, covered in scales the size of half a palm that are tightly packed. It has 2 small horns on its head and a few thin dragon whiskers measuring around 10 centimeters. The whole little white dragon gives off a sense of innocence and cuteness. Having seen the 5-clawed golden dragon's phantom, the azure dragon, and the pure-blood dragons in the secret realm, all of which are hundreds of meters long with massive bodies, their majestic and transcendent appearance is astonishing. Suddenly seeing this little white dragon, Jiang Feng feels a bit unaccustomed, with a comical urge to laugh. Jiang Feng couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. The azure dragon glanced over and rolled its eyes, knowing exactly what Jiang Feng was laughing at. Only the little white dragon, having never encountered humans, was curious and stared at Jiang Feng with its big eyes. He is a friend of our dragon clan from the human race, named Jiang Feng. He is a descendant of the Dragon Emperor, where the Dragon Emperor planted the Dragon Emperor's mark. The azure dragon introduced Jiang Feng to the little white dragon. Our dragon clan's friend? The Dragon Emperor also planted a mark? Chapter 456. The proud little black dragon boom. The 12 celestial formations within Jiang Feng's body operated rapidly, unleashing a powerful aura. The little black dragon leaped up, pure demonic power quickly circulating within, and kicked towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng did not retreat, but advanced instead, twisting his waist and delivering a whip-like kick towards the little black dragon, creating a sharp sound of air being sliced. His close-range attack speed had reached a terrifying level, producing a sonic boom. Bang! Roar! The little black dragon is still small, and no matter how strong the divine beast's physical foundation is, it still needs time to grow. When Jiang Feng's kick hit its shoulder, it was sent flying. Jiang Feng would not let him off easily. He would beat up anyone who dared to mock him in the same realm. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng launched a flurry of relentless punches at the little black dragon, leaving it with no ability to resist. Get away! The little black dragon braced itself against one of Jiang Feng's punches, its body leaning back as its aura began to fluctuate violently. Its demonic power enveloped its entire body. And seizing the moment, a flash of light flickered. The light burst forth, and the little black dragon instantly transformed back into its dragon form. Jiang Feng moved in close and threw a punch. Get away! Chapter 457. The Azure Dragon's Decision, the Blade of Shura. Jiang Feng felt a bit disappointed seeing that the other party didn't recognize it. He still wanted to inquire about the location of the lower half of the Blade of Shura. Oh, right, the holy weapon of the demon race, the Blade of Shura. The Azure Dragon suddenly realized, curiously examining the killing blade. He had heard its name before, but had never seen it. He didn't expect it to be broken. Some elders mentioned that this blade was very powerful, having killed many experts in the sacred realm, and even injured quasi-emperors. The Azure Dragon felt a bit regretful. These legendary artifacts, over the course of time, cannot remain unscathed, damaged, and shattered through countless battles. I want to find back its missing parts. I wonder if there is a chance. Jiang Feng put away the Blade of Shura. It's not necessary to find back the original body. You can also look for some rare sacred materials to repair it. It should have a spirit, right? The Azure Dragon slowly said. Yes, it does. But it seems that due to the damage to the original body, the spirit is severely injured and only has a bit of consciousness left. Jiang Feng put away the Blade of Shura. What a pity. In the future, if it is repaired, it will need to be nurtured slowly. There is a chance of recovery. Let's go. We should head over there. The Azure Dragon waved, leading Jiang Feng and the 2 little dragons towards the distant mountains. Chapter 458. The combat power of Xia Shui after exiting the secret realm. The Azure Dragon led Jiang Feng and the others flying down from the mountain peak, returning to the valley where Jiang Feng had awakened. Let's go. We can directly teleport out. Which direction is your? What is it called? Valley. The Azure Dragon turned to Jiang Feng and asked. We're leaving this quickly? Jiang Feng smacked his lips. He still wanted to explore the Dragon Clan's territory. What else? The Azure Dragon looked at Jiang Feng suspiciously. All right, our Crescent Valley is not far from the Tianhu clan's territory. Jiang Feng shrugged. The Tianhu clan. The Azure Dragon pondered for a moment, recalling the distribution of clan powers across the entire Xianbei mountain range. All right, I understand. Let's go. Arriving deep in the valley, there was a large teleportation array, and they could finally exit. The little white dragon and little black dragon were exceptionally excited. Oh, right, senior. Jiang Feng called out to the Azure Dragon. What is it? Can you contact the Dragon Emperor Senior and ask him to help me call out the old man Baijan to inform him about our discovery of the Void Stone? Jiang Feng thought about needing to run to contact the Starfall Holy Land after going out, and suddenly thought that if the Azure Dragon could contact Long Ao Tan, it would be much more convenient to call Baijan on the battlefield. Chapter 459, Returning to Crescent Valley Clang. The clash of sword light and blade light echoed. Xia Shui's figure left behind afterimages in mid-air as she quickly fled into the distance. Trying to leave? Stay here. Dao Xing, with long grayish-white hair flying, raised his long knife high, his entire being filled with surging aura. Boom! A deafening sound filled the heavens and earth as a gigantic blade shadow appeared in the sky. Dao Xing swung his arm down, and the blade shadow in the sky slashed down toward Xia Shui. Xia Shui paused, and the blade shadow locked onto her. Clang! The silver long sword in her hand emitted a sharp, ringing sound as she stared solemnly at the swiftly descending blade shadow, gathering all her spirit and energy. Break! Xia Shui poured all her sword comprehension into the silver long sword, infusing it with her aura, and swung it towards the blade shadow above. Kill! Xia Shui's delicate shout echoed, accompanied by Dao Xing's low growl. Neither of them tested the waters or gauged the opponent. They launched into a life or death strike right away. Boom! The silver sword light and blade shadow collided in midair, a deafening sound resonating throughout the surroundings. The two forces of sword and blade principles intertwined and clashed, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outwards, causing Xia Shui's figure to plummet towards the forest below. Chapter 460, The Foolish Woman Crescent Valley. In the days that Jiang Feng had been away, nothing unusual had occurred. By the lakeside in the valley, several women were sitting in a pavilion, munching on seeds and chatting aimlessly. Tian Shi sat by the lake, expertly casting her line, displaying skills that rivaled any seasoned angler. But unfortunately, her catch was pitifully low, often earning her scorn from the Wolf King and the others. A streak of light quickly flew in from the direction of the Xianbei mountain range. Chen Wan and Jiang Ro looked up, and the streak of light rapidly descended into the valley, the radiance fading to reveal three figures. Wow, there's a lake here too. So beautiful. The little white dragon looked at the big lake, its eyes curving with delight. The dragon clan loved to play in the water, and the environment of Crescent Valley made the two young dragons very satisfied. However, the little black dragon, proud and aloof, raised its head and said nothing, surveying the surroundings. Brother, Jiang Ro, puffed up with anger, rushed over with the other girls. She had sensed Jiang Feng's return long ago, so the girls were not surprised by his arrival. Is everything okay? Standing by the lake, Jiang Feng smiled and asked Chen Wan. The gazes of Chen Wan and the other girls all fell on the little black dragon and little white dragon. Wow, crazy. You always bring back something every time you go out. When did you get this illegitimate child? And you just brought it back now. Chapter 461. Respect for the elderly and cherish the young in the night sky. A crescent moon hung high, and sparkling stars scattered down, creating a dreamlike scene of a brilliant star river. The night sky of the Spirit Martial continent is undoubtedly one of the most beautiful sights. In the pavilion of Crescent Valley, a group of women surrounded the little white dragon, while Jiang Feng, Kuang Chao, and Doctor sat nearby with the little black dragon. On the table were dozens of large bowls, each filled with fragrant dishes. Birds flew in the sky, spirit beasts ran on the ground, and spirit fish swam in the lake. The spirit vegetables planted by Chen Wan and the other girls added to the variety, and the aroma wafted throughout the pavilion. Little White, hurry and eat this. Eating this will make your skin glow beautifully, Jiang Ro said, placing a piece of spirit fish into the little white dragon's bowl with a smile. Really? Sister, will it be as beautiful as your skin? The little white dragon raised its head, blinking its eyes. Of course. Okay. The little white dragon immediately picked up chopsticks and began to eat. Wow, so fragrant, so delicious. The little white dragon's eyes squinted with enjoyment. Although Chen Wan's cultivation might not be very high, her culinary skills were absolutely peak level. Everyone in the Shura team missed the food she made. Stupid mother dragon, the little black dragon muttered to itself, picking up its bowl and using chopsticks to scoop a large piece of beast meat from the nearest bowl. Chapter 462. Waiting on the battlefield of the void space. The figure of Dragon Emperor Long Outyin was rapidly shuttling, sweeping toward the distant battlefield. He rushed to Baijian after receiving a message from the Qinglong. Baijian, that kid asked me to inform you that he seems to have found a vein of ethereal stones. Send some people from your holy land to share the spoils. Baijian swept away the distant figures with a spear, and Long Outyin's voice echoed in his ears. Ethereal stone vein. Baijian's expression froze. After breaking through to Quasi-Emperor, not only had his cultivation increased, but his lifespan had also been extended. He still had at least 3,000 years left, and his appearance naturally returned to that of a middle-aged man. Ethereal stones were a cultivation resource that every holy land fought for, allowing those in the imperial and sacred realms to comprehend the laws of space and increase the success rate of crossing tribulations. Got it, Baijian replied to the Dragon Emperor, his gaze shifting to the distant sacred battlefield. Gong Chun, that kid Jiang Feng, discovered an ethereal stone vein. You need to arrange for someone to go find him in the Xianbei Mountains of the Spirit Martial Continent. The Dragon Clan has already sent people over. Hurry up. The importance of the ethereal stones exceeded Jiang Feng and Xia Shui's understanding. If a holy land had received news earlier, like the Luoyang sect or Xian Shui sect, they would probably be wiped out in no time. Chapter 463. Arrival of the Elder from the Starfall Holy Land at Mauer Mountain. In an unremarkable village at the foot of the mountain, a small team of 5 men and 1 woman recently arrived. They were the Wolf King and his companions who set out from Crescent Valley. After arriving at Mauer Mountain, they initially hid carefully, but soon, they discovered that there were many people like them in the surrounding villages, all watching Mauer Mountain or directly going up the mountain to search for the so-called treasure. It seems like watching like this doesn't help at all. In a small courtyard, the Wolf King lay under a fruit tree, looking at the distant Mauer Mountain, and said casually, do you think that girl Xia Shui made a mistake? There are people digging hundreds of meters deep and still finding nothing. The violent bear sat on the stone steps in the courtyard, buzzing as he spoke. Not necessarily. I found some records that spirit stone veins can be very deep. Low-grade spirit veins can be 1,000 meters deep, and medium and high-grade ones even deeper. Don't mention that spirit vein. The god of killing shook his head. Right, anyway, we'll just watch. If anyone makes a commotion, we'll immediately go back and tell them. Chapter 464. Flight speed in the early morning. The first rays of sunlight shone down on the earth. In Crescent Valley, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. Lying beside him were Chen Wan, Xiao Hua, and Qing Wan. As he moved, the 3 girls also woke up. At their level of cultivation, especially Jiang Feng, sleep was no longer necessary, but Jiang Feng and Chen Wan still maintained the habit of occasionally sleeping, and after each intimate moment, their minds were unusually clear. I'll go over with a few seniors later. You all stay in the valley and cultivate well. Putting on the clothes handed to him by Chen Wan, Jiang Feng turned to the 3 girls and said, don't worry, we'll wait for you to come back here. Chen Wan said with a gentle smile. Brother Feng, be safe, they all said. Got it. After bidding farewell to the 3 girls, Jiang Feng walked out of the house. The figure of Qing Long was lying on a chair in the pavilion, while the 3 from the Gun Demon were meditating in the corners of Crescent Valley. Xia Shui's figure floated over. Let's go. Qing Long opened his eyes, glanced at Jiang Feng, and transmitted a message to the 2 little dragons. You guys play in the valley, don't run around. It's dangerous. If something happens, crush the things I gave you. With a splash, the 2 little dragons emerged from the lake. Grandpa, are you going? Chapter 465. Investigation. No, as you can see, everyone is just probing for anomalies. After so many days, nothing unusual has appeared. The Wolf King shrugged, pointing to the distant Mauer Mountain, where a large number of cultivators were flying in the air, and many people had landed in the wood below. Jiang Feng looked over. Actually, he had a strange feeling while on the flying boat earlier, but the speed was too fast, and he arrived here in a flash, causing that feeling to disappear. Qing Long frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant mountain. His divine sense had already been released, enveloping the entire Mauer Mountain. Strange, why are there no fluctuations? After checking several times, Qing Long's face showed doubt. Even he, a sacred realm powerhouse, hadn't detected anything unusual. The 3 from Gun Demon were also using their divine sense to investigate, but still found nothing. Is that ethereal stone really discovered here? Shi Yan, whose physique matched his name, was very robust, giving an extremely hard feeling. Xiaoxuan nodded in response. Yes, I discovered it in that village over there. Let us go into the mountain and take a look. The Azure Dragon interrupted the conversation among the crowd, leaping into the air, followed by the 3 gun demons. Chapter 466, Spatial Layers Soon, for figures flew rapidly towards them, landing beside Jiang Feng in the blink of an eye. Kid, what happened? Any discoveries? The Azure Dragon asked Jiang Feng as he landed, his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. Before Jiang Feng could respond, he furrowed his brows slightly in confusion. The cave was small, and although it was deep inside, it was completely empty with no aura present. The gun demons quickly scanned the entire cave with their spiritual senses. Looking at Jiang Feng in confusion. Senior, shield the surroundings. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and said to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly as he waved his hand, enveloping the area with pure holy essence. From a distance, those below the holy realm wouldn't notice anything unusual here. Did you not feel it? This cave is different from the others. There is an aura, a rich aura slowly spreading, Jiang Feng said seriously. Aura? The gun demon raised an eyebrow, carefully sensing but detecting nothing. Yes, that kind of aura. The mysterious aura from within the Void Spirit Stone. Jiang Feng flipped his hand and took out the pitch-black Void Spirit Stone. He had possessed this stone for quite some time and had often used his spiritual sense to probe the aura within, which is why he sensed something unusual when he got near Mount Mao just now. Chapter 467, The Imperial Tomb in the Dark Cave. The Azure Dragon's eyes flickered with light. I'll break open the spatial layer. You all step back. Although his cultivation was only at the early holy realm, he could still tear open the spatial rift. A powerful aura emanated from the Azure Dragon, and Jiang Feng and the others quickly retreated, moving back several hundred meters. Roar. The low dragon's roar echoed through the cave. The Azure Dragon pushed his cultivation to the limit, closing his eyes to sense the weak points in the space here. After a while, the Azure Dragon opened his eyes, staring at a certain void ahead. His hands reached out, and terrifying holy essence erupted, transforming his hands into dragon claws that grasped into the void. Open, he shouted, and the 2 dragon claws tore fiercely to the sides. Crash! The space was ripped apart, and a desolate, decaying aura surged out from the rift, accompanied by a thick aura of spatial laws. The Azure Dragon looked inside with his pair of eyes. That was... Boom! A strong wave surged out from the rift, crashing directly into the Azure Dragon. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar erupted, and a golden light enveloped the Azure Dragon. Puffed! The Azure Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, crashing against the cave wall, instantly shattering the mountainside behind him and forming a massive pit, with a large amount of soil collapsing down. Chapter 468. Unaware of the heights and depths, I need to quickly send a message to the Dragon Emperor. This is no longer something we can handle. You all figure out for yourselves. The Azure Dragon walked towards the wooden house. The gun demons exchanged glances, and after a brief discussion through voice transmission, they all nodded. Lung Yu took out a fist-sized pure white bead. Gong Chun had instructed her that if any unusual situation arose, she should crush it, and both Gong Chun and Bai Zhan, far away on the battlefield, would be able to sense it. Crack! The bead was crushed, and a wave of energy instantly appeared before disappearing. After adjusting his breath for a while, the Azure Dragon began to form seals with his hands, intending to use the Dragon Clan's secret method to send a message to the Dragon Emperor. Not long after, a violent wave surged, and a condensed spiritual imprint was sent into the spatial rift, heading towards the far-off battlefield. After sending the message, the Azure Dragon stood up and walked towards the others. Next, something significant is likely to happen here. I suggest you all leave quickly. The Azure Dragon said solemnly to Jiang Feng and the others. Leave? How is that possible? I've seen all kinds of storms in my life. It's just a tomb. I'm not going. Jiang Feng shook his head vigorously, looking determined. Chapter 469. The heavens locked. The 2 powerful beings were refining the medicinal effects while waiting for the Azure Dragon's message. 2 days later, the Dragon Emperor opened his eyes, looking at the dark spatial rift, and grasped with one hand, capturing a spiritual imprint. Dragon Emperor, I discovered the Imperial Tomb in the spatial layer of Mount Mao, and there is also a complete Imperial Palace inside. Boom! The Dragon Emperor's aura surged violently, and a phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon flew behind him. Roar. At that moment, all the powerful beings on the battlefield heard a resounding dragon's roar. The demon clan experts, who were originally hiding in the distance to rest and recover, suddenly opened their eyes and fled rapidly. Are you kidding? To hold off the Dragon Emperor is barely possible. But if the Dragon Emperor unleashes his full power, along with Baijan's array, I'm no match for him. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor's aura retracted and returned to calm. Huff! The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth and exhaled a breath, the spiritual imprint before him quietly dissipating. What happened? Something that can make Long Ao's aura surge is clearly not a trivial matter, Baijan said with a serious expression, looking at the Dragon Emperor. Split off a clone and leave the battlefield. The Dragon Emperor's calm voice echoed in Baijan's ear, and then a phantom tore through the spatial rift and drilled in. Chapter 470. The circle at the entrance of the cave sealed by the Azure Dragon. The figures of the Dragon Emperor and Baijan appeared. Baijan clapped forward with one hand. Bang! A sound like shattering glass echoed as a transparent light curtain shattered instantly before them. Even as a clone, the barrier sealed tightly by a Holy Realm expert was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Baijan, and their figures disappeared again. Deep inside the cave, Baijan and the Dragon Emperor exchanged serious glances, looking at the spatial front. I'll go. You help me cover the array. The Dragon Emperor nodded slightly. Understood. Baijan took a deep breath, stepping forward and grasped with both hands, pulling to the sides. Sizzle. The space was torn apart, and a desolate, ancient aura surged out from within. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out. Seal! The Dragon Emperor's eyes gleamed with golden light as he roared, his 5 claws grasping inside. Clang! Crash! The entire cave space quickly shattered and rapidly spread outward. Seal! A powerful wave erupted from the Dragon Emperor, suppressing the broken space. Go! Baijan shouted lowly, and their figures flickered, disappearing from their original spot, entering the spatial rift. Chapter 471. The Imperial Palace, can you make them take action? Baijan asked slowly after a long silence. The Dragon Emperor looked back and said faintly, as long as you tell them the news from here. How do you think they will choose? Baijan opened his mouth, but fell silent in the end. Let's go back to the battlefield first. If we can fight, we fight. If not, we hold our ground. A ceasefire is also acceptable. The Dragon Emperor turned and flew towards the void behind him, reaching out with one hand to create a crack, and he slipped inside. Baijan glanced at the distant island and also turned to leave. In the outside world, Jiang Feng and the others had lost interest in waiting in the village. They flew to the cave entrance, eager and waiting. Some cultivators in midair looked at them curiously, but the terrifying aura emanating from the Azure Dragon made them dare not approach, not even daring to probe with their spiritual senses. Suddenly, the figures of Baijan and the Dragon Emperor appeared at the cave entrance. Lord Dragon Emperor, greetings, Senior. The Azure Dragon reacted the fastest, getting up to bow to the two, and the Gun Demon and Jiang Feng also followed suit. Just as Jiang Feng straightened up, he impatiently walked forward and asked Baijan, Old man, what's going on inside? Chapter 472. Only together as a team, the Dragon Emperor landed back beside the others and looked at Baijan, saying, all right, let's go back. Handle the situation over there before coming back. Baijan nodded, turning to Gun Demon and the others. Next, you all stay here and guard for a while. Don't let anyone get close, even if it's a Saint Realm expert. Stop them. Yes, my lord. On the other side, the Dragon Emperor also gave a few instructions to the Azure Dragon through voice transmission. After they finished their instructions, they left. Hey, old man, wait a minute. I have something to ask you. Jiang Feng stepped forward and grabbed Baijan, not waiting for the other to speak before transmitting to Baijan. Help me check if there's anything unusual with my body. Baijan's expression showed some confusion. He had just examined Jiang Feng. I want to ask, why haven't I had children for so long? What is the reason my wives can't conceive? Baijan was taken aback for a moment, then looked carefully at Jiang Feng, a hint of inexplicable amusement on his face. To put in your words, you're impotent. So naturally your women can't conceive. Baijan said this out loud, not through voice transmission. The crowd around looked at him with strange expressions. Chapter 473. Heading to the Fallen Abyss afterwards, the Azure Dragon and Gun Demon discussed a few things, leaving the three of them to guard while he took Jiang Feng and the others away from Mauer Mountain. The speed of a Saint Realm expert was much faster than that of the Black Dragon warplane. They covered a distance of 100,000 miles in just 1 hour, and Jiang Feng and the others returned to Crescent Valley. In that short hour, Jiang Feng inquired about the fallen abyss from the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon did not hide anything and told him everything truthfully. That was fast. The Wolf King and the God of Death looked shocked. Previously, it had taken them 3 to 4 days to travel from Crescent Valley to Mauer Mountain, but now they returned in just 1 hour. Like the difference between riding a bicycle and taking a plane on Earth. How come you came back so quickly? Chen Wan and Jiang Ro, who were checking the growth of spiritual herbs in the medicinal field of Crescent Valley with 2 little dragons, looked surprised when they saw Jiang Feng and the others return. There was a minor issue over there, and we need to wait for the Dragon Emperor to handle it. Everyone gathered under the pavilion. All members of the Shura Palace were present, not missing a single one. Next, the senior Azure Dragon would take us to a place that is very dangerous, but it also holds opportunities for everyone to enhance their strength. Chapter 474, Fallen Abyss, Fallen Abyss. In the Spirit Martial Continent, a powerful Emperor Realm expert once fell here, and for countless years, many cultivators have come seeking the treasures of the fallen Emperor, but many Saint Realm and Quasi-Emperor experts have also perished here, hence the name, Fallen Abyss. In the sky, a streak of light flew rapidly from a distance towards this location. As it approached the abyss, its speed gradually decreased and the brilliance faded, revealing the figures of the Azure Dragon and the others. What a spectacular abyss! The Wolf King exclaimed as he looked down at the abyss. A chasm wide enough to split the earth in two stretched endlessly before them, as if the world had cracked open. The forests and environment on both sides below were not much different from elsewhere. The trees were tall, lush, and vibrant, with rivers cascading into the abyss, forming a beautiful scene. However, although the scenery was beautiful, it inexplicably gave a sense of chaos. It felt very chaotic. The fluctuations of the laws of power were very obvious, but they intertwined and collided with each other, making it very dangerous. Xia Shui was the first to sense the difference, her expression slightly grave. Yes, too many powerful beings have fallen here, and the laws they practiced have erupted, intertwining and colliding, which leads to the extremely chaotic, invisible laws of power. Chapter 475, Retreating Together in the Following Days. Everyone built a pavilion and several camps on the flat ground by the river. The 2 little dragons seemed a bit dazed since arriving at the abyss, remaining silent. When they reached the river, both dragons plunged into the water, transforming into dragon forms and sinking to the bottom, falling into a deep slumber for cultivation. Jiang Feng spent about 10 days carving 4 small spirit gathering formations around the entire riverbank, which he then combined into one large spirit gathering formation. At the moment the central formation base was established, a gust of wind swept up around them, and spiritual energy from all directions surged towards the small flat land. Wow, not bad. The concentration of spiritual energy has at least tripled. The Wolf King opened his eyes in amazement, and everyone else also opened their eyes, revealing expressions of joy. Jiang Feng closed his eyes to feel the surroundings, showing a satisfied expression. The spiritual energy in the Xianbei mountain range was already denser than in the outside world, and with the enhancement of the gathering formations, it became even denser, with a faint mist appearing in the surrounding air. All right, let's cultivate. You at the Martial Marquis and Martial King realms should absorb the spiritual energy while trying to sense the laws of power. This will be beneficial for your future breakthroughs. Jiang Feng turned and walked towards the river, while Chen Wan and the others sat down there waiting for him. Chapter 476, Heavenly Sword on the Battlefield. 10 figures stood in a void space, each exuding a terrifying aura. The Dragon Emperor looked calmly at the several indistinct figures opposite him, speaking with a hint of disdain. You are not qualified to talk to me. Let the old man Qin come over. Dragon Emperor, although you are strong, you are not at the level of ignoring us yet, said a middle-aged man opposite, with a complex magic pattern on his forehead, sneering. Since you are willing to talk, then show some sincerity. How about the northern region of the Spirit Martial Continent belongs to my underworld clan? An eerie old man from the underworld clan smiled strangely. Sun, did you lose your intelligence and conscience to a dog after dying once? The northern region belongs to the underworld clan? You must be dreaming. Baijian disdainfully scolded the old man of the Ming clan. Yichang's eyes were fixed on Baijian, his pupils slightly clouded. A hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Don't think that just because you've stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm, you're something special. I can still find a way to kill you. Come and try to kill me. Today I'll see how you do it. Baijian clenched his palm, and a golden spear appeared in his hand, drawing a half-moon in the void as he arrogantly waved to the opponent. Chapter 477. The Emperor's formation. An elderly figure appeared in the void, his hair and beard completely gone, his skin dull and lacking any luster. However, his appearance made Tianjian's face serious, stopping his movements. Xiangui, are you sure you want to make a move? Tianjian looked at Xiangui, whose aura fluctuated, the power of death surging even more. Sigh, why bother? Xiangui's eyes were filled with a sense of the passage of time, and he sighed deeply before slowly speaking. Even if you specialize in the second life, are you still you? In the long river of time on Lingwu continent, over countless epochs, only one Ming emperor has ever appeared. To achieve enlightenment through death and return in the second life is countless times more difficult than your current attempt to break through to the emperor position. Is it worth it to involve countless beings from these two realms? After speaking, Xiangui looked at Tianjian faintly. This dazzling genius who had defeated countless opponents across many dimensions thousands of years ago, earning the admiration of numerous strong figures. The fluctuations in Tianjian's aura became even more intense. Right now, my path to the emperor position is a dead end. My road ahead is already cut off, severed. I have no choice. If I want to continue forward, I can only fight. Chapter 478. Calculating. The sound of dragons' roar reverberated through the heavens, containing a fierce impact of spiritual consciousness, interrupting the joint attack of Tianjian and the Qinin demon, relieving pressure from the elderly Xiangui. It should be known that these two, Tianjian and Qinin, were true peak experts, only a hair's breadth away from the Emperor realm, with their comprehension and control of the laws far surpassing Baijan, who had just advanced to the quasi-emperor level. Boom! The entire void trembled. The holy city floating below slowly moved, Dao Yin and the 8 major holy lords straining to control it. Baijan died. The figure of the Tian Mo crazily attacked Baijan, who was being forced to retreat. It wasn't that he was inferior. Rather, there was a female demon quasi-emperor attacking him madly from the side. After Long Huang went to assist the elderly Xiangui, his opponent, the female demon, directly joined Tian Mo in a frenzied assault on Baijan, determined to take him down. Ha ha ha, with you too. That's not enough. Baijan's entire body radiated brilliance, a long spear containing endless law power blocking all attacks in front of him. Zizhu, help me eliminate him. In the distance, the wine immortal chased after Han, shouting towards Zizhu. Chapter 479. 3 or 4 doesn't seem to matter for mortals or low-level cultivators. The laws are an elusive existence. However, for cultivators above the martial sovereign level, the power of the laws is very real. It is a force greater than spiritual power. Only by touching the power of the laws and comprehending a trace of the Tao can one qualify to transcend the tribulation and enter the martial sovereign realm. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged on the rock face of Tian Yuan cliff, the strong wind howling, mixed with various chaotic law powers crashing towards him. Yet his figure remained as steadfast as a rock, unmoving. The spiritual power in his dantian was completely saturated. Even his physical body, meridians, and bones had reached a peak, with rich vitality and blood energy contained within his cells. His cultivation and state had reached an unprecedented peak. 12 beams of light radiated from his figure, forming a mysterious pattern around him. The domain contained the artistic conception he controlled, embodying his will. The spiritual consciousness floated within the domain, seeking that trace of the profound law aura corresponding to his own artistic conception. The chaotic power of the laws encompassed the 3,000 great paths, with countless types of fluorescence colliding randomly within the domain, perishing and extinguishing. Days passed, and in the woods behind, the auras became increasingly formidable, as the killing god and violent bear raised their realms higher and higher, with Xia Shui and Jiang Ro occasionally waking up to guide them. Chapter 480. Fengge. Are you feeling anxious? The morning sun rose from the east, golden rays sprinkling down on the world, awakening the vitality of all things on the earth. Xia Shui's eyelids fluttered, and she opened her eyes, while Jiang Feng was still sound asleep, occasionally showing a sly smile on his face. I haven't slept this comfortably in decades. Xia Shui sighed deeply, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, and reached out to pinch the little Jiang Feng beside her. Are you back again? Let me sleep a bit more. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and mumbled, Upon hearing this, Xia Shui rolled her eyes, waved her hand, and the clothes lying nearby flew over, covering her almost perfect figure. After putting on her clothes, she soared into the air, heading towards the rock where Jiang Feng had originally been cultivating. Crack! As she flew away, the spiritual power enveloping the area was lifted, and the rock they had been on emitted a cracking sound. What the hell? What's going on? Jiang Feng was startled and immediately flew up into the air. Boom! The rock where the two had fought suddenly broke apart and fell into the depths of Tianyuan. A strong wind blew, sending a chill through little Jiang Feng. Waking him up, he quickly took out a set of long robes and hastily put them on. Damn, the battle was so intense that the rock collapsed. Chapter 481. Leaving the Xianbei Mountain range. The scenery in the Xianbei Mountain range is not the #1 in the Lingwu continent, but it is definitely a remarkable sight. Mountains and rivers, waterfalls and lakes, lush green hills, changing endlessly, making it impossible to tire of or fully enjoy. This time, Jiang Feng truly took the three women to explore the mountains and waters, and near the Tianyuan area, the sound of their laughter often echoed. Days passed. The four of them used the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, enjoying the beautiful scenery, savoring delicious food, and watching the starry sea, spending a wonderful and sweet time together. By the time Jiang Feng returned with the three women, more than 2 months had passed. Fengge, you must be careful this time. Come back early. Back at the camp, Xiaohua reluctantly said to Jiang Feng. Don't worry. Jiang Feng rubbed Xiaohua's forehead, smiling as he spoke. Be safe. Chun Wan and Qing Wan said nothing more. They had already said everything that needed to be said in the past 2 months. All right. You all be careful and cultivate well. Jiang Feng nodded. Jiang Ro puffed up her cheeks, sulking on the side. Little girl, take care of your sisters. When I come back, I'll take you to play next time. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang Ro with a smile and walked over to pat her head. Chapter 482. Hospitality in Quan City, Hua Mansion. In the back garden, a pond of lotus flowers was in full bloom, and 3 figures sat in the pavilion. Brother, it's been years since we last met. Your cultivation has greatly increased. May I ask your wife's name? The stone table was filled with various delicacies, and Hua Rong smiled as he spoke to Jiang Feng. Xia Shui stood up and slightly bowed, saying, I am Xia Shui, the junior. I have met you, Senior Hua, and I thank you for your hospitality. Sit down, don't be so polite. I get along well with Brother Jiang since we first met in the supreme holy city. Please have a seat. Hua Rong nodded, and a gentle spiritual force supported Xia Shui. From the moment he met Jiang Feng until now, he had not acted at all like a powerful figure from the Emperor realm, being extremely courteous. The table was laden with precious medicinal dishes, making Jiang Feng and Xia Shui, who had been poor for a long time, feel a bit greedy. Brother Hua, to be honest, Xia Shui and I have been in secluded cultivation for these years. What is the situation in the northern region now? Jiang Feng unceremoniously picked up a piece of spirit-filled dish and asked while eating. Brother, things are not easy now. You see, I was originally in the Shang Tian dynasty, commanding a vast territory and enjoying offerings from countless sections. Yet, in just over a decade, my territory has shrunk by 70%. Chapter 483. All tough characters. After Jiang Feng and Xia Shui left Spring City, they teleported from one city to another, not stopping as long as there was a teleportation array open that day, swiftly moving through the major cities towards the front lines. 3 days later, they arrived at a large city named Burning Heaven. This city originally had millions of cultivators and was very prosperous, but it was currently somewhat desolate, with not many cultivators traversing the streets, and the atmosphere in the entire city felt oppressive. The enormous rift far away was always eyeing the land, and there were several powerful auras of Emperor Realm experts rising within the city. The two even sensed a subtle fluctuation, a Saint Realm expert. Let us go. We'll fly out of the city, Jiang Feng said to Xia Shui. Upon reaching this point, Xia Shui no longer obstructed anything and followed Jiang Feng towards the city exit. As they passed through the streets of the city gate came into view. Boom! Kill! The distant rift trembled, and a murderous roar echoed across hundreds of thousands of miles, a faint pressure enveloping this side. Hiss! Jiang Feng stopped in his tracks, taking a deep breath, while Xia Shui frowned slightly, looking seriously at the rift in the distance. Chapter 484. I will catch up. Jiang Feng looked up at the void, beads of sweat the size of peas continuously sliding down, his body slightly shaking. The enormous pressure was constantly squeezing his body, as if tens of thousands of tons of weight were pressing down on him. Who? While gasping, he struggled to take a step forward. Every step used all his strength. The martial classics within him were running wildly. The blood and energy in his body surging as he broke through 8 shackles, every piece of flesh and every bone. Behind him, Xia Shui's face was pale, her clothes soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her graceful figure. The two walked forward step by step. 10 meters, 100 meters, a mile, 10 miles. Without a word, grinding their teeth and holding on, time passed little by little, day after day, gradually nearing the limit of 50,000 miles. The spiritual energy that had originally filled his body was completely exhausted, leaving no trace of the spiritual energy in the cells and flesh. Climbing up a slope, Jiang Feng's vision darkened, his figure swayed, and he fell to the ground. Who? Grabbing a large rock prevented him from rolling down the slope. Crazy! Stop! Xia Shui, still at the bottom of the slope, shouted with all her might, her voice becoming hoarse. Chapter 485. Encountering Barbarian Mountain again, walking, resting, and recovering became the daily routine for Jiang Feng and Xia Shui. 2 full months after their descent, they had arduously walked 200 miles. One day, Xia Shui sat on the grass, the essence within her surging violently, and through her clothes, one could clearly see the tissues beneath her skin pulsating. Wave after wave, sweat continuously slid down Xia Shui's face, and her internal aura fluctuated between surging and fading. Jiang Feng opened his eyes to look at her, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. Before he could figure out, a surge of blood and energy erupted from Xia Shui's body. Who? An invisible wind blew the surrounding grass down in all directions. Is her physical body breaking through? Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Xia Shui had only opened 5 shackles in her physical body. After her cultivation improved, her essence was also nourishing her body. Although the progress was slow, it had been continuously enhancing, and for these 2 months, she had been under constant pressure and impact. Her strong willpower allowed her to persevere, and her physique experienced a breakthrough. As the 6th shackle opened, a large amount of spiritual energy surged towards Xia Shui, quickly consuming the high-grade spirit stones in her hand. Time passed little by little. Chapter 486. 50,000 miles region you don't dare to go in? Jiang Feng retracted his gaze and turned to look at Barbarian Mountain. Barbarian Mountain rolled his eyes at this. You go ahead. If you dare to enter, I will consider you impressive. After spending so long with Jiang Feng, he had learned quite a few earth exclamations. Hee. Jiang Feng smiled, changing the subject. He was reckless, but not foolish. The pressure between the Martial Emperor and Martial Saint was vastly different, and moreover, his current state was not optimal. He turned and continued. Haven't you opened your 9th shackle yet? If it were that easy, there would be geniuses all over the continent, Barbarian Mountain replied irritably. Although he had broken through to Martial Venerable and his strength had greatly increased, he still had not broken through the 9th shackle. I'm close, Jiang Feng said with a grin. Cut it out, I don't believe you. You just broke through the 8th shackle after more than 20 years. Barbarian Mountain said with disbelief. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly released his spiritual awareness to probe Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled without speaking and did not stop him. Over the years, although his cultivation had not progressed much and he had no good place to train his body, he had not slackened off. He continuously used spiritual energy to nourish his body, constantly strengthening his flesh and bones. Although the progress was not obvious, years of nurturing had put his flesh and bones in a peak state. Chapter 487. Terrifying pressure as soon as Barbarian Mountain stepped into the boundary line. A terrifying pressure swept over him, causing his body to shake violently, his over 2-meter-tall frame bending down. Just as he was about to fall, Barbarian Mountain's face turned red, and he let out a low roar. Get up! Stabilizing his body, he slowly squatted down and reached out to grab Jiang Feng's ankle. Jiang Feng opened his mouth, a large amount of blood gushing out, his voice extremely hoarse. Don't move me. Each word was spoken very slowly, and although his body was pinned to the ground and could not move, with a lot of skin and flesh cracking, his tone was very firm. Barbarian Mountain's movement stopped. His eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Jiang Feng, who was within arm's reach. If Jiang Feng had never experienced such pressure and wanted to come in to try, he could understand But now Jiang Feng was clearly pinned to the ground, unable to move, and his entire skeletal and fleshy structure had suffered tremendous trauma. Yet, Jiang Feng still showed no intention of retreating. "Madman, come out. I'm begging you." Xia Shui stood outside, her face extremely pale, her tone laced with a hint of pleading. Jiang Feng's madness and ferocity exceeded Xia Shui and Man Shan's imagination. Neither of them expected him to be this ruthless, practically seeking death. Chapter 488. Body reassembly lying on the ground, being crushed for a whole month. Jiang Feng spent hundreds or even thousands of top-quality spirit stones to complete the refinement of his body into a puddle of mud, expelling a large amount of impurities. After adapting to the pressure here, Jiang Feng's physical body slowly began to recover. Man Shan and Xia Shui looked at Jiang Feng with shock and mixed emotions. Witnessing the entire process, Man Shan several times attempted to enter, but each time he reached his limit inside, a cloud of death loomed over him, as if he would be crushed at any moment, forcing him to retreat. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was gradually being repaired from this puddle of mud, with his shattered bones reassembling inch by inch, connecting. The impurities hidden deep within his bones were gradually expelled during this process. Upon inspecting Jiang Feng's body, after the reassembly of his bones, a faint halo emanated from them, crystal clear, already showing signs of jade-like quality. This process lasted 3 whole months before all the bones in his body were completely reassembled. Next came the internal organs. As days passed, and, after slow recovery, a massive vitality coursed through his limbs and bones. It took over a month to complete the repair of his internal organs. Chapter 489. Double Peaks on the Wasteland. A gray figure wandered aimlessly. Jiang Feng wore Man Shan's gray armor, and with each step he took, the ground beneath him sank. The originally lush green grassland was trampled into the soil by him, leaving literal footprints. Xia Shui sat cross-legged nearby, silently resisting the pressure, trying to comprehend the chaotic laws of power in the void. Meanwhile, Man Shan repeatedly entered the 50,000-mile zone to adapt and withstand the terrifying pressure, forcing his body to strengthen step by step. In the distant sky, the sound of roaring echoed, and battles were exceptionally intense, with dragon roars and shouts filled with killing intent occasionally heard. This strange environment resulted in a radius of 10,000 miles devoid of any living creatures, and the 3 of them stayed here to cultivate. Days passed by. One day, Jiang Feng once again asked Man Shan for pills. Xia Shui nearby trembled slightly and turned away, but Jiang Feng boldly said, "After they finish fighting, I'll go get some good stuff from the old man Baijian, and I'll share some with you." Man Shan believed his words, remained silent for a long time, and finally took out a large portion of the resources from his storage ring and distributed them to him. Chapter 490. Re-entering the 50,000-mile zone buzz. A powerful pressure fell on Jiang Feng, causing his figure to sway. The pressure of the Martial Saint level was more than 10 times higher than that of the Martial Emperor realm. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and held on, standing firmly within the 50,000-mile zone. This scene made Man Shan outside twitch his eyes. He realized that Jiang Feng's physical body had begun to surpass him without him noticing, which stirred a complex emotion in Man Shan's heart. Having known Jiang Feng for quite some time, he could be said to have witnessed Jiang Feng's rise. Although Jiang Feng had yet to break through to the martial venerable realm, Man Shan had no doubts about Jiang Feng's ability to break through, and there was a vague sense of anticipation. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Jiang Feng struggled to lift his feet and walk deeper inside. A year ago, he couldn't even move. After a year of intensive training, he could barely lift his feet to walk. Madman! Man Shan saw Jiang Feng's actions, and his thoughts were pulled back, his expression changing as he involuntarily shouted, "Hee hee." Jiang Feng let out a dry laugh and continued to lift his feet, moving inward. With his movement, his entire body began to crack, and a large amount of blood spurted from the ruptured skin. With every step, it felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Chapter 491. The 9th shackles. A streak of light cut through the sky, and the overwhelming pressure in the world could not hinder her progress. "Madman, you must hold on. Don't let anything happen to you." Tears streaked down Xia Shui's face as she gazed firmly at the distant horizon. She rushed straight into the area of Martial Emperor pressure, although her speed gradually decreased. She persisted in flying forward. Meanwhile, far within the 50,000-mile zone, Jiang Feng's flesh and bones had separated, his shattered skeleton scattered on the ground. Beside the bones, pieces of flesh had lost their former luster, resembling decaying meat, amidst what appeared to be a long-dead mass of rotting flesh and bones. A faint breath stubbornly persisted at Jiang Feng's head, with a white and red glow faintly emanating from his brow, protecting his last trace of consciousness. Yet even so, this faint breath was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Outside, Manshan sat at the boundary, his face heavy with concern as he watched the place where Jiang Feng was. At this point, a month had passed since Jiang Feng entered the 50,000-mile zone, and his consciousness had fallen into chaos. If it weren't for the Lingxiao Tower and the Asura Blade protecting Jiang Feng, he would have likely been completely extinguished by now. Chapter 492. Manshan's sacrifice. Manshan looked down at the small Millennium Tree heart box in his palm. Inside was a pill of immeasurable value, one of the foundations of their Manwu clan's cultivation of the physical body, a half-saint level Shinzong Dan. After leaving the clan, he had come all the way here to cultivate, aiming to break through the ninth shackle. However, Jiang Feng was now at a critical moment. While his body was still a distance from the ninth shackle, if the supply of spiritual energy ran out, Jiang Feng's desperate attempt to break through the ninth shackle would inevitably fail. If he failed, Jiang Feng would surely perish on the spot. Manshan's face was full of conflict. If the Manwu clan were still in their peak period, he wouldn't hesitate to give away a half-saint level Shinzong Dan, let alone a saint level one. But now, the Manwu clan was weak, and there wasn't even a single saint-level expert in the clan, with rare, heavenly materials and treasures becoming extremely scarce, which left him in an immense dilemma. Manshan, trust me, no, you should trust him. Xia Shui pointed at the slowly reviving body in the distance, her expression unusually firm. I have cultivated for nearly 1,000 years. My cultivation and talent may not compare to you young prodigies, but I believe I have seen countless people and have encountered many geniuses and mediocrities. Chapter 493. Manshan's sacrifice. The Shinzong Dan was placed in Jiang Feng's mouth, and an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy erupted in his throat. The first to be affected was Jiang Feng's consciousness sea. Countless spiritual energies surged into the consciousness sea, rushing towards Jiang Feng's consciousness body. The red and white lights at his brow surged greatly. The scar on Jiang Feng's head quickly healed with a large amount of pure spiritual energy. Starting from his head, it spread all the way to his neck and then to his chest. The shattered flesh rapidly grew strands of blood, entwining with the bone that glowed with a green light. As the flesh regenerated and reorganized, bit by bit, although slowly, the luster of the bones and flesh became more and more vibrant. As time passed, chunks of flesh wrapped around the bones again, restoring a human form. Manshan did not look back, struggling to lift his feet and slowly walk outside. The number of cracked wounds on his body increased. His vision was filled with red, and he was gasping like a bull. Yet despite this, he still left a small part of his perception to sense Jiang Feng's condition, wanting to draw experience from Jiang Feng's rebirth to break through the ninth lock. Hoof. Crack. A slight cracking sound came from his thigh bone, and Manshan's face twisted as he glanced at the boundary 50 meters away, gritting his teeth and taking steps toward the outside. Chapter 494. Seeds of the Law. Dense spatial power filled the entire sea of consciousness. Jiang Feng did not know why this was happening or where this spatial power came from. His spiritual consciousness was compressed within his spiritual body. The Lingxiao Tower and Asura Blade continuously emitted a gentle light to protect his spiritual body. Rumbling, the surging spatial power kept roaring in the sea of consciousness. His body was continuously healing, with his internal organs crazily devouring the spiritual energy that had exploded within, regaining powerful vitality. Every bone, muscle, and meridian became increasingly resilient under the washing of spiritual energy. Everything was developing in a good direction. After introspection, Jiang Feng withdrew his consciousness and refocused on the vast spatial power in the sea of consciousness. What the hell is going on? Where did it come from? Jiang Feng was puzzled and had no idea how to deal with it. Buzz. The Lingxiao Tower and Asura Blade vibrated. What does this mean? Jiang Feng's spiritual body looked at the two protective sacred artifacts, somewhat confused. Buzzing. The Lingxiao Tower and Asura Blade kept vibrating. Seeds of the Law. Jiang Feng stared blankly at the vast spatial power, not understanding what the so-called seeds of the law meant. He had never heard of it before. Chapter 495. Master and Apprentice. As time passed, the dark clouds above thickened, covering a wider area, and the heavenly might became more intense. Damn, we have to leave quickly. Now, Manshan realized and shouted to Xia Shui, getting up and walking toward the distance. Xia Shui hurriedly followed. There was already endless pressure here. If they didn't leave early, when the heavenly tribulation fell, they would be in trouble. Both of them were already heavily injured, and under the pressure of the Martial Emperor. Their pace was not fast as they slowly moved toward the outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's internal situation gradually slipped out of his control. Whether it was the condensation of the power of the law, the breakthrough of the physical body, or the momentum on his body constantly impacting the Martial Venerable, he could not suppress the trend of a comprehensive breakthrough while multitasking. Damn, this is serious. Jiang Feng also felt the heavenly might and thunder from the outside. Hurry, help me suppress it. I'm not ready yet. At least wait until my physical body breaks through the ninth lock. Jiang Feng shouted at the two source sacred artifacts. Buzz. This time, the Lingxiao Tower and Asura Blade did not help Jiang Feng, conveying the message that they could not assist. In this situation, their intervention would be counterproductive. Chapter 496. Breakthrough to Martial Venerable Realm Boom. Crack. A crisp sound rang in Jiang Feng's ears. The blood energy gushed out from every pore, rising into the sky, and the surrounding void was filled with a rich blood energy, manifesting a faint red hue. The continuous impact broke the ninth lock. Roar. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, stood up directly, and let out a long howl toward the sky. A surging momentum erupted from him, directly surpassing his spiritual power cultivation level, breaking through the ninth lock. At this moment, Jiang Feng's physical achievement surpassed 99. 99 of the cultivators in the spirit martial continent. With the breaking of the ninth lock, earth-shattering changes occurred within him. His internal organs exuded terrifying vitality, and his heart beat vigorously like a drum, dispersing blood energy to every corner of his body. The bones emitted a rich glow, gradually transforming from light green to gold, with tenfold, hundredfold toughness and strength compared to before. Every muscle was infinitely devouring spiritual energy, and the divine pills within his body exploded, providing enough spiritual energy to support the massive absorption of every muscle and skin. At the Dantian, it was as if the heavens and earth were opening. A large, resilient new Dantian quietly emerged, with meridians converging. And a massive spiritual power entering the Dantian was instantly compressed in a mist, transforming into spiritual liquid. Chapter 497. Annihilation of the Venerable Thunder Tribulation. The Martial Venerable Tribulation consists of 9 heavenly thunders, the weakest of all tribulations. But now, Manshan and Xia Shui, who had flown far away, looked pale. The calamity cloud above Jiang Feng's head had expanded to over 8,000 miles, covering a range of 10,000 miles. Below, the entire calamity cloud was pitch black, like the end of the world, while Jiang Feng emitted a faint glow like a guiding light in the night. The 10,000-mile Martial Venerable Tribulation. What does this concept mean? It had rarely appeared in the records of the spirit martial continent. Annihilation of the Venerable Tribulation. As long as the range of the Venerable's calamity cloud exceeds 8,000 miles, it is collectively referred to as the Annihilation Tribulation. At this moment, Jiang Feng was standing under such a calamity cloud. At the edge of the crack, 9,999 miles. The heavenly Tao believes he possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Long Huang's expression and tone were very solemn. Even though he had lived for over 10,000 years, he had never seen such a calamity. At this moment, Baijian's expression was extremely grim. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. The surging calamity cloud finally stopped expanding, halting at a range of 9,999 miles. Immediately, a massive heavenly might swept down from the clouds toward Jiang Feng below. Jiang Feng's expression tightened, as if he were carrying a mountain, and his body rapidly fell. Chapter 498. Annihilation of the Venerable Thunder Tribulation 2 Crack. The crimson lightning struck down toward Jiang Feng in midair. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted, a massive sense of crisis tensing his muscles instantly, and every hair on his body stood on end. The Lingxiao Tower erupted with a burst of white light at his brow, instantly enveloping Jiang Feng's entire body, while the Asura Blade trembled violently in his hand. "Break for me!" With a sudden swing of his arm, his shoulder shook 100 times in an instant. And threads of red light formed interwoven nets that flew toward the crimson lightning. The destructive power contained in the crimson lightning was far more terrifying than before. The interwoven web formed by the blade's light was instantly torn apart, and the lightning struck directly at Jiang Feng, enveloping him in a dense mass of electric arcs. The white shield of the Lingxiao Tower trembled violently, followed by a crack appearing as the electric arcs surged inside. With a crack, the runes on his long robe shattered, and the electric arcs entered his body. Jiang Feng trembled all over, plummeting from midair. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and a burnt smell wafted from his hair and clothes. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he steadied himself, breathing heavily. Crack! Boom! Jiang Feng crashed into the pit in the ground, shaking uncontrollably, blood gushing from his 7 orifices and numerous wounds torn open on his body. His breath became weak, pain piercing through him. Even though Jiang Feng had experienced countless pains in his physical body, he couldn't help but howl at this moment. The spiritual entity in his sea of consciousness was also surrounded by strands of electric arcs. Soon after, a burst of clear spiritual power exploded from his abdomen, spreading like a sweet spring towards his limbs and bones. He didn't know the name or specific effects of this pill, but it came from the Quasi-Emperor Dragon King. And for Jiang Feng, it felt like a chance for rebirth. Boom! Endless spiritual power filled his dantian, flowing through his meridians, rushing towards his organs, bones, flesh, and skin. A vast vitality erupted from within him, clashing with the destructive power rampaging inside. The cracked, charred skin all over his body fell off, and Jiang Feng struggled to rise, looking fiercely at the calamity clouds in the sky. The 8th bolt ended, and the last one did not strike down directly. The thunderclouds churned violently, with arcs of electricity flickering within a radius of dozens of miles. Far away, Xia Shui nervously clenched her fists, biting her lip until blood trickled out, her fingernails digging into her palms, staining her snow-white hands red. The dark clouds covering an area of nearly 9,999 miles roiled violently, with various colors of lightning power constantly intertwining and flashing, the sound of thunder deafening. However, the edges of the thunderclouds gathered towards the center at an incredible speed, getting faster as it progressed. At this moment, Jiang Feng in the pit on the ground felt the seed's green tip radiating a rich vitality, which continuously surged towards his heart. Thump! Thump! The heartbeat grew stronger. A large amount of essence blood was expelled, devoured by his flesh. With the stimulation of the rebirth power, the physical body that had broken through the 9th shackles showcased its strength, despite the overwhelmingly intense destructive power rampaging inside. Jiang Feng still maintained a tenacious vitality. A white light, filled with a greenish vitality, returned to his sea of consciousness, sprinkling glowing spots on the shattered spiritual entity. As Jiang Feng's consciousness awakened, a tidal wave of pain surged from every corner of his body, and he instantly howled in agony. With his movements, the flesh on his body cracked open with patterns. Martial classics. The remaining bit of spiritual power in his dantian entered the meridians, quickly circulating, generating a cyclone. Chapter 501. Successfully advancing to martial sovereignty was unclear how long had passed. Jiang Feng awoke from a warm state, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed through them. Huff! He exhaled, causing the void ahead to slightly ripple. Chuckling lightly, he extended his hand to grasp, and the space in his palm slightly distorted. With one hand, he extended a finger forward, and a transparent blade extended from the tip of his finger. With a thought, the transparent blade shot forward, the space along its path slightly trembling, creating a minute void in the ground that extended deep into the earth. Not bad. The laws of space, the power of space. At the center of his brow, there was a transparent 3D diamond mark that only he could sense, not visible externally. The mark was filled with a rich aura of space laws. From now on, as long as Jiang Feng continually comprehended this mark, his understanding of the laws of space would deepen until he fully mastered it. This was the power and convenience of the law mark. Generally, cultivators spend years in seclusion to comprehend the elusive laws. Now, Jiang Feng had a complete law within his brow, and it was the space law, ranked among the top 3 of the 3,000 great paths. Once fully comprehended, it would be unparalleled compared to any other law. Chapter 502. Lifebone outside the area covered by the battlefield's pressure. In an unnamed, small mountain range, Jiang Feng stood in a valley where spring water trickled, quietly experiencing his changes. In the distance, 2 streams of light rushed towards him. Soon, Manshan and Xia Shui revealed themselves, descending into the valley. The aura of Jiang Feng in the martial sovereign realm was countless times stronger than before, and now he had broken into the mid-stage of martial sovereign. If the peak martial zone Jiang Feng was like a volcano about to erupt, suppressing a dull explosive force, the current Jiang Feng felt like a volcano that was continuously erupting, with surging blood and vitality within his body, and his spiritual power was dense. His eyes had become sharper due to the increase in spiritual sense. He exuded a rich and overwhelming aura, while Xia Shui, also in the mid-stage of martial sovereign, felt like her sharpness was met with a heavenly shield when facing Jiang Feng, and upon contact, it was shattered. Manshan stood a few meters away, looking at Jiang Feng, who was looking back at him. "Let me feel your strength. Of course, I will satisfy you." As soon as they finished speaking, Manshan instantly activated the barbarian witch body, and the patterns on his body quickly emerged, a strong wild aura rushing towards them. Chapter 503. Bringing Manshan into the fold, is there still a chance to repair it? Jiang Feng asked Manshan seriously. As long as there was a chance to repair, he wouldn't mind seeking help from the old man Baijan or the Dragon King for Manshan. There is. A fierce fire ignited in Manshan's eyes, an indomitable aura emanating from him. As long as I break through the 9th shackles, my blood and vitality will be enough to support the rebirth of my life bone. Once my life bone grows back, even if I fight across boundaries, what is there to fear? The more Manshan spoke, the louder he became, finally roaring out. He was one of the 10 ancient tyrants, and fighting across boundaries was not a fantasy. Jiang Feng nodded and said, "You come back with me to the Xianbei mountain range. I will share my experience and insights on body refinement with you to assist you." Manshan looked at him. Jiang Feng nodded at him. "Although I haven't practiced for long, I believe I am not inferior to anyone in body refinement. I have a few companions over there. Their talent in cultivation may not be great, but they are all masters in body refinement." Manshan looked at Jiang Feng in astonishment. "Let's go back together. You have armor, and you can cultivate in the Xianbei mountain range just the same. Besides, what the madman said is true. That group of people may not have high cultivation, but their physical foundation and hand-to-hand combat skills are impressive." Chapter 504. Blood Feud. "Excuse me. They are quite indiscreet and have offended you." Before Jiang Feng and Manshan could speak, Xia Shui cupped her hands apologetically. "Humph. Stupid men, as weak as women. Utterly pathetic." The man, no. The woman sitting on the far left looked at Jiang Feng with disdain. Her spiritual energy fluctuations were strong, indicating she was at the early stage of martial respect. Among the 5 women, 3 were at the peak of martial sect, while the other 2 were martial respect. 1 in the middle stage and 1 in the early stage. This group of women was powerful anywhere, so even though they sensed Jiang Feng and Manshan's strong aura, they did not feel fear. Hearing the other party's words, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. He hadn't insulted them. It was Manshan who did. This woman actually called him weak. If it weren't for her unappealing appearance, he would have shown her what a real man is like. After the 9th shackles were unlocked, not only did his physical strength soar, but his masculine capital also increased significantly. "You ugly freaks, don't come to disgust your elder, or I'll beat you to death." Manshan looked at them with disdain and cursed. Chapter 505. Jiang Feng's reputation. The meal was incredibly satisfying. Jiang Feng and Manshan were like gluttons, one breaking through the 8th shackles and the other the 9th. Food entered their stomachs and was digested almost instantaneously, transforming into spiritual energy and vitality. "Delicious. Waiter, bring me another table." Jiang Feng shouted towards the door. Since someone was treating them, even though he didn't know the so-called Elder Lu, she said she would pay. And with Jiang Feng's thick skin, it would be a shame not to eat to his fill. The waiter outside twitched his mouth. This was already the 2nd table finished. But he still smiled and replied, "Yes, sir, please wait a moment." Not long after, more than 10 waiters brought in freshly prepared dishes, clearing away plates that looked like dogs had licked them. "Sir, enjoy your meal." Jiang Feng picked up a bowl of soup and was about to drink, while Manshan buzzed, Share half with me. All right. Manshan poured half of the food into another plate, and the two shared the soup, tearing into the beast meat and drinking the soup, focusing on their meal. By the time Xia Shui reached the second table, she was already full, sitting aside with a smile while watching Jiang Feng. Chapter 506, Gathering Information. Yes, absolutely. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. Spending some spiritual stones to befriend a deeply talented and well-connected genius is something any martial emperor would be willing to do, hence the earlier scene. Ha! Jiang Feng laughed happily. This achievement is not trivial. It is entirely due to Jiang Feng's own hard work. Although his accomplishments may have some support from Bai Zhan and other strong figures, compared to other factions cultivating geniuses, most of Jiang Feng's success relies on his unwavering will and relentless determination. Elder Lu, thank you for your hospitality. I'd like to inquire about something. With a Martial Emperor-level powerhouse in front of him, Jiang Feng decided to gather some information. Go ahead. Lu Yin nodded. I want to know where I can get some cultivation resources. This recent breakthrough has left me nearly broke. Hee. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Jiang Feng's face. Lu Yin was taken aback for a moment, then pondered for a few seconds before saying to Jiang Feng, cultivation resources are generally controlled by major sects and dynasties. Chapter 507, Purchasing Spiritual Clothes. Bloodstained City. This is a large cultivation city near the central region in the Northern Territory, located in a vast plain. Since the Northern Territory War began, countless cultivators have migrated towards the central region, and this originally large cultivation city has been flooded with many cultivators. For garrison cities have been built across the entire plain, subtly showing a trend towards becoming a holy city. In the north garrison city of Bloodstained City, on a square, a teleportation array shone with dazzling light, distorting the void, and three figures appeared out of thin air. Just as Xia Shui and Manshan were about to leave, they noticed something was off with Jiang Feng. He stood quietly in place, his expression shifting between realization and confusion, quite complex. What's wrong with him? Don't disturb him. The two stood a bit further away, although they noticed the guards outside the teleportation array wouldn't let them linger inside for too long. Even if all three were martial respect, there were at least 80 martial respect in the city. Hey, you three, hurry up and come out. A thick aura guard, dressed in green armor, shouted at the three. The voice struck their sea of consciousness, and Jiang Feng's expression jolted. He opened his eyes with a flash of anger. Chapter 508, The Debt of 1 million top-quality spiritual stones. After leaving the silk garment workshop, Jiang Feng changed into a pure black long robe. His long hair casually tied back. His tall figure paired with a flowing robe made him exceptionally handsome. Coupled with the thick aura from his breakthrough to martial respect and his surging vitality, his entire demeanor transformed, exuding the essence of a strong man, elevating his presence significantly. However, thinking about spending a full 4,000 top-quality spiritual stones made Jiang Feng feel a bit pained. He bought 3 sets of men's clothing, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 grayish-white, all for himself, and additionally bought 2 pairs of boots. For women's clothing, he bought 6 sets, 1 for Xia Shui, and 1 each for Chun Wan, Xiao Hua, Qing Wan, Ice Empress, and Angel. Originally, Xia Shui wanted to buy 2 sets for Manshan, since the Divine Song pill had saved Jiang Feng's life. But Manshan disdainfully glanced at the clothes in the store and buzzed, I won't wear this garbage. I have my own. This remark left Jiang Feng unwilling to engage with him, even if the Man-Witch clan was down and out. Manshan surely had his own spiritual clothes. These spiritual stones really burn a hole in the pocket. Jiang Feng sighed. These spiritual clothes are equivalent to a martial sect-level defensive spiritual artifact and are worth it. Xia Shui didn't feel much pain. The team lacked everything, especially defensive spiritual artifacts. This was also why Xia Shui urged Jiang Feng to make the purchase. She knew how important those women were to Jiang Feng. Chapter 509, Carefree. The auction venue resembled a giant beast lying on the ground, with a large number of cultivators gathered in the plaza outside. Jiang Feng, along with Manshan and Xia Shui, swaggered toward the entrance of the auction house, their imposing presence causing the surrounding cultivators to make way. At the entrance, a dozen disciples from the Yin-Yang sacred land, dressed in black and white, were guarding. Upon seeing Jiang Feng and the others approaching, a middle-aged man among them smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Esteemed sirs, the auction will begin shortly. You may go to the side hall for some tea while you wait. I won't participate in the auction. I want to find the person in charge of your yin-yang sacred land. Jiang Feng glanced at him sideways. With his peak martial sovereign cultivation, he might have been taken seriously before, but now, it's no exaggeration to say that Jiang Feng could easily suppress him with one hand. This is also the reason why the middle-aged man was being polite. In the spirit martial continent, the strong are respected. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Could it be that the esteemed one has rare treasures that need to be auctioned? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile, and nodded. Yes, the treasures are valuable. Take me to find your person in charge. All right, please come in. Chapter 510. The arrival of the creditor when Hua Qishan heard that the great Saint Qiang was trapped in the demon sealing array. He raised his hand to interrupt Xia Shui and signaled to the old man behind him. Although the old man wanted to stay, due to the secrets involving the great Saint Qiang, he turned and left the hall. You may continue. Hua Qishan's expression softened a bit. Although he wasn't entirely clear about the situation of the great Saint Qiang, he still knew some information and moved to sit down. Just as Xia Shui was about to continue speaking, Man Shan interrupted her. Let me speak. I am an experiencer. All right. Although it was Hua Qishan's first time meeting Man Shan, he knew of this genius from the Manwu clan and looked at him. Then Man Shan began to recount what had happened in the demon sealing array. Wait a moment. Just as Man Shan mentioned taking out spirit stones to help the great Saint Qiang recover his saint essence, Jiang Feng interrupted him. Man Shan and Fumo each took 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. I took 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, totaling 900,000. We three helped rescue the old man Qiang. You yin-yang sacred land should at least give us some interest, right? I won't ask for much. Just 100,000 top-grade spirit stones will do. Chapter 511. 200,000 spirit stones, what a joke. Old man, hurry up and return the spirit stones. I'm so poor right now, I might as well sell my butt. Jiang Feng shot a sideways glance at the old man Qiang and took a big sip from his teacup. Hee. The great Saint Qiang shook his head with a smile and threw out 2 storage bags, which flew into Jiang Feng and Man Shan's hands. Jiang Feng smiled and released his spiritual sense, flowing into the storage bag, but the joy on his face quickly vanished. He cleared his throat twice. Ahem, old man. This amount is incorrect. It's only 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. That's way off. Get lost. Do you really think I'm an ATM? The great Saint Qiang cursed back. Thank you, great saint. Man Shan, seeing the opportunity, stood up and bowed to the great Saint Qiang. Although he only had 150,000 in his storage bag, 5,000 less than Jiang Feng, he was still satisfied. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones is no small amount. Humph. Look at how perceptive Man Shan is. And then look at you. The old man Qiang nodded at Man Shan and rolled his eyes at Jiang Feng. TCH. Jiang Feng smirked, then seemed to remember something. His eyes rolled, and he leaned towards the old man, whispering, Old man, I won't ask you for spirit stones anymore. I want something else from you. Chapter 512. Elder Qiang's investment. Just as Jiang Feng was feeling heroic, a woman's voice came from outside. Elder Hua, the items have been delivered. MHM, bring them in. Hua Qishan replied, and a young woman in the early martial sovereign realm walked in, looking to be in her 20s. Her eyes scanned the room, and then quickly walked to Hua Qishan, handing him a ring. Hua Qishan took the ring and waved his hand. You can leave now. Yes. Elder Hua. The girl pouted and turned to leave. Supreme Elder. After the girl left, Hua Qishan handed the ring to the great Saint Qiang, who was now the Supreme Elder of the yin-yang sacred land. After all, the current Holy Master was still young, and Wu Ti gave up his position upon Hua Qishan's return. Qiang had no such thoughts either. He had held the position of Holy Master for many years, and being a leisurely Supreme Elder suited him. He received the ring and tossed it to Jiang Feng. Being able to return to the spirit martial continent is indeed thanks to both of you, and don't say I'm not taking care of you. Inside, there are 2,000-year-old misty cloud fruits, one for you and one for Man Shan. Additionally, there are 5 bottles of Zun Yuan pills and 5 bone blood pills each. Chapter 513. Brother, I'll treat you to food and drink after setting out on a return journey. Jiang Feng and Xia Shui, along with Man Shan, quickly teleported towards the Xianbei mountain range. After 2 days, they arrived at the last large city named Anhua City. Xia Shui, you handle the purchasing. To be honest, I don't even know what spirit herbs and pills to buy for them. Jiang Feng shrugged. He hadn't used any good pills to assist in his cultivation during the Martial King and Martial Sovereign realms, relying solely on his hard work to improve. So he was quite unfamiliar with these things. MHM, leave it to me. Xia Xuan nodded. Her talent for cultivation was average, but along the way, she became very familiar with various supplements for cultivation. Whether it was their effects, side effects, or cost-effectiveness, she knew it all. Jiang Feng gave her 50,000 top-grade spirit stones and 100,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Enough for her to buy a large batch of resources from Martial King realm cultivation. Let us go, brother. I'll treat you to food and drink. Jiang Feng pulled on Manshan's arm and walked toward a nearby restaurant. Xia Shui watched their backs, wrinkled her nose, then turned and headed towards the auction venue in the center of the city, preparing to make a bulk purchase. Chapter 5:14. Fortune always follows. Women are sensitive beings, and their sixth sense is naturally much stronger than that of men. After leaving the business association, Xia Shui headed straight towards Jiang Feng's location. Don't ask her how she knew. When they parted, she had already placed a locator on Jiang Feng. As she passed through several streets, the closer she got to Jiang Feng, the clearer the sensation became. A strong scent of perfume wafted from afar. Xia Shui curled her lips, and just by thinking, she knew where Jiang Feng and Manshan were now. Entering the street, slender and graceful figures stood at the door, flaunting their charms. Xia Shui arrived at the small building where Jiang Feng and Manshan were, and just as she was about to enter, she was blocked by two bouncers. This lady, we do not serve female customers here. If you're looking for fun, go to the third one over there. They have what you need inside. Xia Shui's face turned cold, and she glared at them, her aura bursting forth. The pressure of a martial sovereign's might is not something these few spirit martial realm warriors can resist. Their faces instantly turned pale, and they retreated in fear. The surrounding crowd looked at Xia Shui in terror. In fact, cultivators who come to such places are usually at the Xuanwu realm, and those at the Spirit Martial and Martial King realms hardly ever come here. Chapter 5:15. Changes in Crescent Valley. The vast Spirit Martial continent is incredibly expansive. Although the northern region has been ravaged by war, a third of the remaining area is still home to countless living beings. The morning sunlight spills over the earth, painting the continuous mountains in a layer of golden hues. Birds soar in the sky, locking onto their prey in the great mountains, while beasts roar in the forests. In the perfect ecological cycle of survival of the fittest, life thrives, and in this ecosystem, the law of the forest is the survival path that all plants and animals adhere to. A streak of light rapidly cuts through the sky from the distant horizon, flying towards the deep mountains. Xia Shui wears a gentle smile, her demeanor slightly feminine, standing straight at the front of the void shuttle. Manshan and Jiang Feng sit at the tail of the shuttle, their faces flushed as they argue heatedly, almost coming to blows. Damn it, Manzi, how can you spend 1,000 top-grade spirit stones in this low-end tavern in just 2 days? Are you kidding me? Jiang Feng shouted angrily at Manzi. Nonsense. I found a high-end place. Do you think I'm like you, taking me to such low-end garbage places? Chapter 5:16. Qinglong transforms Crescent Valley. The four of them return to Crescent Valley, and Jiang Feng's spiritual sense spread, enveloping the entire valley. Wow, Senior Qinglong, your craftsmanship is quite impressive, Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise. After Qinglong's transformation, Crescent Valley has changed significantly. The scenery seen from above was actually an illusion array effect, and from within, Crescent Valley appeared even more stunning. The slopes were planted with numerous large trees, and between these woods, Qinglong had planted climbing vines and flowers, trimmed beautifully. Mist swirled around the center of the valley lake, rising and spreading in all directions, refreshing the spirit, while dozens of meters tall trees surrounded the lakeside, bearing strange fruits. In the square behind the wooden house, a rectangular stone stood in the center, 30 meters high and naturally formed, with an extremely smooth surface. In the distance, another part of the valley was designated as areas for spirit rice, herbs, spirit fruits, and other spiritual materials, where the spiritual energy was even denser, making the entire valley comparable to some first-rate sex cultivation sanctuaries. So beautiful, Xia Shui stood by the lakeside, gazing at the clear water, murmuring softly. Chapter 5:17. Almost causing a laughingstock in the depths of the Xianbei mountain range, in the fallen sky abyss. Years passed, and the forest here seemed unchanged. With lush green trees and vibrant life, birds and demon beasts soared in the sky, and among the woods, demon beasts roamed, occasionally breaking the silence with long howls. In the depths of the pitch-black abyss, Chaotic laws of power continuously surged, as a graceful figure sat cross-legged at the edge of a cliff, her aura fluctuating. Jiang Ro's brows, sometimes furrowed in anxiety and sometimes relaxed, as the spiritual power within her kept crashing against the barrier of a martial venerable, wave after wave, unending. Meanwhile, in a humble camp by the river upstream, several figures sat cross-legged. The originally peaceful and quiet atmosphere of cultivation felt somewhat strange at this moment, as not only the Wolf King Xiao Jiao and others were desperately cultivating, but even Chun Wan and Angel, who had lower cultivation levels, were in closed-door training, each exerting their utmost to enhance their power. In the distance, a streak of light rapidly flew toward them. Sensing Jiang Feng's approach, Jiang Ro stopped her attempts to break through to Martial Venerable, slowly calming the fluctuations of her spiritual power. Besides her, Chunwan suddenly opened her eyes and looked up at the sky. Jiang Feng, Xia Shui, and Man Shan flew over, stopping above the flat ground before quickly descending. Chapter 518. Having a smoke to calm down, gentle moonlight spilled between the mountains and forests as they gazed up at the brilliant starry sky. A galaxy shimmering with colorful points of light. In the distance, Xia Shui and Chun Wan, along with the Ice Empress, sat by the river, softly chatting and sharing secrets among women. The plump Xia Yuan pulled Man Shan aside to discuss cultivation experiences. Crazy, do you think Earth exists in the galaxy? The Wolf King, holding a wine jug, lay on the grass, staring at the starry sky, mumbling to himself. Jiang Feng rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the galaxy, softly replying, I don't know. How many years have we been on the spirit martial continent? 20 years? 30 years? Or 50 years? The Wolf King murmured, his eyes vacant. Xiao Jiao, the killing god, and the brutal bear fell silent. Originally, Jiang Feng's return was a very joyous occasion. Everyone had eaten and drunk together, relaxing their tightly wound nerves. However, once people let their guard down, especially after drinking a little, genuine feelings were inevitably revealed. The Wolf King was the one in the team with the most attachments. He had a wife and children, and after decades on the spirit martial continent without returning, he missed his family on Earth day and night. Chapter 519. Not as good as before after a night of revelry and noise. The morning sunlight peeked over the eastern horizon, bathing the layered forests in golden light, as everything revived and the spiritual energy in the air seemed lively. Let's go. Let us go back, Jiang Feng shouted as he stepped out of the humble wooden house. Everyone had stayed here for 2 years. Although most of the time was spent cultivating, they still built some simple wooden houses. Last night, after playing until deep into the night, Jiang Feng, Chun Wan, Qing Wan, and Xiao Hua returned to the wooden house to enjoy each other's company. Although the time was short when the women followed behind him out, they all appeared rosy and radiant, their feminine charm increasingly apparent. Crazy, those pills you gave last night were great. The effects were really strong. My spiritual power refined by 30%. Xiao Jiao ran out from a nearby wooden house, her face full of excitement. Haha, of course. When Jiangda Yi makes a move, it's top-notch stuff. Once you all digest these resources, your strength will definitely rise to the next level, Jiang Feng said smugly. Last night, Xia Shui distributed the resources purchased this time according to everyone's cultivation levels. Having been poor for many years, they had rarely taken auxiliary cultivation pills, relying solely on their own resilient will to cultivate. Chapter 520. Peaceful times. A streak of light flew across the horizon, landing above Crescent Valley, causing the void to shake. And the scenery within the valley appeared before everyone. Wow, so beautiful. The women couldn't help but cheer. Landing by the lake, Jiang Feng stored the void shuttle, and the women joined hands to admire the Crescent Valley, which had been managed and transformed by Qing Long. Come on, let us fish. It's been a long time since we've done that. Let us eat fish soup tonight. The Wolf King and Xiao Jiao arm in arm walked towards the fishing platform they had set up before. Jiang Feng, Man Shan, and Xia Yuan headed towards the pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, the plump Xia Yuan, having held it in for a long time, said to Jiang Feng, Brother Feng, I need to tell you something. What is it? I want to go home for a visit. I haven't returned home in so long and want to let them know I'm safe. Since meeting Jiang Feng, Xia Yuan had been following him around, and after returning from Earth, he had mixed with the Wolf King and others, working hard to cultivate without returning home. After many years, his cultivation had risen from spirit martial realm to martial zone realm. and it was time to visit his family and contribute a little to them. Jiang Feng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sure, no problem. Do you need me to accompany you on a trip?" Chapter 5:21. Each has their own path time travels, and years flow like water. After returning from the fallen abyss, the Wolf King and his companions lived a peaceful and calm life for a while. Manshan also built a wooden house by the lake, gradually becoming familiar with the Wolf King and the God of Death, slowly integrating into the group. This ancient tyrant from the barbarian and witch clans began his journey of hand-to-hand combat training. Although the God of Death and the Wolf King were not as skilled as Manshan and did not have his physical prowess in terms of hand-to-hand combat techniques, the God of Death and the Wolf King absolutely dominated Manshan. After witnessing the killing techniques of the God of Death and the Wolf King, Manshan gradually changed his view of them, slowly seeking advice on these combat techniques and methods to hone his body. Each of them shared their insights and genuine skills, exchanging and verifying with each other, each gaining something. The God of Death and his companions also benefited greatly from Manshan. After all, Manshan was a true prodigy and a formidable warrior. A picture of thriving and harmonious times quietly passed by. Jiang Feng was completely immersed in the Qishao thundercloud array, walking through every corner of the valley, studying and comprehending every array pattern left by the Azure Dragon. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Shenwan's belly had grown larger than before. One morning, after coming out of the wooden house, she expanded her spiritual sense and found Jiang Feng's figure, walking towards him with Xiaohua. Chapter 5:22. Roaming the continent 7 days later. The God of Death and the Wolf King prepared for this trip for a week. The God of Death and the Wolf King, along with Xiao Jiao, stood at the foot of the hill, watching Jiang Feng squatting in the grass above. "Let's go." After hesitating for a long time, and seeing no signs of Jiang Feng waking up, the others finally did not call out to wake him and turned to leave one after another. In the square, everyone gathered together. Xiaohua looked at them and said solemnly, "I've already said everything that needs to be said. I'll repeat it one last time. You are a team. When you go out to explore, do not easily create divisions. As long as you stay united, I believe you can achieve great things. When encountering danger, be sure to prioritize your safety. Nothing is more important than your life. Rest assured, we will be careful," the God of Death said solemnly. Then looked at everyone and added, "Let's go back early. Let's go set off, haha." The God of Death, the Wolf King, Xiao Jiao, Ice Emperor, Violent Bear, Storm, Angel, along with the doctor, and Jiang Ro, who provided insurance for them. Jiang Ro had spent quite some time in the team. Previously, she was well protected by her master, leading to a lack of experience in exploration. This time, Xiaohua specifically found her and asked her to join the God of Death and the others to gain experience. And Jiang Ro's strength could make up for some of the God of Death's shortcomings. Chapter 5:23. Awakening Manshan and the fatty returned after a few leisurely days in the city. "Big brother man, you've spent quite a bit during this time. Next time, when you go to the Nine Nether Dynasty, I'll treat you to the highest end places in the Imperial City, guaranteed to satisfy you." The fatty felt a bit embarrassed, as he was short on funds. Although Xiaohua had given him a lot of training resources, he hadn't received many spirit stones, and Manshan had been footing the bill during this time. "It's nothing, a small issue. I'm not like that dog Jiang Feng, who promised to treat and then didn't keep his word." Manshan waved his hand dismissively, looking down at Jiang Feng, who was still in a state of enlightenment below. "Haha, well, next time I come back, I'll treat you and Brother Feng together. I'll pick up the tab," the fatty said with a smile. Okay." The two descended into the valley. In the pavilion, the Azure Dragon was reading a handwritten book when Manshan noticed he had returned, and the two rushed over. "I've seen the senior." The Azure Dragon raised his eyelids slightly and replied, then glanced at Xia Yuan and said lightly, "His blood energy is thick. He won't lose money. You, little fatty, play like this every day and aren't afraid of your cultivation dropping." Chapter 5:24. Departing for Zhongzhou 3 days later. As the first rays of sunlight spread across the earth, all things in the valley revived. Jiang Feng, Chen Wan, and Xiaohua walked out of the house. "Manshan, let's go set off." The time for the opening of the Prodigy Domain was drawing near, and Manshan was getting a bit impatient. But he ultimately held back and did not urge Jiang Feng. Manshan, who was sitting cross-legged on a giant rock in the northern part of the valley, opened his eyes. Soon, everyone in the valley gathered by the wooden house by the lake. Jiang Feng, Chen Wan, Qing Wan, Xiaohua, Xia Shui, as well as Man Shan, the fatty Xia Yuan, and the old couple Li and Xia Shui's disciple Li. You were all present. Little you, when you go out, you must listen to your master's words and not run around. Understand? Old Li held his granddaughter's hand and kept reminding her. Got it, Grandpa. You all wait for me to come back. This time, Xia Shui decided to take Liu out for a walk. The little girl had been staying in the valley since coming from the village on Hat Mountain and had never gone out. And this time, Jiang Feng and Man Shan were going to participate in the prodigy domain, and she did not plan to go, even though Jiang Feng had secured a spot for her. Xia Shui knew her own limits. Although her realm was similar, she was far from the prodigies like Man Shan and Jiang Feng. Chapter 525. An expensive price after entering the city, Jiang Feng led everyone through 2 streets. The increasingly bored Man Shan called out to Jiang Feng, saying, "Crazy. The fatty and I will go to the teleportation square first to check when the teleportation will be available. You guys go ahead and take a look, and we'll send a message when we have news." Sure, you guys go ahead and queue. Jiang Feng nodded. Man Shan and the fatty turned and walked toward the distant square, while Jiang Feng continued with Chun Wan and Xia Shui toward the commercial center ahead. After browsing through 2 streets, Xia Shui's sharp eyes spotted a huge sign in the distance. She turned to Jiang Feng and said, "Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. They have long-distance messaging services, and their reputation in Zhongzhou is pretty good. Let's go to them." Good. The group headed towards the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, with Jiang Feng and Xia Shui, both martial venerates, leading the way. They walked down the middle of the road without anyone daring to block their path. Some martial sect experts sensed their overwhelming aura and stopped to let them pass. They smoothly arrived at the entrance of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, where the grand entrance had more than a dozen open doors, and there were many service personnel in black and gold uniforms attending to guests. Chapter 526. Watching a performance after leaving the hall, Jiang Feng took out a communication token and sent a message to Man Shan and the fatty. Soon, Man Shan replied to Jiang Feng, "The teleportation to Zhongzhou will not open until tomorrow afternoon. The fatty and I are going to play. You all handle it yourself. The teleportation array won't open until tomorrow. Where should we go next?" Jiang Feng asked a few women behind him. "Let's go play. It's been a long time since we've been out." Xiaohua immediately beamed with joy. After entering the city, Xia Shui handed Liu over to her. The two of them chattered away behind, looking at this and that, filled with novelty and fun about everything around them. Hearing this, Chenwan also smiled and said to Jiang Feng, "How about accompanying us for a walk?" Jiang Feng revealed a slight smile and waved his hand. "Sure, I'll accompany you wherever you go. I'll cover all the expenses. Brother Feng is mighty." Xiaohua leaned over and gave Jiang Feng a quick kiss on the cheek, laughing in surprise. "Let's go. We're going to watch a performance over there. I wanted to say that earlier." Xiaohua pulled Liu ahead, while Xia Shui and Qing Wan followed hand in hand behind them, with Chen Wan and Jiang Feng slowly trailing behind. Chapter 527. Coming again to the holy city of Zhongzhou in the spirit martial continent, the holy city of Zhongzhou. This vast city is boundless and belongs to the number 1 holy city of the human race in the entire continent. Here, walking on the streets, one can see mortals, martial artists, and cultivators of all levels from low to high, except for the already vanished Emperor realm powerhouses. Even those quasi-emperor powerhouses occasionally appear in this city, but generally, people are unaware of it. No one knows how many humans or strong individuals reside in this city. Even holy realm powerhouses cannot accurately count them. In short, this is the center of the entire spirit martial continent. In the northern area of the city, at a certain teleportation square, beams of array patterns continuously flickered with light, distorting the surrounding void. Buzz! The void trembled, and several figures suddenly appeared on the teleportation array. "Ugh, Master, I feel so unwell." Liu leaned against Xia Shui's embrace, her little face pale. Long-distance teleportation is not something ordinary cultivators can endure. If it weren't for Xia Shui protecting her, the continuous teleportation during this time would have caused the pressure and shock of the void to silently extinguish her spiritual consciousness. "It's okay, we've arrived. Hee. No need to sit anymore." Chapter 528. Proud Jiang Feng Qingshan, as a powerhouse at the Martial Emperor realm, although he did not join a sect or a force. Only managing the Qinglian mountain range with his father, he had gone to the northern domain during the Great War. Later, when a full-scale war broke out and top-tier powerhouses engaged in fierce battles, the Martial Emperor realm could no longer influence the battlefield, so they retreated. However, in the following time, Qing Shan and Qing Hong occasionally went to the area of the spatial rift. He had never been to the 50,000-mile area, but he was aware of the situation there. The pressure of a martial saint. Thinking of this, Qing Shan refreshed his perception of Jiang Feng for the first time, completely facing this son-in-law, because he had received some news in his circle that there was a heavenly prodigy in the northern domain undergoing tribulation. Are you sure you cultivated under the pressure of a martial saint for a year, and you passed the martial venerable tribulation there? Qing Shan kept sizing up Jiang Feng, seemingly trying to see through this son-in-law. But at this moment, the 12 great formations in Jiang Feng's body were harmoniously integrated. Not to mention him, even an ordinary martial saint might not be able to see through Jiang Feng. Only those who reached the later stages, or even the peak of the martial saint realm, could grasp the essence of Jiang Feng. Chapter 529. Prodigy City between Zhongzhou and the southern domain lies a special area. The rolling mountains are uneven, and the lush vegetation is exceptionally abundant. In this region, both vitality and spiritual energy are extremely vigorous, leading to it being nicknamed the Treasure Forest. After this area was discovered, it triggered a series of battles, ultimately attracting the attention of the 8 holy places. When a holy place intervened to explore this area, they discovered a peculiar secret realm filled with a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, containing numerous spiritual stone veins and other precious refining materials. The secret realm is a good fortune, but usually fortune and misfortune coexist. The secret realm also contains some dangers. Overall, there are both benefits and risks. As long as there are interests, people will take risks and compete. When the benefits are substantial enough, the competition between the holy places began, causing a stir throughout the continent. Finally, the supreme holy place intervened, and the 8 holy places negotiated. In the beginning, they opened it for a brief period every 100 years, allowing some young disciples from various holy places to enter for spiritual harvesting, which was also a form of welfare and cultivation for the younger generation. Gradually, a virtuous cycle formed, but the growth of spiritual materials requires long-term accumulation. As the heavenly materials and earthly treasures began to decrease, the supreme holy place adjusted their approach once more. Chapter 530. Prodigy City 2. Just as the two were bickering, a tall man flew onto the stage, grasping a pitch-black long sword in his hand. The peak of the martial venerable realm surged, emanating a thick aura. Southern Domain. Flowing Sword Sect, Lu Chuan, please advise. In the Eastern Domain, Yang Family, Yang Shu. Yang Shu also produced a silver long sword in his hand, twirling it into a flower-like form, unleashing a powerful presence. Although his cultivation was only at the late stage of the martial venerable realm, he actively waved his sword, creating countless sword shadows towards Lu Chuan. A hint of disdain crossed Lu Chuan's face as the black longsword in his hand burst forth with brilliant light, slashing straight ahead. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the intense sounds of collision reverberated across the stage, and the two figures moved at incredible speed, leaving behind trails of afterimages. However, this exciting scene only caught the fleeting attention of Manshan and Jiang Feng before they returned to their bickering. Meteor Sword. Sword Path Dominance. Both were masters of the sword path. If they didn't have some strength, they wouldn't dare to challenge the arena in this renowned city of the continent. If Xia Shui were to go up, she would probably be defeated in no time. Chapter 531. Prodigies gather as the sun sets and rises. More and more people flocked into Prodigy City. The 8 holy places of the spirit martial continent, top sects, elite families, and merchant associations all rushed in, filling the city with a buzz of activity. After entering Prodigy City, Jiang Feng and Manshan strolled through several streets and settled in the seats below the arena, remaining there until the 3rd day, which was the day the Prodigy domain opened. A battle was still ongoing on the arena, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Did you see that girl? Her name is Tian Tian, daughter of the first-rate sect, Shui-US sect, with an ice spirit body and quite impressive cultivation talent. Yeah, her figure is indeed nice. Jiang Feng looked towards the direction Manshan pointed out, where a girl in a snow-white long dress sat in the stands, her features sweet, with a curvaceous figure and an aura reaching the late stage of the martial venerable realm, just a step away from the peak. I'm talking about her cultivation talent. Manshan cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Feng. I know it's very good. Jiang Feng's mouth revealed a lewd smile. Over there, that pretentious guy in black. The young master of the Skeleton Gate. His strength is average, but his pretentiousness is top-notch. Chapter 532. Goodbye, Demon Slayer. While the crowd was discussing, Jiang Feng leaned back on the bench, looking at the Demon Slayer with disdain, saying, I said, your cultivation has made some progress. But why has your personality started to get so arrogant? Back in the demon realm, I didn't see you being this cocky. As soon as Jiang Feng's words fell, the entire crowd erupted into a greater uproar, each person turning to Jiang Feng, inquiring among their friends about who he was to dare speak to the Demon Slayer like that, especially since the Demon Slayer had been a top-tier genius before this. Haha, crazy guy, I like your arrogance. Come, let's spar a bit. I know you're strong. The Demon Slayer laughed instead of getting angry, shouting at Jiang Feng while brandishing his long staff, which created sharp whistling sounds in the air. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, get lost. Give me 1,000 top-grade spirit stones as an appearance fee, and I might consider it. Upon hearing this, the nearby man mountain showed a hint of disdain and whispered, if you want to raise your profile, you need to ask for more. 1,000 is too little. Before Jiang Feng could respond, the Demon Slayer on the stage laughed heartily, waved his hand, and a small storage bag flew out. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. No problem. I'll give them to you. Come up. Chapter 533. Testing one's strength. Buddha's joy, demon's rage. Just a glance. The peak martial venerable Demon Slayer felt an immense pressure. Jiang Feng's power combined with his respect for the origin erupted into a terrifying force, instantly pushing the Demon Slayer into full power mode. The long staff swept across. Boom! Jiang Feng was sent flying back, and he saw the upper half of the Demon Slayer's clothing vanish, his muscles bulging, with his bare skin covered in Buddhist scriptures. A swastika on his chest emitted a soft golden light, but his face was filled with brutality, and his eyes radiated a dark glow. Half Buddha, half demon. One thought becoming a demon, one thought becoming a Buddha. The Demon Slayer's physique was fully activated, and a violent yet peaceful aura intertwined, sweeping over the entire arena. All cultivators below the Martial Emperor level felt as if a massive stone pressed down on their chests, and those still placing bets stopped in terror, staring at the Demon Slayer hovering in midair. Man Mountain clutched several storage bags, his expression serious, his eyes fixed on the Demon Slayer, having underestimated him. In other directions, Dao Tsong and Yao Yu, along with other top-tier geniuses, squinted their eyes, clearly feeling the pressure from the Demon Slayer. Chapter 534. Pressing attack. No matter how many defenses one has, over time, some flaws are inevitable. Under Jiang Feng's relentless assault, he found a slight gap in the Demon Slayer's staff technique and swiftly dove into the shadow of the staff. All his power surged into his fist as he slammed it toward the Demon Slayer's chest. The Demon Slayer's reaction was equally astonishing. In a critical moment, he roared, swastika. Buzz. The swastika on his chest exploded with extreme brilliance, blocking Jiang Feng's fist before it could reach him. Jiang Feng's expression changed as spatial power surged toward him. But the golden light emanating from the swastika kept him at bay. Get lost. The Demon Slayer kicked toward Jiang Feng's abdomen. However, in close combat, Jiang Feng was unafraid. He twisted his body and instantly grabbed the Demon Slayer's shoulder with his left hand, squeezing hard. Crack! The Demon Slayer's shoulder bone shattered, and his twisted face let out a roar, a violent aura surging toward Jiang Feng. Abandoning the staff. The black and gold light intertwined on his arms as he struck toward Jiang Feng's chest. Jiang Feng sidestepped, retracting his right hand to slap the Demon Slayer's fist while simultaneously kicking out with his right foot. Bang! The Demon Slayer was sent flying, and Jiang Feng instantly followed up with a barrage of punches, elbows, and knees. Chapter 535. Familiar faces in the northwestern corner of a genius city. There was a small valley where spring was in full bloom, and birds sang, fragrant flowers blossoming. At this moment, 10 major figures from the sacred realm appeared here, gazing at a nearby mountain wall. It's open. We can go in. Has the sacred sun fruit been preserved after so many years? One short, white-haired old man standing by asked with a smile. A middle-aged man in a gray-white long robe on the left chuckled. The sacred sun fruit should still be there, but no one has taken it out for the last 2,000 years. That restriction is unbreakable. Just to be clear, if someone brings out the sacred sun fruit, save me a portion. I'll exchange something for it later. The old man Jiang, who practiced the yin-yang technique, had a high demand for such heavenly materials. So he greeted everyone first. A burly man sitting on the ground laughed. "You should remind the disciple of 100 battles. That kid has considerable combat power now. And I've heard he's involved in formations. He should have a chance." "Yeah, Lord Gong Chun, make sure that kid doesn't waste any good items he gets. Let us exchange them later." Chapter 536. Treatment of the junior brother kid. "Aren't you going to recover a bit?" Old man Jiang walked over, smiling as he examined Jiang Feng. "Old man, you know I'm broke. I have everything but recovery pills, and I just lost all my spirit stones." Jiang Feng spread his hands, casually talking nonsense. Hearing this, old man Jiang couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, not bad. You're the thickest-skinned junior I've ever met." Gong Chen's face darkened. He opened his mouth, but ultimately held back from speaking. "What can I do? My cheap master hasn't shown up in decades, sigh. I have to fend for myself every day, begging for food. It's not easy to cultivate, sigh. Also, my wife has been pregnant for over 2 years. I need to get her some calming and nourishing spirit medicine." "Shut up." Gong Chun growled at Jiang Feng, his face dark. Jiang Feng immediately fell silent and turned to Gong Chun. "Cough, cough. Brother, you don't know how hard your junior brother has it. Damn it. Ha ha. I'm going to die laughing here. Little brother, come here. I have pills for you, I have them." Hee hee. The Lord of the Nine Xian Holy Land, Tong Yufei, laughed until tears almost came out, beckoning to Jiang Feng. Chapter 537. The Genius Domain. With a flash, Jiang Feng and Man Mountain appeared in a high altitude. Damn! Such dense, spiritual energy. Without even seeing anything else, Jiang Feng and Man Mountain's keen senses detected the rich spiritual energy. They didn't even need to actively absorb it. Just breathing in would allow them to take in large amounts of spiritual energy, feeling as if they were soaking in an ocean of it, warming their entire bodies. Looking around, in their view were high mountains, dense forests, great rivers, rising white mist, golden sunlight pouring down, and a colorful rainbow hanging in the air, resembling a celestial painting. The rumors were true. It was said that this place was once the medicinal garden of a super sacred land from ancient times. Later, as the sacred land shattered, this medicinal garden was exiled by powerful beings from the sacred land. Countless eras later, this secret realm reconnected with the spirit martial continent and was rediscovered, reopening. It was also Man Mountain's first time entering the Genius Domain secret realm, but he had heard a lot about its fame beforehand. "Oh, let us go, looking for treasures." After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he flew toward the distant peaks. "Wait!" Man Mountain called out to him. "What's wrong?" Jiang Feng turned around in confusion to look at Man Mountain. Chapter 538. Cultivated to the dog's body. "What's going on?" Man Shan asked Jiang Feng. "Don't make noise. Wait a moment." Jiang Feng sensed the subtle fluctuations, feeling a faint power of space from the ripples. As he focused, the spatial mark grew warmer. After a while, Jiang Feng opened his eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let's go, barbarian. I'll take you out." After saying this, Jiang Feng swiftly flew forward, the power of space enveloping him, countering the surrounding ripples. Man Shan looked at Jiang Feng in astonishment, his spiritual sense spreading out, discovering that the ripples and fluctuations disappeared without a trace as they approached Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng flew forward, absorbing the spatial power from the ripples with the spatial mark, easily breaking through the layer of restriction. Man Shan followed closely behind, and the two quickly flew ahead. "Ha! Am I impressive or what?" Jiang Feng turned to Man Shan with a proud smile. Man Shan showed a hint of disdain. "Humph, even with the spatial mark. You still needed me to remind you. Your cultivation has really gone to the dogs." "Damn it, I was just a bit careless, okay?" Chapter 539. Bloodfiend power. They randomly chose a direction and flew for several dozen miles before making a new discovery. Over there, the spiritual energy is so rich. Jiang Feng's spiritual sense covered a radius of 50 miles around him, searching for spiritual herbs. In his perception, a seemingly ordinary valley in the distance emanated a faint wave, and the spiritual energy within the valley was exceptionally dense, full of vitality. Man Shan also sensed it, and the two quickly flew toward it. They flew above the valley and descended below, where a small river meandered through the entire valley, and flowers, grasses, and trees burst with vibrant life. "That's a blood-red spirit ginseng. It must be several hundred years old." As soon as they landed, their eyes locked onto a bare patch of ground by the riverbank, where a striking crimson plant stood out and there were no other plants within 2 or 3 meters except for some low weeds. 1 leaf is 100 years. There are 7 leaves in total, 700 years, haha. The two quickly swooped down to the grass, and just as Jiang Feng was about to approach, he suddenly stopped, looking at Man Shan, who also halted, and said, "Barbarian, you go." Chapter 540. 2 losers on a plane in the talented domain. 20 to 30 figures were continuously attacking a stone formation. Break 9 swords. Boom. Overlord hammer. Bang. Figures flew. Various gorgeous moves struck the outer barrier of the stone formation, causing ripples to spread across the barrier. After dozens or even hundreds of strikes, some people had consumed more than half of their respect essence. Yet the barrier showed no signs of breaking. Unable to bear it any longer, a man in black retreated a distance and shouted, "Stop." Some people listened to him and stepped back a bit, while others continued their assault. The man in black revealed a hint of disdain, standing with 7 or 8 figures on the periphery, watching them continue to attack. The remaining figures attacked several more times, and when they realized they couldn't break the barrier, they gradually stopped. A woman in a light green long dress turned her head and shouted at the man in black, "Qiu Yin, why did you stop early? You were all attacking together. Maybe you could have broken the barrier." Hee hee. Qiu Yin showed a hint of disdainful smile and said lightly, "Nanbai, I really don't know how you cultivated to the martial sovereign realm. Is there no one left in your Nan family to let a big-breasted, brainless woman waste the talented domain spots?" Chapter 541. Stone formation. The man in the yellow long shirt saw that Jiang Feng and Man Shan didn't even glance at him, and roared angrily, "You are too much." Beside him, the furious Nanbai pointed her long sword at the two and screamed, "I want to kill you." Their words made Jiang Feng and Man Shan turn to look, sensing the fluctuations of their aura. A hint of suspicion flashed across Jiang Feng's face as he turned to Man Shan and asked, "Wasn't it said that everyone entering the talented domain are all talents? How come there is such trash?" "I don't know." Man Shan stuffed his storage ring into his pocket and shook his head. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qiu Yin and Qin Shu were communicating through their spiritual senses. "Qiu Yin, do you know them?" The burly one is Man Shan, a genius from the Barbarian Witch clan. The other one is called Jiang Feng, who almost defeated the Buddhist sect's holy son, the demon slayer, on the arena before entering. Some rumors say he is the direct disciple of the quasi-emperor. The direct disciple of the quasi-emperor, Qin Shu, who was bold and fierce, couldn't help but look at Jiang Feng when she heard those words. Just as Jiang Feng was about to scold the two trash, he felt the gaze of a beautiful woman diagonally across from him, turned and smiled, "Beauty, although I'm quite handsome, if you look at me like that, it might give me the wrong idea." Chapter 542. A snack sent by the wind bang. The barrier emitted intense fluctuations, accompanied by a hint of distortion. Man Shan shouted at Jiang Feng, "Madman, attack a single point." After saying this, a fist glove engraved with dense barbarian patterns appeared on his fist, while Jiang Feng clenched his palm and the blade of Shura appeared in his hand, shouting, "Good. Absolute kill." Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, and the blade of Shura burst forth with dazzling red light. This was a knife technique passed to Jiang Feng by the old man Qi Yang within the demon realm's ceiling formation. It was the strongest attack Jiang Feng had mastered and rarely had the opportunity to use it. The respect essence within him surged, and an extreme killing intent erupted from his body, the spatial mark on his forehead emitting a soft glow. The laws of space, the path of the knife, and the path of Shura intertwined within the blade of Shura. Break! Jiang Feng's figure flashed and appeared in midair, slashing down at the barrier below. A blood-red blade light crashing onto the protective barrier in the blink of an eye. Boom! Crack! A faint sound of cracking was heard, followed by Man Shan, filled with an extremely fierce aura, smashing his fist onto the point where Jiang Feng's blade light attacked. Chapter 543. Hammer in the world back in the circle. Everything was calm. Jiang Feng's gaze turned toward the central stone platform, where a dozen steps extended upwards, approximately 10 meters high, from his angle. He couldn't see what was on top. Spiritual sense and respect essence were fully suppressed here, so he simply lifted his foot and walked up the steps. As he stepped onto the stone platform, Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, then quickly walked up. A pair of gray-white hammers lay quietly on the stone platform above. The hammer's body was not very large, with a diameter of 30 centimeters, and the handle was just right for one hand to grip, about 50 centimeters long, entirely gray-white. With no visible bumps or unevenness, it was very smooth. The entire stone hammer seemed to be naturally formed, without any seams. Jiang Feng couldn't help but reach out and grasp one of the hammer handles. Buzz! A strange wave suddenly enveloped Jiang Feng. He trembled all over, his consciousness sinking as he stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, on the other side, Manshan entered the stone formation and encountered a similar situation, braving the wind and sand in the desert, making his way into the area defined by the stone pillars. After observing the stone pillars for a while, Manshan stepped onto the platform, looking at the two stone hammers with a hint of excitement on his face. Chapter 544. The stone hammer test. Can you sense the location of the holy material? Jiang Feng recalled how, back when the demon clan moved back to the spirit martial continent, Ling Shao Tower and Asura Blade helped him find the seed in his chest within a demon tomb. Although he still did not know what that seed was, it had been activated with immense vitality during several life and death crises, pulling Jiang Feng back from the edge of death. It's too far. We can only sense a vague direction. Get closer, and we can sense it. Ling Shao Tower and Asura Blade sent messages simultaneously. What are we waiting for? Let's go out and find the holy material. After saying this, Jiang Feng walked down from the platform, not even glancing at the stone hammers again. Although they were good items, he already had two ancient holy artifacts, and since this one did not acknowledge him, he couldn't take it with him. Your friend is undergoing the test of the stone hammer. We can sense the fluctuations from the world within the hammer. There are many ancient secret techniques on those stone pillars. You can go and comprehend them. The two holy artifacts conveyed a hint to Jiang Feng. Ancient secret techniques? Jiang Feng was taken aback. He had just circled around the stone pillars and did not find any ancient secret techniques. He raised his foot and walked to the first stone pillar, carefully observing the markings above. Chapter 545. Combat Secret Techniques. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged under a stone pillar, his eyes blankly staring at a certain pattern above. The pattern was composed of 12 lines, curving to form a shield of runes. He had lost track of time, and all his senses had faded away, leaving only these 12 lines in the entire world. In Jiang Feng's eyes, these 12 lines transformed endlessly, sometimes forming a shield, sometimes forming a spear, and sometimes emitting a soft light, captivating him, until a certain moment, the 12 zodiac array within him was suddenly released, and 12 gentle rays of light centered around him continuously changed, forming intricate runes just like those on the stone pillar. Boom! The 12 zodiac array contracted, adhering to his body surface, and a terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Feng. In the next moment, it transformed into an armor rune concentrated on his chest, instantly spreading throughout his body, and the fierce aura suddenly retracted, making his presence as solid as a rock. Defense, speed, strength, and attack. So that's how it is. Jiang Feng realized that the 12 zodiac array he had obtained long ago was a supportive combat secret technique from the martial scriptures, a fact he had known since forming his domain in the martial king realm. Chapter 546. Heavenly Sacred Flame. In the southern region of the talented domain, within a mountainous forest, dozens of figures were traversing through the mountains, seemingly searching for something. Among them, a tall man in a purple long robe was surrounded by a dozen subordinates, all of whom had at least reached the martial venerable realm. While the purple-robed man himself exuded a powerful aura, having reached the peak of martial venerable. Young Master Feng, could it be a mistake? We've searched for 2 months and found no trace of the holy medicine here, said a man in a white long robe, looking confused as he addressed the purple-robed man. Feng Xian snorted coldly. How could it be a mistake? This is the information given to me by the Holy Land. The heavenly sacred flame is right here. But, young Master Feng, we've searched this mountainous area thoroughly, even probing dozens of meters underground with our spiritual awareness, and found nothing unusual. How about we go to the next place? We've wasted too much time here. Some of the group expressed dissatisfaction with Feng Xian's information, clamoring to move on. No, let's keep searching. The heavenly sacred flame is very important to me. As long as I bring it out, I can become the next true holy son of Tsongyuan Holy Land. Feng Xian looked at the group, his expression somewhat displeased. Since your clans have chosen to support me, you must listen to me. As long as I can become the true holy son, in due time, when I ascend to the position of holy master, it will be a blessing for you. Chapter 547. ancient rhythms of the holy artifact, the surging spiritual essence poured into the stone hammer like a torrent from Jiang Feng's meridians. Buzz. An indescribable ancient rhythm emanated from the stone hammer, rapidly spreading in all directions. How powerful! The ancient rhythm radiating from the stone hammer was vast and overwhelming, and the faint pressure made Jiang Feng feel a sense of insignificance. This was the first time Jiang Feng had such a feeling about a weapon, heightening his regard for the stone hammer. Buzz buzz. The Ling Xiao tower and Asura Blade within him vibrated, transmitting messages to Jiang Feng, while also emitting a subtle rhythm that made the feeling of insignificance in his heart disappear. If you too could be restored, you wouldn't be inferior to it, right? Hee hee. Good. Jiang Feng vaguely anticipated the immense power that would be unleashed once the two holy artifacts were restored. After all, so far, the two holy artifacts had not demonstrated much power in Jiang Feng's hands, partly because his cultivation was insufficient to unleash their full potential, but mainly because both artifacts were incomplete, thus only able to exert partial power. At this moment, many practitioners searching in the forest raised their heads to look towards the mountain peak, with many strong individuals believing that the holy medicine had emerged. Waves of spiritual awareness quickly swept over, trying to probe the situation here. Chapter 548. The Smiling Tiger. Who am I? I am your father. Useless. Jiang Feng looked disdainfully at a young man in the distance, who appeared to be only around 20 years old, with a delicate appearance. His cultivation was at the mid-martial venerable realm, making him a decent cultivation talent. You're seeking death. The young man, having never encountered such a crude person, was enraged and conjured a long sword in his hand. Wait. A large man beside him grabbed him. Brother, he insulted me. The pink-faced young man turned to look at the big man. The big man exchanged a look with his younger brother, pulling him back a bit and quietly said, Manshan is very powerful. Anyone who can stay with him won't be weak, and there are so many people here. Don't stand out. The young man's face was filled with anger, and he snorted, humph. However, he ultimately listened to his brother's advice and did not charge at Jiang Feng. So arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant. I heard he has been cultivating in the northern domain battlefield for many years, forcibly breaking through the 9th shackles of his physical body, merging with the martial venerable tribulation to transcend, soaring to the heavens. Some knowledgeable individuals were whispering among their companions. Among these people is Feng Xian from Sangyuan Sacred Land. He has seen the images transmitted from inside the Sacred Land. Although in the returned images, Jiang Feng stands tall and serious, completely different from his current arrogance and dominance. His facial features are consistent, and the records indicate that Jiang Feng and Manshan were cultivating together there. Chapter 549. To show off, a sharp and piercing sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and the red blade light crossed a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye, flying towards Xiao Shuan. Hiss! What fast speed! This attack speed is unbelievable. The crowd didn't even see when Jiang Feng made his move. Just as they gasped in surprise, someone exclaimed, Where is he? At this moment, everyone noticed that the figure standing on the mountain peak was slowly dissipating, and Xiao Shuan, who was locked onto by Jiang Feng, felt goosebumps all over his body when the blade light swept towards him. His face changed drastically. Before this, he had never heard Jiang Feng's name, nor had anyone told him how abnormal Jiang Feng was. Clearly only at the mid-stage of martial venerable. Yet a single blade of light made him feel a fatal sense of crisis. Xiantian sword, Xiao Shuan shouted, and a stream of light burst forth from behind him. A blue long sword suddenly appeared, and with both hands pointing, countless blue sword lights erupted from the sword body, crashing toward the blood-colored blade light ahead. Clang! Crash! Boom! Countless blue sword lights shattered upon hitting the blade light, dissipating and generating shockwaves that spread in all directions. Xiao Shuan was at the forefront, and he was pushed backward by the force. Chapter 550. The Decisive Duo. Young Master Jiang, we have no other intentions here. We are all here to find the heavenly Saint Yin. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to those fated to have them. There are more places with holy-level spiritual herbs in the Tianjiao domain. There is no need for bloodshed. The atmosphere was tense for a moment, and finally, someone stepped forward to break the awkwardness. Jiang Feng turned to look, and a man in a white long shirt stood not far away, smiling slightly. The heavenly Saint Yin is a spiritual herb that my brother Manshan must have, and since you have searched for so long without finding it, It shows that this thing is fated to be with you. You should go about your business and not block us brothers. It won't be of much use. Jiang Feng waved his hand and spoke loudly to the surrounding cultivators. Young Master Jiang is right. We have been searching in this mountainous area for over half a year and have not found the heavenly Saint Yin. It is indeed because we are fated to have it. Now that young Master Jiang has arrived, he has found its whereabouts, which is enough to show the connection between the two of you and it. At this moment, Shu Yu, standing on the mountain peak behind, flew over with 4 junior sisters, floating not far from Jiang Feng, clearly standing on Jiang Feng's side. Chapter 551, The Black Pearl Whoosh. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the heavens and the earth, and several figures were seen frantically fleeing in all directions. Among them, the one with the fastest speed was the gloomy man. The moment the formation was broken, he used a secret treasure and fled madly to the rear. Wanna run? Ha! Leave it to me. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Feng's mouth as his figure trembled, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he chased after the front. Manshan let out a roar, swinging his double hammers as hammer shadows smashed towards the gloomy man's companions. Boom! Ah! Save me! In an instant, the cries for help echoed continuously. The strength of this group of people was only at the mid to late stage of martial venerable. When they formed the array, Jiang Feng and Manshan's relentless attacks had consumed a large amount of their martial essence, leaving them with no power to resist against Manshan's attack. Each of them turned into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies rapidly falling towards the forest below. On the other side, Jiang Feng took out the void shuttle and activated it with all his might. The spatial mark on his forehead emitted a faint glow, and his speed surpassed that of an ordinary peak martial venerable, transforming into a rapid stream of light chasing after the gloomy man. Chapter 552. Let's chat privately. By the time Jiang Feng returned to the battlefield, Feng Xian had already slipped away. I must say, this kind of person is very alert and slippery. Once there is an opportunity, he will seize it, and if not, he will leave immediately. Beauty, where's Manshan? Not seeing Manshan's figure, Jiang Feng called out to Shu Yu. You want to chase the enemy. Shu Yu pointed to the northeast direction. Jiang Feng looked over, and within his line of sight, he didn't see any figures. Expanding his spiritual sense, he found no signs of battle within a radius of 30 to 50 miles. This kid wouldn't be sneaking away to find the heavenly Saint Yin under the guise of chasing someone, would he? Jiang Feng felt a bit suspicious, secretly mumbling to himself, but he didn't show it on his face. In this vast mountain range, there were originally dozens or even hundreds of Tianjiao searching for the heavenly Saint Yin. After Jiang Feng killed Shu in the first time, some people who sensed danger quietly left. When Jiang Feng and Manshan broke the formation of the gloomy man's 7 companions the second time, it scared most of the remaining people, causing many hesitant cultivators to flee in fear of being targeted by Jiang Feng and Manshan. At this moment, Jiang Feng returned and saw the remaining figures around him, smiled, and directly shouted, "Who else is there?" Chapter 553. The space layer in the valley. As Jiang Feng was recovering his martial essence, far away in a valley 100 miles from the battlefield, Manshan flew over holding his double hammers. In fact, he had also gone to chase the enemy. Jiang Feng had only killed the gloomy man, and Manshan had chased down the remainder, killing 3, although he didn't catch all of them. After receiving Jiang Feng's message, Manshan simply didn't return to the battlefield and flew directly to the valley above. He took out a communication token and sent a message to Jiang Feng. I just arrived at this valley to the northwest of the battlefield, about 100 miles away. You should come quickly. After sending the message, Manshan descended into the valley below. The valley was not large, covering an area of a few dozen acres, and one could see the entire valley at a glance. Like other valleys, it was overgrown with trees and grasses, with some scattered rocks in the valley, showing no special features. Manshan's spiritual sense swept through it, but found nothing unusual. Senior Stonehammer, there's nothing special here. Manshan asked Stonehammer in his mind, puzzled. This secret realm was called the Spirit Object Realm in ancient times. The complete Spirit Object Realm was vast and boundless, containing countless space layers, but it was shattered in a great war later on. Chapter 554. Heavenly Saint Yin fruit. After the spiritual sense was amplified by the spatial mark, it covered the chaotic spatial force in front. The thin spatial laws spread around Jiang Feng, and his spiritual sense acted like a large hand. gradually smoothing out the chaotic spatial power in the void ahead, correcting it bit by bit. The chaotic spatial power gradually became orderly, and the distorted space no longer emitted spatial power, with the twisted light gradually smoothing out. Seeing this scene, Manshan became excited. This kid's comprehension and spatial talent are very high. His future achievements will surely be great. Stonehammer's voice echoed in Manshan's mind. Manshan looked at Jiang Feng sitting cross-legged with a hint of envy. Time slowly passed, and after a full hour, Jiang Feng finally opened his eyes, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Jiang Feng stood up and let out a long breath. If it weren't for the support of the spatial imprint, relying solely on his martial venerable cultivation and spiritual sense, it would have been difficult to calm the chaotic spatial power in this spatial layer. Even a Martial Emperor would find it extremely challenging. Can we go in now? It should be fine. I just used my spiritual sense to probe inside and sense that rich vitality. Chapter 555, The Power of the Lingxiao Tower Bus. A faint ancient aura erupted from the stone hammer, causing Manshan, who was lying on the void shuttle, to twitch all over, nearly fainting. A portion of the blood energy within him was drawn out by the stone hammer, making his form somewhat shriveled. Jiang Feng was not much better off. His respect energy was depleted, and the blood energy could only enhance his combat power, not convert into respect energy to operate the void shuttle. Therefore, when he sought help from the Lingxiao Tower and the Asura Blade, a portion of the blood energy in his body was also drawn out by the two original sacred artifacts, leaving his face extremely pale. Whoosh! The speed of the void shuttle skyrocketed. The three ancient sacred artifacts used the blood energy of the two as energy supply, utilizing the formation patterns and symbols of the sacred artifacts to resonate with the formation patterns on the void shuttle, propelling it rapidly towards the distant sky. Chase! Hurry and chase! They must have obtained the heavenly holy yin fruit. Shouts came from behind as 4 or 5 streams of light suddenly increased in speed. Determined to catch up. Damn it, those bastards! Jiang Feng turned his head to see, gritting his teeth in anger, quickly taking out pills to stuff into his mouth while sitting cross-legged on the void shuttle. Boom! The pure spiritual energy exploded within him, rapidly circulating and being enveloped into his dantian, converting into respect energy. Chapter 556, Quickly Drain Me Boom. A man in black suddenly shook violently while flying in the air, nearly tumbling down. What terrifying spiritual sense! His face was pale, and without any hesitation, he drew a curve to fly towards the left rear. Just a moment ago, he saw that couple leave, and before he could react, Jiang Feng's attack had already come. The other two men further back were not foolish. Upon sensing the fluctuations of spiritual sense in the void, they immediately understood what was happening, quickly reduced their speed, hesitated for a moment, and then turned to fly away. No longer pursuing. Ha ha ha! Barbarian, isn't your big brother awesome? Jiang Feng stood on the void shuttle, laughing wildly. This was the first time he had used spiritual sense to drive back an enemy, and the first time he discovered how powerful the Lingxiao Tower was. TCH. Although he knew Jiang Feng was abnormal, Manshan did not want to admit it, not wanting to look at his smug face. He turned his head and buzzed, saying, "Senior Stonehammer, let's leave quickly and find a place to recover." All right. The void shuttle changed direction and quickly flew down toward the plains. After lowering its altitude, it flew rapidly close to the plains for a while, following the great river upstream, entering a large lake area. Chapter 557, Two Corpse Puppets Roar. A roar that shook the heavens and earth rapidly spread in all directions. A powerful spiritual sense impact surged towards Jiang Feng and Manshan. The spiritual sense impact was the best means for high-level strong individuals to deal with low-level ones. Jiang Feng and Manshan faced a peak demon emperor, even reaching a half-step demon saint, with no power to resist. Although they each had sacred artifacts to protect them, they still could not withstand that extreme pressure. Buzz! At the critical moment, the Lingxiao Tower and the Asura Blade emitted dazzling light. Meanwhile, the stone hammer also radiated a faint black light, and the three original sacred artifacts simultaneously activated their protective abilities. Boom! A dull impact sound echoed. Go! The spirit of the stone hammer utilized the origin power of the sacred artifact to propel the void shuttle to fly rapidly into the distance. Sacred artifacts generally give birth to artifact spirits, and these spirits sometimes fade away and sometimes revive over long periods. During these times, they also accumulate their own energy. The origin of the sacred artifact. This energy is extremely important to the artifact's spirit and is very difficult to accumulate, only able to be gathered bit by bit over long periods. But now, facing the crisis of their master, the three original sacred artifacts could not help but use their origin power to protect the safety of the two while jointly supplying energy to propel the Void Shuttle, rapidly fleeing into the distance. Chapter 558. A chance encounter. Manshan, having received the heavenly holy yin fruit, was filled with excitement and agitation, his whole body trembling slightly. He could not be blamed for being overly surprised. The mature heavenly holy yin fruit belonged to the top-tier sacred-level spiritual herbs. It could be said that such top-tier spiritual herbs were extremely rare to see in the outside world, and many sacred realm strong individuals had no place to seek them. Manshan took a long breath while holding the heavenly holy yin fruit, raising his eyes to Jiang Feng and sincerely saying, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was very sincere. When Jiang Feng was undergoing tribulation, Manshan chose to invest in him, giving Jiang Feng the most precious pills on him to help him survive the annihilation tribulation. The current gains far exceeded the initial investment. He knew very well that when Jiang Feng took the heavenly holy yin fruit and ran away, he had no way to stop him, only able to watch helplessly. However, Jiang Feng did not even entertain the thought of such intentions. He had cultivated the quality of being loyal to his brothers since his previous life. And from the moment Manshan took out the pills to save him, Jiang Feng had already regarded Manshan as his brother. Loyalty to one's brothers is not just talk, not to mention sacred-level spiritual herbs. Even with precious external items, Jiang Feng would not turn against his brothers. This is the bond he shares with Wolf King and the killing god Xiao Jiao. And Jiang Feng also regarded Manshan as his brother in his heart, naturally not being fickle. Chapter 559. My husband is Jiang Feng's sister Shui. Don't mind him with. Qing Wan pulled Xia Shui and Chen Wan, preparing to bypass Lin Zhe again and leave this place. However, Lin Zhe stepped forward again, blocking their way. The other young men behind him also spread out to block Qing Wan and the others. Lin Zhe sneered. Didn't you say I couldn't take it back? Come on, I'm waiting. Ha. Don't say, these girls are quite good-looking. They're comparable to the top girls at Chunhua Garden, with figures that are just as good, ha. One of them is even pregnant, look. The group recklessly sized up the four girls. Among them, Chun Wan's hand was resting on her slightly rounded belly, and her face turned completely cold. Qing Wan's eyes were nearly spitting fire as she shouted at the other side. Lin Zhe, get out of the way, or I'll call my parents over right now. The crowd on the surrounding streets turned to look over, stopping to watch the commotion and whispering among themselves. Haha, ridiculous. Your Qing family unilaterally tore up the marriage contract back then, and my Lin family didn't pursue it. Today your friend says I can't take it back. Do you think I, Lin Zhe, am a soft persimmon? So easy to handle? Chapter 560. Snow fairy time passed little by little. The discussions on the surrounding streets never ceased. It seemed that the eldest son of the Lin family had hit a snag today, haha. Look, the Lin family belongs to the top aristocratic families in the Holy City. But it's not guaranteed. Didn't you see how the city guards ignored young Master Lin? Today, it seems he has indeed run into trouble. Although these voices were quiet, the numerous discussions made it noisy, but Lin just still clearly heard various taunts, which made his expression increasingly grim. He wanted to ask the leader of the guards several times, but he held back. Lin Zhe took out a communication token and sent a message to his father, while several of his sycophants behind him turned pale with fear, especially the lewd man who had insulted Chen Wan, who wished he could dig a hole in the ground to escape. However, a group of city guards surrounded them and clearly would not give him a chance. Soon, a white streak of light flew rapidly from the distant sky towards them, while another streak approached quickly from the west. In the blink of an eye, the streak of light stopped above the street, and a graceful figure descended step by step from the air. Looking at the newcomer, all sounds on the street disappeared, and all eyes were focused on her, including Lin Zhe, who stared blankly at her, momentarily forgetting his predicament. Chapter 561. Devouring the celestial Saint Yin in the Tianjiao domain. The sky was as gray as ever, without sunlight or clouds. After staring at the sky for a long time, it seemed as if time had eternally stagnated at a certain moment. In a vibrant mountain range, Jiang Feng and Manshan sat cross-legged inside the cave they had carved out, with a formation obscuring the outside, making it appear normal from above. Inside the cave, Jiang Feng sat in the corner. His body, which had once resembled a dried corpse, had returned to its original state after more than 3 months of recovery. A ball of energy in his abdomen no longer radiated towards his limbs, and his respect essence surged like a river, with each piece of flesh regaining vigorous vitality. He looked full of life, and the essence within him was denser than before. He had consumed a semi-mature celestial Saint Yin fruit, and if the external saint-level experts knew about it, they would probably curse him as a prodigal. But he didn't care. Only strength was his capital. With strength, he could obtain more good things. After 3 months of absorption, the celestial Saint Yin fruit still held vast energy. During these 3 months, he had absorbed only about 1/10 of its effect, but the remaining energy continued to emanate. His respect essence had become saturated, and Jiang Feng was guiding it to break through the barrier to the late martial sovereign stage. Chapter 562. Passerby, time in the mountains was timeless, and in the cave, there was no concept of heaven and earth. Jiang Feng and Manshan had been immersed in their cultivation, absorbing the effects of the celestial Saint Yin. This state continued for a full 3 years. It wasn't that they didn't want to emerge from their seclusion, but the effects of the celestial Saint Yin, a holy medicine, were too immense for them, like a person standing by the vast ocean, wanting to drink up all the seawater. It was not something that could be done in a day or two, nor by someone at their level. Fortunately, Manshan had secret methods to prevent the effects from being wasted, while Jiang Feng split his focus into 4, supplying the revival of 2 holy artifacts and a seed, while controlling the essence of heaven and earth that overflowed from his pores to cleanse his physical body. Thus, 3 years passed quietly, until one day, 4 or 5 figures flew from the distant horizon toward this mountain range. A beautiful woman with a perfect figure flew in front, wearing a purple long robe, while communicating with her companions behind her. Several junior brothers and sisters, your talent is quite good. But everyone in the Tianjiao domain is a top-notch talent on the spirit martial continent. Remember, the battlefield we are heading to this time is not an ordinary battlefield. There are already no less than 100 powerful beings fighting for the fallen Jade Heart Essence. Do not approach the battlefield lightly. I'm only bringing you to observe. Chapter 563. Old acquaintances. The aura around Ziyu exploded, spreading forward and protecting her junior brothers and sisters behind her, while she shouted, "Retreat." The next moment, the scene ahead changed dramatically, and the group quickly retreated. The landscape on the hillside disappeared for the most part, revealing a large cave entrance, where a tall young man appeared at the entrance, looking coldly at them. Is your sect teaching you to disrupt others' formations and disturb their cultivation? Jiang Feng glared frostily at the few men and women in front of him, as one man on the ground was howling, having been affected by his spiritual sense. My friend, we were abrupt this time. The trees on this hillside are unusual, and it is filled with the essence of heaven and earth. So we thought there were heavenly materials and earthly treasures here and wanted to investigate. We didn't expect it was you cultivating here. Ziyu's face flushed, and she could only pretend not to know that Jiang Feng had set up a formation, slowly speaking. There was no other way. Jiang Feng's aura was too strong and dense at this moment. As a direct disciple of the Holy Land's elder, Ziyu had reached the peak of the martial sovereign realm, but Jiang Feng gave her an immense sense of pressure, and her keen senses detected a rich aura of danger from him. Chapter 564. Eavesdropping in the sky, 2 streaks of light flew rapidly northward. Jiang Feng sat in front of the void shuttle with interest, while behind him were several junior disciples of Ziyu, including the unlucky fellow who had been affected by his spiritual sense, who was now recovering. Young Master Jiang, your reputation has long spread throughout the Holy Land. I heard that when you transcended the tribulation, you directly blasted apart the tribulation clouds and brazenly passed the destruction sovereign tribulation. Ziyu's junior sister, wearing a light green dress, looked at Jiang Feng with starry eyes, full of admiration. Fortunately, it was just luck. Those destruction tribulation clouds were nothing. They didn't hurt at all when struck. Jiang Feng maintained a smile on his face as he was being praised. You're really impressive, young Master Jiang. You don't know, but you have many fans in our Holy Land. I'm also one of your little fans. If we had known you were cultivating inside, we definitely wouldn't have disturbed you. It's fine, just a small matter. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, not caring at all. After all, he had encountered fans, especially female fans, so he had to be magnanimous. Young Master Jiang, I heard that you helped Senior Baijan during his tribulation. Is that true? Chapter 565. Battle Plain in the northern part of the Tianjiao domain. In a vast plain, a stone tablet several hundred feet high stood in the center. Surrounding the stone tablet, dozens to hundreds of figures were engaged in chaotic battles. Boom! Countless gorgeous techniques and powers collided, creating an unending roar. This battlefield was a special area in the Tianjiao domain. The distant stone tablet was known as the battle tablet. As long as someone fought in this plane, it would record the comprehensive strength of each combatant. On the stone tablet, there is a ranking, and the top 10 can receive generous rewards. Each time the rewards are opened, they are never disappointing. This time, the reward for ranking first is a piece of sacred-level refining material called meteorite heart essence. This sacred material is extremely rare in the spirit martial continent of the outside world, and it may not appear even once in 1,000 years. After the news spread, cultivators in the Heavenly Pride domain almost all rushed over here. After all, sacred materials are hard to come by, and once taken to the outside world, even Saint Realm powerhouses would fight fiercely for them. Thousands of miles away from the plain battlefield, two beams of light approached rapidly, one after the other. Wow, it's so intense. I can feel some fluctuations of the power of laws from this far away. Chapter 566. Chaotic Battlefield Boom. The dull rumbling sounds echoed throughout the battlefield as Jiang Feng dashed forward, plunging into the chaotic battleground. As soon as he entered, a sharp voice rang in his ears. Jiang Feng turned and punched out, the massive fish shadow striking an arrow. Bang! Clang! The arrow was knocked away, and just as Jiang Feng was about to catch the ambusher, a spear thrust came from the side. Get lost! Sensing the respect and power of the laws on the spear, Jiang Feng curled his lips into a cold smile, twisted his body, and unleashed a whip-like kick that accurately struck the side of the spearhead. The tremendous force hit the young man's body, causing his expression to change drastically as he attempted to escape. But Jiang Feng had set his sights on him, and the respect within him erupted, increasing his speed dramatically. Boom! Clang, clang, clang. The young man, wearing inner armor, was pounded repeatedly in the chest by Jiang Feng's fists. Although his inner armor did not shatter, the powerful impact directly caused damage to his internal organs, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Bang! With a shoulder charge, Jiang Feng sent the young man flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his aura quickly diminishing. Chapter 567. Undying Sacred Body Boom. Kill! Ah! The shouts of battle and cries of pain were endless, with some roaring and others screaming. The entire plain was filled with figures fighting. Jiang Feng grew more and more valiant in battle, his momentum soaring as he sent one figure after another flying or cleaved them off the plain with his blade light. Kill! Blade Industry Hell. Endless killing intent and blade light filled the vision of the surrounding cultivators, the whistling sounds of cuts comparable to ghostly wails, causing people to feel disoriented. Countless blade lights came crashing in, and 4 or 5 late-stage martial sovereigns were instantly slashed backward. In the distance, Manshan swung his double hammers, desperately facing off against 10 or so cultivators in front of him. Boom! Thud! The hammer shadows fell from the sky, smashing into the figures ahead, causing one to spit out a mouthful of blood as they fell towards the plain below. On the stone tablet, standing in the center of the plain, dozens of names constantly alternated and rolled up and down, changing at all times. Buzz! A strange rhythm emanated from the direction of the stone tablet, instantly appearing in Jiang Feng's ears. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng instinctively shouted his own name. On the stone tablet, the two characters Jiang Feng surged up, entering the top 20. Chapter 568. Crushing the Undying Sacred Body, just you. Not qualified. Jiang Feng's entire being was pushed to the limit with respect, blood, the 12 heavenly arrays, and his physical body, casting a faint red hue across half the sky behind him. The terrifying pressure caused some peak martial sovereign powerhouses in the distance to change their expressions slightly, their gazes turning serious as they looked at him. Boom! Jiang Feng grabbed Xianhao's arm, kicked out, and twisted his body, transmitting a powerful force into Xianhao's body. I'll get away! Xianhao twisted to dodge Jiang Feng's kicking leg, but the terrifying force in his arm sent his entire body uncontrollably flying forward. The moment he flew out, Xianhao desperately tried to regain control and turned to attack Jiang Feng, but the next moment, a terrifying force surged from his waist. Bang! Ugh! A muffled groan escaped his lips as Xian Hao's expression changed. Excruciating pain radiated from his waist. Before he could even process his condition, a chill surged from his heart, and a sharp whistling sound came crashing toward his head, instinctively raising his arms. Bang! Xian Hao's body flew backward. A faint cracking sound emanating from his arms, his arm bone shattered by Jiang Feng's strike. Chapter 569. Great battle with Yaoyue Dao Cang's aura was somewhat mysterious and reserved. Unlike Jiang Feng and Man Shan's exaggerated thickness, hovering in the sky, he exuded the demeanor of a bone cultivator, looking down at Jiang Feng below, shaking his head slowly, and saying, "Xian Dao friend, and I have met a few times, so he could be considered a friend. Then why are you meddling?" Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He had intended to completely subdue Xian Hao, thereby establishing his deterrence and momentum, so that ordinary cultivators would fear him 3 points. Just like in his past life in the mercenary world, where most mercenaries would show solemnity upon hearing the name of their Shura battle team. Dao Cang sighed lightly and said, "Jiang Feng, this heavenly pride domain is a place for everyone to gain opportunities and enhance their strength. It is a secret realm developed by the supreme sacred land to cultivate people like us, not a place for us to kill each other." Huh! Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain on his face. "When I was weak, I never fought with any powerful cultivators for food and resources, because I knew that was seeking death. I would never expect anyone to save me, nor would I place my hopes on others. I rely solely on myself. I wouldn't even glance at things I lacked the strength to obtain." Chapter 570. Battle with Yaoyue to suppress. Yaoyue shouted, her hands tracing arcs in front of her, forming seals. Buzz! A white round moon rapidly expanded, blocking the void in front of her. Clang, 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 clang. The dense, crisp sound continued, and countless blade lights wreaked havoc. Jiang Feng swallowed a respect origin pill and a blood chi pill, even quickly taking out a top-tier spirit source pill to swallow, causing 3 types of energy to explode within him, replenishing what he needed. Absolute kill. Whoosh! The blade light, as thin as a thread, seemed to pierce through the void, striking the barrier, and at the same time, Jiang Feng's figure trembled, transforming into a beam of light shooting upward. Boom, boom, crack. Everyone's expressions slightly changed as they saw a minuscule gap appear in the milky white barrier in front of Yaoyue. In the next moment, the entire barrier exploded into countless points of light. Yaoyue's expression remained calm. She had not expected that merely relying on a barrier could stop Jiang Feng. She raised her hands, softly chanting a strange incantation, while her aura grew increasingly sinister. Jiang Feng shot up into the sky in an instant, swinging a blade toward Yaoyue's neck. Shing! Clang! Boom! Jiang Feng's figure suddenly flew backwards in midair, an invisible shockwave relentlessly bombarding him, causing him to uncontrollably retreat rapidly in the air. Chapter 571. Gathering of Talented Individuals. TSK, TSK, TSK. So fierce. Fumo was completely shirtless, his muscular physique exposed, and his muscle lines were perfect. Additionally, there were some black and gold patterns intertwining on his body, forming a strange half-Buddha, half-demon face pattern on his shoulders and chest. His arrival sparked discussions among some people, as Fumo was a well-known genius across the spirit martial continent, perhaps previously overshadowed by figures like Dao Cang. However, a year ago, a shocking battle took place in the genius domain. Fumo fought against the Holy Sun Hongzhan of the Misty Holy Land, and their battle shattered a mountain range. In the end, Fumo suppressed Hongzhan with a slight advantage, winning this top-level contest and firmly establishing himself among the top geniuses. Fumo, I heard you have reached half-step Martial Emperor? Dao Cang's gaze was fixed on Fumo, trying to see through his depths. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Feng had been suppressing Fumo in their fights. At that time, Fumo was definitely no match for Hongzhan. Dao Cang was well aware of this. But now, Fumo's aura was profound, exuding an extremely domineering presence, and his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly compared to before entering the secret realm. Chapter 572. Gathering of Talented Individuals 2. Just as the goddess of Luo arrived, and before Man Shan had a chance to speak, a playful voice echoed from the distant sky. Sister Luo, wait for me. You rushed off in a hurry because there was a man waiting for you. The goddess of Luo calmly replied. Wu Mei, if you're feeling frisky, I can help you with that. I heard you have that hobby. Yes, I love having someone scratch my itch. A streak of light flew in, instantly entering the light barrier. As the light faded, a woman dressed in cool attire appeared before everyone. She had light, red long hair, with slight curls at the ends. Her eyes carried a natural allure, and beneath her finely shaped nose, her red lips parted slightly, revealing her long legs that were exposed to the sight of many cultivators. Drawing countless gazes. Wu Mei, daughter of the ancient family. How did she get here? Didn't she say she wouldn't participate in the genius domain? How did she come in? You fools. How could someone of her caliber not participate? Numerous discussions erupted around, as the identities of these two women were extraordinary, coupled with their beauty and strength, making them the dream figures of countless cultivators across the continent. Chapter 573, Gathering of Talented Individuals 3. Time passed unnoticed, and more people arrived at the plain battlefield. However, the terrifying fluctuations and air waves emanating from the battlefield caused many to stop outside the light barrier. Only a few extremely confident geniuses entered the barrier, and they were all top-tier geniuses of the spirit martial continent. They included heirs of holy lands, direct descendants of ancient families and royal princes, and their arrival made the lineup in the plain even more luxurious and elite, with none of the geniuses having a cultivation level lower than the peak Martial Venerable. In fact, several had even reached half-step Martial Emperor, making Jiang Feng's late-stage Martial Venerable cultivation likely the lowest among the 20 or so people on the plain. Yet even so, no one dared to look down on him. On the battlefield, the clash between Jiang Feng and Fumo provided everyone with a visual shock. Jiang Feng's physical body, bound by 9 shackles, unleashed a terrifying blood power, capable of collapsing mountains with its explosive force. Meanwhile, the devil and Buddha patterns on Fumo intertwined, fully activating his unique physique, showcasing a strength that was superior to before entering the secret realm, withstanding Jiang Feng's frenzied attacks head-on. Boom! The collision between the two was an ultimate display of physical power and strength. Chapter 574, Goddess of Luo. Fumo, have you fallen out with the Buddhist sect? A figure standing at the edge called out to Fumo. It was the goddess of Luo among the crowd. No. Fumo swung his long staff, grinning oddly, then flew towards Jiang Feng, boldly shouting, "Enough of the nonsense. Now that you all are here, there are 34 of us on the battlefield. The stone tablet only ranks the top 10. We've fought for so long. It's your turn. First, kick out the excess, then we can discuss rankings later." Hearing Fumo's words, Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, and as he saw Fumo approaching, he didn't refuse. After they joined forces, they turned and flew towards Manshan nearby. The trio that had fallen into the demon realm had gathered again. Although Manshan held some resentment towards Fumo, he did not reject Fumo and Jiang Feng's approach. Their combination made everyone present frown. Even Dao Tsang and Yao Yu above exchanged serious glances, instantly making a decision. Yao Yu flew to Dao Tsang's side, and her obvious attitude caused the other geniuses who had not fought to look grave. Chapter 575, Super Mixed Battle. Jiang Feng showed a hint of surprise on his face. He did not expect the other party to be so generous in acknowledgement and not hide the favor that the 9 Xian Holy Master held for him. However, while the goddess of Luo's words confirmed Jiang Feng's excellence, they also expressed her determination in cultivation, without slander or worship. From her face, Jiang Feng only saw tranquility and a calm mindset. Truly, she was the saintess of the 9 Xian Holy Land, possessing the bearing of a holy master. Jiang Feng sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the distant goddess of Luo, sincerely praising her. Throughout his cultivation journey, Jiang Feng had encountered many strong individuals, having met almost all the holy masters of the 8 holy lands. Those who reached that level were almost all people of great stature, and today, he saw that same stature and composure in a woman. "Thank you." The goddess of Luo nodded towards Jiang Feng, then looked at the many geniuses behind her. "Come on. Since the fight has begun, let us get started." Her ethereal voice spread across the entire plain. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted towards the stone tablet. Just now, with a single move, he had defeated Hiyu, and her name instantly appeared on the stone tablet, pushing down another name while also emitting a faint golden glow. Chapter 576, Super Mixed Battle 2. In the Hammer World, Manshan roared, and the stone hammer in his hand emitted a dark light, with hammer shadows continuously crashing down. The two men in front were suffering greatly, desperately defending themselves. Whoosh! Clang! Boom! A sword beam struck the stone hammer, but Manshan firmly held on to it, his figure steady as a mountain, hammering down one blow after another. Clang! Thud! One figure was smashed downwards, while another instantly retreated, realizing that continuing to fight Manshan would only lead to defeat and injury. 2 against 1. Utterly defeated, all eyes were firmly glued to Manshan. The body, which has broken the 8 shackles, is empowered by the barbaric dominance. Although he has lost the core of his life, the barbarian bone, his physical foundation, remains. And with his peak martial sovereign cultivation and dual hammers, he has reached the peak of strength. Fu Mo squints his eyes at Manshan and turns to Jiang Feng, saying, "It seems the barbarian is about to rise. When he recovers his barbarian bone, that will truly be a rise." Jiang Feng chuckles lightly. He is not surprised that Manshan has this strength. After saying this, Jiang Feng turns to Fu Mo and suddenly asks, "What was going on between your Buddhist sect and the barbarian? Which clan back then? What is the situation with Manshan's life, holy bone?" Chapter 577, Super Chaos 3 on the Stone Tablet, Dao Song, Yao Yu, Jiang Feng, Fu Mo, Luo Shun, Manshan, Wu Mei, Yin Hong Chun, and others, who were originally ranked in the top 10 on the Stone Tablet, now have more than a dozen names appearing, emanating a faint golden light. Upon closer inspection, the golden light of these names varies in strength. In the battlefield, some people are continuously spitting blood and retreating, with some even falling off the plane, exiting the competition sequence. Jiang Feng charges into the chaotic battlefield and shouts, "There are too many people. Kick them out. Kill." The murderous blade light sweeps across. Clang! A woman at the forefront looks horrified at Jiang Feng's figure, just at the moment of contact. Her peak martial sovereign cultivation is repeatedly sent flying back by Jiang Feng's blade light. Previously, when observing from a distance, most people thought Jiang Feng was strong, but did not see him as unbeatable. However, now that they have made contact, they can feel that terrifying force and sharpness. Boom boom pu. Jiang Feng plunges into the battle group. A move of mass attack, blood drinking time and space, leaves 4 or 5 celestial talents in chaos trying to defend. And then they're smashed down by other nearby celestial talents. Kill. Chapter 578. The Stone Tablet takes action. Dao Song, not only called Jiang Feng. On the other side, Fu Mo, Manshan, Luo Shun, Wu Mei, and others all sent sound transmissions. As they gathered one by one, 10 candidates assembled around Dao Song. These 10 candidates almost represent the strongest fighters in the entire plain battlefield, and they're also Dao Song's top 10 candidates in mind. With their gathering, the battles on the entire plain battlefield gradually calm down. Below on the plain, about 10 figures are seated, with 2 already dead bodies. In midair, 10 are gathered around Dao Song, and there are about 10 on the opposite side. This situation is already quite clear. You all can leave. Otherwise, if this continues, many of you will fall. It's not worth it. Dao Song stands at the forefront, slowly speaking to the figures opposite. Oomph. Someone snorted in dissatisfaction. Not satisfied? Then stay and play. Fu Mo has a strange smile on his face, sweeping his long stick, a fierce and domineering aura rushing towards the crowd ahead. Qin Xiao, in a black robe, looks at the figures beside Dao Song, comparing them in his heart, weighs the situation, and turns around to fly towards the outside of the light shield. Chapter 579. One-on-one will battle Dong. A dull sound spreads across the entire battlefield. The 2 figures scattered in 10 areas feel their vision blur and appear in the air above the plane. Fu Mo battles Dao Kang. In midair, the restraining power on both of them is instantly released, and a faint green glow flies from the stone tablet towards the 2. The glow lands on Fu Mo and Dao Song. Dao Song closes his eyes directly, revealing a hint of pleasure on his face, while Fu Mo lets out a slight moan. "Ha, not bad, not bad. The Stone Tablet's product is indeed extraordinary." Fu Mo opens his eyes, feeling the surging respect origin within him. Laughing heartily, his state instantly elevated to the peak. Sensing their overwhelming momentum, Jiang Feng and the others stand in their area, looking astonished. This method exceeds their expectations. Although they are not top-tier powerhouses, each has reached the peak martial sovereign realm. This stone tablet can instantly fill Fu Mo and Dao Song states to the max. They have truly never seen such a magical method. Come, Fu Mo shouts loudly, gripping the pitch-black long stick, taking the first shot at Dao Song. Chapter 580. The power of Dao Song. The clanging sounds continue endlessly. Dao Song is in midair, 100 meters away from Yin Hong Chun, with countless fine raindrops falling towards him. A shield formed by the force of the laws wraps around him from all directions, desperately resisting the opponent's attacks. Boom! Among the raindrops are some powerful attack methods, and Dao Song seems to be in a rain of bullets, with countless bullets continuously sweeping towards him. The respect origin within both of them is rapidly depleting. In the distance, Yin Hong Chen's figure becomes increasingly illusory, and the raindrops in the mist become denser. With every breath, countless raindrops fall in front of Dao Song. From a moment, Yin Hong Chen's voice dropped. In just 4 or 5 breaths, Dao Song's respect origin decreased by 70%. The raindrops became denser, and the attack intensity increased. At this moment, he finds it difficult to counterattack and interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. Kill! Yin Hong Chun suddenly shouts again. Boom! The raindrops in midair erupt, and all the raindrops instantly transform into countless light points, sweeping towards Dao Song. In that moment, Dao Song's pupils constrict, and an extreme sense of crisis rapidly rises in his heart. Break for me. Chapter 581. Jiang Feng versus Dao Song battles Yao Yu, another fierce contest. Although Yao Yu performs remarkably, with her overwhelming spiritual attacks being unpredictable, she is still not enough against the hexagonal warrior Dao Song, ultimately suffering a regrettable defeat. 5 battles, 5 victories. After Yao Yu's defeat, everyone's pressure increases again. Next, Lin Xian from the heavenly martial sacred land steps up. As a child of the sacred land, Lin Xian's strength is extremely powerful. In Jiang Feng's eyes, Lin Xian is even stronger than Yao Yu and harder to deal with. In the end, he battles Dao Song until his respect origin is nearly exhausted, narrowly losing to Dao Song. 6 battles, 6 victories. Lu Bai steps up. His strength is similar to Lin Xian's. In the final burst, he uses the Starfall Sacred Land's ultimate skill, Star Plucking Hand, but is still resisted by Dao Song. The two are nearly mutually destructive, but Dao Song's condition is slightly better than Lu Bai's, and the stone tablet determines that Dao Song's combat power is superior. Luo Shun, defeated. One after another, a complete rout. Finally, after the first 8 all fall under Dao Song's hand, everyone's gaze focuses on Jiang Feng. Not only the 10 of them, but also a large number of celestial talents outside the light shield turn their eyes towards Jiang Feng, who is sitting cross-legged on the ground. As long as he defeats Jiang Feng, Dao Song will undoubtedly rank first in this competition and can be said to become the outstanding talent of the younger generation in the spirit martial continent, standing alone. Chapter 582. Jiang Feng versus Dao Song, 2 kill. Jiang Feng's speed was pushed to the extreme. Although his comprehension of the laws of space was not yet profound, the enhancement of his speed due to the laws of space was considerable, and the laws of space naturally had an advantage over other laws. Dao Song's cultivation was deeper than Jiang Feng's, and his understanding of the laws was greater and more profound, which was undeniable. Anyone with a discerning eye could see it. But Jiang Feng's strength lay in the bizarre nature of the laws of space, which made it difficult to defend against, combined with his incredibly powerful physique. The strength he unleashed was not to be underestimated by anyone, including Dao Song. Boom! The two engaged in continuous exchanges. Dao Song relied on his strong cultivation base to wear down Jiang Feng, which was his greatest advantage. Some people outside watched as Dao Song was being chased around by Jiang Feng, looking quite displeased, and some even muttered curses. A half-step Martial Emperor, being chased so helplessly by a peak martial venerable, truly disgraceful for the Dao in Holy Land. Ah, idiot, you're talking nonsense. Dao Song is leveraging his greatest advantage. Combat isn't child's play, what do you know? Ha ha ha. It's truly laughable. Chapter 583. Jiang Feng versus Dao Song, 3 bang bang bang. The sound of intense strikes was continuous, and Dao Song's expression was extremely grim as he struggled to maintain the violently shaking shield. Each of Jiang Feng's attacks was not completely absorbed by the shield, but rather transmitted through it to his physical body, causing his blood to surge violently. This was not the main point. The most important thing was Jiang Feng's speed and attack frequency. his true body rapidly switched among 7 afterimages, moving at an extreme speed that was almost like teleportation, creating the illusion that the afterimages had not yet disappeared before he had already darted past them and returned to his original position to attack the shield. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng attacked the shield dozens or even hundreds of times. Such speed and frequency of attack were completely unattainable by a martial venerable cultivator. All of this was thanks to Jiang Feng's spatial imprint. At this moment, the laws of space radiating from the center of his brow enveloped his entire body, filling his entire sea of consciousness with rich spatial power. Jiang Feng's spiritual body had its eyes tightly closed, fully immersed in the comprehension of the laws of space. Cultivating during battle. This was not his first time doing this. But this time, he was immersed more thoroughly, almost abandoning defense and the control of his own body, relying entirely on years of hand-to-hand combat experience and the instincts of his physical body. Chapter 584, Victory Kill. Daocang roared. A large amount of blood sprang as he fell toward the plains below. The respect essence within him had been exhausted, and he could no longer activate his defensive spirit tool. Faced with Jiang Feng's blade light, he could only rely on instinct to evade. And Jiang Feng's speed was so quick that he no longer appeared as graceful as before, with his injuries becoming increasingly severe. In contrast, Jiang Feng had a deep wound on his left arm, his right leg pierced, his abdomen penetrated, and blood was gushing from all over his body, looking far more tragic than Daocang. However, in terms of momentum and combat power, Jiang Feng became increasingly fierce. Even though his respect essence had been completely consumed, his body still possessed terrifying strength, and coupled with his strong vitality, he became braver with each battle, relentlessly pursuing and attacking Daocang. Boom! Daocang once again took a punch from Jiang Feng head-on, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, as he forcibly condensed a short sword of laws in his hand, slashing toward Jiang Feng's neck. At this point, he could no longer hold back. Jiang Feng's Asura Blade was swiftly raised, blocking in front of his neck, while he kneeled toward Daocang's chest with a powerful strike. Clang, HSS, bang, crack. The two pulled apart once again. Chapter 585. The gap in physical strength time passed quietly, and Jiang Feng took a bit longer to recover this time. After a good half an hour, the deep green light gradually faded as it was completely absorbed by Jiang Feng. His unscathed form emerged, and he opened his eyes, the faint crimson slowly receding. Without the stimulation of pain, Jiang Feng withdrew from his frenzied state, just as everyone was curious about who the next opponent would be. A peculiar rhythm spread across the entire plain, and a graceful and slender figure appeared in midair. She did not expect to face Jiang Feng so soon. Before she could collect herself, Jiang Feng across from her grinned and slashed the Asura Blade across his thigh. Hiss! Blood sprayed, and a wound appeared on his thigh. But it wasn't over. The blade light rampaged, and within moments, 4 or 5 wounds appeared on his body. With blood gushing out, countless people were left dumbfounded by this series of actions, with some even questioning, what's wrong with him? Is he self-harming before the fight? No. Is he letting go? Self-harming first? The doubts in countless people's hearts were answered the next moment. Chapter 586. Are you insulting me? Clang. Blade light and sword light filled the entire field of vision and space. Most people outside the shield could only see the rampant blade light and sword shadows, only hearing the piercing sounds of collision, unable to see where the two figures were. Stab, slash, point, flick, cut, chop. Various fundamental sword techniques were brilliantly displayed by Liu Bai, each move carrying a sharp lethality. Liu Bai's fighting style was completely different from Wu Meinu's. His movement was fluid, and his sword techniques left no trace, showcasing the sharpness of the sword path to perfection. Jiang Feng's gaze was extremely calm as his arms continuously waved, blocking various sword techniques from the opponent. Kill. Seizing an opening, Jiang Feng's rich respect essence surged into the Asura Blade, slashing sideways. Liu Bai, whose movement trajectory Jiang Feng had caught, changed his expression and forcibly altered his direction. Leaping upwards, and the long sword in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, slashing down toward Jiang Feng. The dragon swimming technique that Jiang Feng practiced came from the scripture pavilion of the star-fallen Holy Land, personally selected by the old man of 100 battles for him. Although it was not the most top-notch technique in the star-fallen Holy Land, Traces of a dragon swimming technique could also be found in Liu Bai's movements. Chapter 587, Jiang Feng vs. Yao Yu. The battle between Jiang Feng and Fu Mo was filled with violence. Their fighting styles were very similar, characterized by intense collisions. Fu Mo held his breath and confronted Jiang Feng head-on. Before entering the secret realm, Jiang Feng had been suppressing Fu Mo in Tianjiao City. After entering the secret realm, Fu Mo gained a great opportunity, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength, originally thinking he could catch up to Jiang Feng or even surpass him. However, at this moment, Jiang Feng's explosive power once again firmly suppressed Fu Mo. His physical body could only achieve such a violent explosion with the support of his half-Buddha, half-demon special physique, which lacked the endurance and foundation compared to Jiang Feng's unique and powerful physique. Boom! Damn it! Fu Mo was punched in the chest by Jiang Feng, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew backward, the light on his body dimming significantly. He cursed Jiang Feng while dodging the blade light that Jiang Feng had slashed at him, grabbing his stick and charging back in. Jiang Feng's speed suddenly skyrocketed, creating 4 or 5 afterimages in midair, surrounding the Demon Slayer and attacking. The Demon Slayer was caught off guard by Jiang Feng's sudden burst of power, swinging his staff in all directions, trying to force Jiang Feng back. Chapter 588, Consecutive Victories. Jiang Feng roared, his spiritual awareness, strength slightly stronger than that of others at the same level. However, facing the Demon Moon this time, he suffered a significant setback. It was the first time since his debut that he faced a powerful opponent skilled in spiritual attacks, and also the first time he felt wounded and threatened in terms of his spiritual awareness. The anger in his heart made Jiang Feng even more furious, the light between his eyebrows growing increasingly bright. The laws of space surrounded him, pushing his speed to the limit, leaving behind several afterimages as he rushed towards the Demon Moon. Jiang Feng's speed put immense pressure on the Demon Moon, who skillfully maintained his distance, knowing that if Jiang Feng got close, he would only face defeat. The two engaged in a tug-of-war in midair. Hundreds of talented individuals, along with the other 8 seed contestants, were closely watching the battle in the sky. Boom! Invisible shockwaves rampaged, and crimson blades of light chased after the Demon Moon's figure. Both of them pushed their strengths to the limit, with continuous booming sounds echoing. Jiang Feng was once again struck in his sea of consciousness, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the crimson in his eyes growing more intense, his killing intent spreading across half the battlefield. Kill! Countless blades of light appeared, sealing off the opponent's escape routes. Chapter 589, The First Talent. As the green glow around Jiang Feng dissipated, Lin Xian's figure appeared in midair. Jiang Feng's figure flickered and appeared above, looking at Lin Xian from a distance. Lin Xian revealed a bitter smile to Jiang Feng. I can't beat you. Jiang Feng remained silent, his crimson eyes fixed on Lin Xian, the blade of the Shura sword bursting with light. But I still want to give it a try. Lin Xian put away his bitter smile, waving one hand to conjure a long spear. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air erupted. The spear's tip drew a semicircle in midair, swiftly attacking Jiang Feng. With a wave of his arm, blade light flashed, and, at the same time, his figure flickered in midair as he lunged towards Lin Xian. Clang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Lin Xian was not weak. His explosive combat power was not inferior to that of the Demon Slayer in Man Mountain. The long spear even exuded the aura of a king among weapons, with spear shadows and blade lights rampaging across the battlefield. Jiang Feng struck with a blade, his figure flickering, leaving behind several afterimages as he began a frenzied assault on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression changed. Only under Jiang Feng's onslaught could he truly appreciate the terror of Jiang Feng's speed and the despairing pressure it brought. With a long spear in his hand, resembling a dragon. Chapter 590, The Path of Ascendancy. The rich green glow was gradually absorbed by Jiang Feng's depleted body, accompanied by a series of booming sounds as he opened his eyes. Watching the battle above, Jiang Feng checked his own body. The last fight had drained a significant amount of his vitality, but fortunately, the stone tablet had provided him with plenty of essence from heaven and earth to help him recover. Glancing at the two figures above, Liu Bai and Lin Xian, the sons of the sacred land were engaged in combat, with sword shadows and spear shadows filling the sky, fierce sword lights, and overwhelming killing intent clashing violently. After exhaling a long breath, Jiang Feng clenched his fists and directed his gaze towards the distant stone tablet. The dazzling golden characters of Jiang Feng shone at the top, with the 9 characters following proclaiming his achievements. Undefeated. Since Dao Cong defeated all other talented individuals in the first round, and Jiang Feng defeated Dao Cong, his ranking securely placed him first, unshakable by anyone. Looking at his name, Jiang Feng grinned widely, laughter escaping him, the pride on his face indescribable with words. This left some of the talented individuals secretly watching him speechless. Did he really need to? Nearby, the demon slayer rolled his eyes and muttered a curse at Jiang Feng on behalf of everyone. Laughing like that, you dog. Chapter 591. After the battle. As the battles on the plain battlefield came to an end one by one, the rankings on the stone tablet gradually became clear, with Jiang Feng undoubtedly in first place. Following closely were Dao Cong in second, the Demon Moon in third, Lu Bai in fourth, the Goddess of Luo in fifth, the Demon Slayer in sixth, Man Mountain in seventh, Lin Xian in eighth, Wu Mei in ninth, and Yin Hongchun in last place. Since Yin Hongchun fought Jiang Feng, the remaining contestants did not give her any chance to use secret techniques, with everyone launching full frontal assaults, relentlessly attacking her. This resulted in her having no room to perform and facing total defeat. Although she was ranked last, none of the talented individuals present dared to underestimate her or give her an opportunity. After all, both Dao Cong and Jiang Feng had nearly fallen at her hands, and no one could afford to ignore her. As the final battle came to a close, the stone tablet emitted rays of light. These lights scattered in all directions, enveloping various sacred objects that landed in the designated areas. Jiang Feng received the reward from the stone tablet. As the light dissipated, a palm-sized piece of colorful meteorite jade appeared in his hand. This piece of jade, though small, was so precious that it could incite madness among countless powerful beings in the outside world. Chapter 592. The Rise of Man Mountain. The debate this time lasted quite a while. The 10 individuals sat atop the mountain for a full 6 months, marking Jiang Feng's first time sitting down with peer-level talented individuals to exchange cultivation experiences. Dao Cong, the Demon Moon, and the Goddess of Luo, among others, came from sacred family backgrounds, having received excellent systematic training and possessed a wealth of experience in cultivation that Jiang Feng lacked. After 6 months, Jiang Feng reviewed his entire cultivation journey from the beginning until now, realizing that although he had been progressing smoothly, he had taken many detours along the way. He even felt that compared to other talented individuals, his foundation was quite insufficient. As the 6 months passed, everyone began to gradually disperse. The Goddess of Luo and Wu Mei left first, followed closely by Lin Xian and the Demon Moon, with Yin Hongchun and Dao Cong also departing in succession. Atop the mountain, Jiang Feng, the Demon Slayer, Man Mountain, and Lu Bai from the Starfall Sacred Land sat cross-legged. "Brother Lu, could you part with it?" Jiang Feng asked with a smile, looking at Lu Bai not far away. Lu Bai, ranked fourth in the battle, had obtained a Cloud Immortal Spirit Fruit, a highly precious sacred realm spiritual medicine. While this fruit was of little significance to Jiang Feng, it was extremely important to Man Mountain. Chapter 593. The Rise of Man Mountain 2. Booming sounds echoed through the valley. Man Mountain violently carved out a medium-sized cave in the rock wall, collecting the fallen debris himself. "That's enough." Man Mountain looked at the 20-square-meter cave and turned to shout at Jiang Feng. "All right, let me set it up." Jiang Feng nodded, stepped forward, and waved his hand, sending dozens of streams of light flying out, landing at various positions on the rock wall and cave entrance. At this moment, Jiang Feng's spiritual sense was incredibly vast, and it was extremely easy for him to sketch a simple concealment formation. Every point where the spirit stones landed on the mountain wall had numerous formation patterns drawn out, forming intertwining and entangled rays of light. The surrounding spiritual energy was exceptionally rich, and as the formation continued to take shape, the spiritual energy in the valley gradually gathered towards this side, flowing into the cave. "The formation is complete," Jiang Feng shouted, and large swathes of formation patterns began to intertwine, gathering countless rays of light from the mountain wall to the soil below, forming a formation that shone with brilliance. Whoosh! The spiritual energy surged, creating a gust of wind, And only when the light on the ground gradually dimmed did the surrounding commotion begin to slowly subside. Chapter 594. The Demon Suppressor Who Wants to Escape as Time Passed. The spirals of energy in Jiang Feng's meridians were dispersed and reconstructed. Each newly reconstructed spiral, whether in strength or rotational speed, was significantly enhanced. Spirals built with respect essence increased the speed and strength of refining the respect essence by more than 10 times compared to those constructed with spiritual power. When the first meridian was completed, Jiang Feng did not stop but rushed into the second meridian with the refined respect essence. The process repeated with increasing speed. When all spirals in his body were completely reconstructed, a loud boom resonated from the 108 acupoints connecting all spirals. At that moment, the respect essence within him was pulled by a powerful force, causing the respect essence in his dantian to begin to surge. The vast respect essence poured into the meridians, flowing through each spiral. After the first meridian emerged, the respect essence was refined again, and its strength directly increased by 30%. The second, the third. From the first to the final 12th meridian, the newly emerged respect essence that flowed back into the dantian was several times stronger than before. And no matter how the unrefined respect essence in the dantian tried to assimilate it, it could not shake this newly birthed respect essence. Chapter 595. The transformation of the barbarian mountain. The pale sky had no night, and time seemed non-existent on this land, eternally still. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, the barbarian mountain did not know how long had passed. All his focus was on the bone in the warm bed. As time went on, the bone became very solid, emanating a faint golden glow, wrapped in countless barbaric patterns in which symbols, intertwining to form an intricate design. The energy in the warm bed gradually thinned as the bone continued to absorb it. The fluctuations of the laws of heaven and earth contained within the two holy fruits also gradually stabilized, no longer as violent as before. When the last trace of energy in the warm bed surged into the bone, a dazzling golden light erupted within the entire warm bed. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in the consciousness of the barbarian mountain. This sound seemed to come from the distant chaos, shaking the entire awareness of the barbarian mountain into confusion. Buzz! A faint ancient aura quickly enveloped the barbarian mountain, rushing into his consciousness and wrapping around his awareness. In the beginning, when heaven and earth were opened, and chaos had not yet unfolded, a magnificent voice resounded in the barbarian mountain's consciousness, and a burst of golden light erupted from his chest, quickly covering his entire body. Chapter 596. The choice of the demon suppressor. The battle in the sky continued. The aura of the demon suppressor was gradually changing. After an unknown period, the barbarian mountain was struck in the chest by Jiang Feng's punch, and his massive body crashed directly onto the grass in the valley, producing a dull booming sound, causing a large crack to appear on the valley floor. The demon suppressor was awakened by this dull sound and raised his eyes to look. He saw the barbarian mountain panting as he crawled out of the large pit in the ground, while Jiang Feng floated down from midair with a satisfied look, his chest heaving. Just as Jiang Feng was about to speak, he turned to look at the demon suppressor, his brows slightly furrowing. At this moment, the demon suppressor was still the same, but the expression on his face was completely different from the previous calm and carefree demeanor, now carrying a hint of coldness. And his entire aura had undergone a significant change, appearing somewhat sinister. The barbarian mountain was drawn to Jiang Feng's gaze and also looked towards the demon suppressor. What happened? A strange smile appeared on the demon suppressor's lips. Although he was smiling, the brutality between his brows was very evident. What's wrong with you? Jiang Feng's figure flickered and landed not far in front of the demon suppressor, looking at him with suspicion. Chapter 597. The choice of the demon suppressor too, it's really split. Jiang Feng stared blankly at him, involuntarily speaking. The barbarian mountain looked at the demon suppressor, his face somewhat grim, and said solemnly to the demon suppressor, "You have chosen the demon path. In the spirit martial continent, the demon path represents the demon realm, and it is well known that the demon path from the demon realm has been attacking the spirit martial continent. Now that the demon suppressor has chosen the demon path, it signifies that he may continue to choose the demon path to the end, making him a public enemy of the spirit martial continent. What the demon? What the Buddha? I am the demon suppressor. Nobody can sway me." The demon suppressor's voice was no longer the cheerful tone of the past, but carried a rebellious tone, And at this moment, he was no different from those demons in the demon realm, even more sinister than the people they had encountered from the demon realm. The barbarian mountain's anger surged. He had previously harbored some resentment towards the demon suppressor, but after understanding the circumstances, he had resolved his inner conflict. Now, the demon suppressor had once again provoked him. How could this not make him furious? The two faced off, with the barbarian mountain's aura constantly surging, while the demon suppressor looked at him with a strange smile, his aura growing increasingly sinister. Chapter 598. The mysterious person at this time, Jiang Feng and the barbarian mountain headed west. 3 days passed, and the blade light emitted by the Asura Blade became increasingly sharp and dazzling. Jiang Feng felt invigorated, knowing that they were not far from the next holy material. However, before he could find the holy material, a beam of light appeared in their line of sight, coming from the horizon. When the light descended and revealed its form, Jiang Feng's gaze immediately sharpened. It was actually Lu Bai, who had left with others long ago. However, after such a long absence, this once proud talent was clearly in a poor situation, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle, and it ended in a disastrous defeat, leaving him severely injured. Not only was his face devoid of blood and pale, but he also had multiple fatal injuries all over his body. The most severe wound was a deep knife scar that nearly severed his right arm. Although the wound had been roughly treated by Lu Bai, blood continued to seep out profusely with the movement of his arms. "Brother Lu, what happened to you?" The barbarian mountain was astonished. He clearly understood Lu Bai's strength. In terms of other places, there were definitely not many who could injure him like this in the talent domain. Jiang Feng was equally amazed by this scene and immediately rushed to Lu Bai's side to support him. Chapter 599. The mysterious person to the giant axe held by the barbarian mountain surged with battle intent like a raging river. There was also an indescribable ferocious pressure spreading out in all directions, appearing grand and magnificent. In a short time since they last met, why has the aura of the Mianshan brothers suddenly become so strong? The one who felt this change most intensely was none other than Lu Bai, who stood behind Mianshan. The overwhelming pressure made his heart flutter slightly. This feeling had never appeared before when facing Mianshan. People do grow after all, it's been quite a while. And if Mianshan hadn't grown, how would he face others in the future? Jiang Feng grinned, noting that Mianshan was now a Martial Emperor level powerhouse. If he lacked even this bit of momentum, it would be a disgrace to his rank. However, this was too fast, Lu Bai muttered, his eyes filled with shock. How did he cultivate so quickly? Fast. Jiang Feng waved his hand. No, not fast at all. We are both men, and we should understand one thing. A man can never admit he is fast. As he spoke, Mianshan had already engaged in battle with a man wearing the strange mask. Chapter 600. The mysterious man, 3 with the naked eye. A crack appeared on the giant cauldron known as the Jiuxiao Shindimending. Although it was only as small as a grain of sand, this scene caused the masked man to change his expression drastically. But it wasn't over yet. Just as he was about to retract the Jiuxiao Shindimending to examine it, a cracking sound reverberated again, relentless and fierce. At the same time, more and more cracks appeared on the Jiuxiao Shindimending, which he had boasted to be an ancient artifact, its surface now resembling a spider web. Boom! A loud explosion shook the air. Under the gaze of many, the Jiuxiao Shindimending, which had cracked to its limit, finally could not bear the burden and shattered into pieces the size of turtle shells, falling to the ground. The sound of it hitting the ground nearly made the masked man's eyes pop out, exclaiming, "Jiuxiao Shindimending. Crazy man, well done." With the destruction of the Jiuxiao Shindimending, the sword light and thunder that had entangled Mianshan for a long time also vanished. And Mianshan immediately felt a sense of relief, casting a grateful look at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, intrigued, teased the masked man. "So did I, as your father, not disappoint you? By the way, my son, are you wearing a mask because you're afraid your face will scare people?" Chapter 601. This master uncle is set especially Jiang Feng, and Mianshan's nonchalant demeanor made the masked man feel a tremendous humiliation. Unable to hold back, he roared, "Enough! I will kill you both. Shut up." Jiang Feng shot a cold glance at Yulin Long, then turned to Mianshan and said, "All right, continue. Damn it. I don't believe I can't win against you. Come at me. Who is afraid of whom?" Mianshan was equally unyielding, full of vigor. Because it was a best of 3, he had already won one round. As long as he won another, Yulin Long would be his. They were having a blast. But Yulin Long was about to go mad from their antics, shouting, Jiang Feng, Mian Shan, you two are too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Yulin Long's killing intent surged sky-high, seemingly taking on a tangible form, as he struck a palm towards Jiang Feng with all his might. Unbeknownst to him, this was exactly the scene Jiang Feng wanted to see, grinning. See? This isn't me acting shamelessly. Yulin Long came looking for me. Crazy man, you are despicable. Seeing Jiang Feng quickly entangled with Yulin Long, Mian Shan was furious. However, he could only accept it helplessly, for Jiang Feng had made the reasoning clear. Continuing to argue would be a bit too willful. Chapter 602. The young master of the demon domain. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy hammer striking down, causing Yulin Long's heart to tremble. Indeed, Jiang Feng and Mian Shan not only humiliated him, but he also found himself inferior, becoming the other's captive. Now, under Jiang Feng's foot, as long as the latter wished, he could take his life at any moment. Thinking of this, Yulin Long's expression changed dramatically, and he dared not retort easily, gritting his teeth. Fine, I will take responsibility. How do you want me to take responsibility? What can you do? You can't possibly offer yourself, right? You dare to give, but I wouldn't dare to take. Jiang Feng smiled mockingly. Tell me your background, and you'd better not hide anything. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Is my background something you're qualified to inquire about? Yulin Long, having forgotten his injuries in his impulsiveness, blurted out another thoughtless remark. Jiang Feng did not indulge him. He raised the Asura Blade and struck the ground near Yulin Long's neck, sparks flying from the blade, the tearing sensation intense, mere inches from Yulin Long's neck. Yulin Long was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing Jiang Feng's intentions. If he dared to hide anything further, his head would surely roll. Chapter 603. Royal Blood of Destiny. You don't think you look handsome when you smile, do you? Jiang Feng showed no concealment of his disdain, even if he knew Yulin Long was seeking help. So what? This was the Tianjiao domain, vast and expansive, no matter how fast the other party traveled. They wouldn't reach this place in a short time. Was Yulin Long getting a bit too happy too soon? No one has ever said I was handsome, but I'm definitely more handsome than you. Yulin Long's laughter abruptly halted, a cold smile appearing on his face. In your next life, if you're born into a good family, you might have a chance to change your face. Damn. Jiang Feng hated nothing more than when someone dared to criticize his looks. It was simply intolerable. Mian Shan, haven't you always wanted to take action? Now I'm giving you this opportunity. Smash his teeth in, so he won't have the chance to talk big for the rest of his life. These are the teeth of a martial emperor. How interesting. Mian Shan rubbed his fists together, grinning as he agreed. Lu Bai couldn't help but remind. Master Uncle, Brother Mian, we still have many questions to ask him. How will he answer without teeth? Mian Shan was taken aback. Lu Bai, you make a good point. I'm left speechless. Crazy man, what do you think? Chapter 604. Wiazi. At this moment, Yulin Long was using his blood essence, and Jiang Feng had no good way to counter it. That drop of blood essence was too mysterious. Unless he could break through to the Martial Emperor realm right now, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Both Mian Shan and Lu Bai could only watch helplessly as that drop of blood essence merged into the crack. Ding! As the blood essence merged, a strange rhythm suddenly echoed from the crack. Following that, it was as if a ray of dawn cut through the darkness before dawn. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and the violent energy pouring out from the crack swept through heaven and earth. Countless trees collapsed, and tons of soil were upheaved. The expansion of the crack was nothing short of madness, as if tearing the entire sky in half. From a distance, it looked like a deep abyss ready to devour people. Lu Bai stared at the crack for just a few moments and felt the world around him turn white, his consciousness gradually sinking into the crack. In the real world, Lu Bai's gaze became vacant, losing its luster. Stop looking. Jiang Feng slapped Lu Bai's head heavily, waking him up. Once he realized what had just happened, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Master Uncle, this crack is so terrifying. Whoever is about to come from inside must be extraordinary. It's best to retreat as the best strategy. Chapter 605. You are nothing whether it was Lu Bai or Mian Shan. Neither stood a chance against Jiang Feng. Yet now, this Wiazi was able to snatch Yulin Long away from Jiang Feng in an instant. What incredible skill. Crazy guy, what should we do? This is a tough opponent. We might need to let those old guys deal with him. We are not his match, Mian Shan whispered. Jiang Feng pondered. When the soldiers come, we block them. When the water comes, we dam it. No rush. Can a living person really die from holding in their urine? The power Wu Yizi had just used to take Yulin Long made Jiang Feng's heart skip a beat. The realm of gods and demons was filled with divine beings. This Wu Yizi should be a super powerhouse qualified to rank among them. He was too strong. Jiang Feng couldn't even see how he made his move. And this was merely a spiritual entity. Jiang Feng, do you know what your biggest mistake is? Yulin Long, who had just escaped, quickly swallowed a pill to regain some energy, then looked at Jiang Feng with a mocking expression. It's that you didn't kill me before Wu Yizi arrived. Good things come to those who wait. I can kill you anytime. Jiang Feng replied with a faint smile. Besides, do you really think I wouldn't have time to kill you? It's just that your level is too low. Your blood too cheap. Killing you might tarnish the reputation of my Asura Blade. Chapter 606. The only opportunity noisy. Jiang Feng's arrogancia undobili and rajad Wu Yizi. The sky above was dark with clouds, and thunder rumbled continuously. Wu Yizi stood in midair like a god or demon descending, with strange phenomena of mountain collapse and earth-shattering forming behind him. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Jiang Feng, countless arcs of electricity splattering over him. At that moment, Jiang Feng's body seemed to twist, his face turning pale. Wu Yizi's power was too strong. His casual strike already contained loss. The cyclone within Jiang Feng was instantly suppressed, and no matter how he urged it, he couldn't unleash the power he had just displayed. The key was that Wu Yizi's command had not yet dissipated. Jiang Feng's body felt heavier, and it seemed he was about to kneel. Kneel! Wu Yizi's voice rang in Jiang Feng's ears like a bell, instantly making him feel dazed, wanting to obey Wu Yizi's command and kneel before him. Buzz! Fortunately, at this critical moment, the Asura Blade in Jiang Feng's hand suddenly let out a hum, snapping him back to reality. Asura Blade, you don't want me to submit to Wu Yizi, do you? Jiang Feng tightly gripped the Asura Blade. Although it couldn't speak, its surface shimmered, seemingly responding. Chapter 607. Is it over? At this moment, Wu Yizi was not without panic. He understood the dangers of the rift better than Jiang Feng. To return to the realm of gods and demons through the rift required extremely complex preparations. To charge in recklessly was foolish. Not to mention, he might not be able to return to the realm of gods and demons if he were not careful. Even his spiritual entity might be torn apart by spatial turbulence. Crazy guy, you're really a madman. Wu Yizi couldn't help but curse. He was about to use other means to push Jiang Feng away, but they had already reached the rift. A terrifying suction force erupted from the rift, and he and Jiang Feng were suddenly swallowed into it. It's over. Wu Yizi's hand, which had just been raised, froze, his eyes filled with despair and anger. He had only just descended into the celestial domain, and now he was back in a rift. How could he protect Yulin Long and bring him back to the realm of gods and demons? Crazy guy. Watching Jiang Feng and Wu Yizi being swallowed by the rift, Manshan panicked and rushed forward, wanting to dive into the rift. Brother man, don't. Lu Bai, stop Manshan. The dangers beyond the rift are extreme. If we go in, we will undoubtedly die. Lu Bai had also heard some rumors about spatial turbulence and was extremely wary of this power, knowing it was beyond human strength to resist. What should we do then? Just watch the madman die in there? Manshan's feelings for Jiang Feng were something Lu Bai could not understand. He pushed Lu Bai away and moved forward again. Chapter 608. Feng Hao and Feng Qin. Jiang Feng was drenched in cold sweat. He had known that spatial turbulence was fierce, but it was too fierce. Wu Yizi died unjustly, unwilling to close his eyes. No, now wasn't the time to sympathize with him. Jiang Feng steadied himself. Gazing at the spatial turbulence just inches away, his breath halted. Was he also going to follow in Wu Yizi's footsteps? Jiang Feng didn't want to die here. Wu Yizi's death was his own fault. The key was that he needed to survive. But the question now was, how could he survive? His clothes had been blown wildly by the spatial turbulence, and the skin on his face felt like it had been scraped by blades, causing intense pain. Jiang Feng's mind raced, trying to find a way to live. Unfortunately, even at his peak, he likely wouldn't be a match for the spatial turbulence, let alone now when he couldn't even move. Despair spread across Jiang Feng's face. It seemed there was truly no way out. The spatial turbulence was about to descend, and Jiang Feng smelled the scent of death. He was very unwilling, but what could he do? Could he really swallow it whole? Asura Blade. Cut it down and save your master. The Asura Blade had become the hope of the entire village, and Jiang Feng looked at it with eager eyes, though he knew this was likely just wishful thinking. Chapter 609. Feng Hao and Feng Qing, too, however. There was no point in saying too much to these ordinary people. They wouldn't understand. By the way, I still don't know your name. Feng Hao interrupted Jiang Feng's thoughts. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng. Feng Hao nodded. Brother Jiang Feng, you just woke up, and your body must still be weak. I'll go get you something to eat. Feng Qing, let us go. He then pulled Feng Qing out of the room. As they walked away, Jiang Feng could still hear Feng Qing's voice complaining. What are you getting to eat? There's no money left at home. Brother, you're not planning to go move stones again, are you? Lower your voice. Don't let Brother Jiang Feng hear you. Their voices gradually faded away. Although Jiang Feng hadn't interacted much with these two siblings, he could clearly sense that they were good people. If this were in the world of cultivators, seeing him lying there unconscious would not have been as simple as bringing him back to treat him. He might have been killed for his belongings. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng checked his storage ring and found that everything inside was intact, not a single item missing. However, just as he sank his consciousness into his body, his heart began to spasm. He didn't know what had happened while he was unconscious. Some external injuries had healed, but the cyclone within him had serious issues. All the cyclones no longer bloomed with vibrant life as before, instead feeling silent and decayed, like a withered old tree. Chapter 610. The mind Feng Qing's mouth slightly opened. Jiang Feng's words were quite bold, and she found it hard to believe. As for Jiang Feng, concerned for Feng Hao, he said no more and insisted that Feng Qing take him to the mine. Upon arriving at the mine, Jiang Feng was amazed. He hadn't expected that just outside a small village, there would be such a mine filled with spiritual energy. The mining vein was vast and endless, with deep pits everywhere on the surface. There were many miners extracting or here. But what puzzled Jiang Feng was that the majority of them were ordinary people who had never practiced cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual energy nurtured within the spiritual mind had significant benefits for ordinary people. It could nourish the body, and even if they didn't know how to cultivate, over time it could make their body strong and immune to diseases. However, after seeing the appearances of these people clearly, Jiang Feng felt that the situation was not simple. Because those gathered in the mining vein were all thin and had waxy yellow complexions, clearly indicating that their vital energy had been excessively drained. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before these people would all die at the foot of this mining vein. Such a bizarre and strange thing happening in such a treasure land inevitably raised suspicions. Brother, just as Jiang Feng was deep in thought, Feng Qing let out a sharp scream, pulling Jiang Feng to a place where miners were gathered in the mining vein. Chapter 611. I'm not dead. How would I know? Jiang Feng's eyes turned, and he threatened. Don't you know that cultivators can see the future? I can tell at a glance that you will soon face a disaster. Disaster? The miners all changed color. Jiang Feng displayed a compassionate expression. I want to save you. But if you intend to hide the truth from me, then I can only wait with Feng Hao and Feng Qing for the feast. Feng Qing couldn't help but chuckle. As for the miners, they were not as relaxed as Feng Qing. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and their hearts raced with tension. A female miner waved her fist and punched the chest of the male miner beside her. It's all your fault. I said I didn't want to come, but you insisted. Now look, if we both die, who will take care of the kids at home? Do you want to watch them become orphans? Do you think I wanted to come? Those military officers are ruthless. If we don't come, they would have wiped out our family that night. The male miner looked at Jiang Feng with a pleading gaze. I have elderly parents and young children. Little brother, no. Senior, please save us. I can save you, but no one has answered my question yet. Chapter 612. Do you want to feel better? Bang. The cultivator hidden in the house did not respond to Jiang Feng's words, but the house collapsed with a loud bang. A figure shot out from inside, and when it stood firm, it revealed a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a tight black suit. Kid, they've already told you, this is the property of the City Lord's mansion. Do you still dare to cause trouble here? You really don't take the City Lord's mansion seriously, do you? The other party had a blank expression, coldly staring at Jiang Feng. Or do you mean you're not here for the City Lord's mansion, but for me? Wusu? Wusu? That name is ordinary. Why would I come looking for you? Jiang Feng chuckled softly, then raised the Asura Blade, pointing the tip at him. I want to go down and take a look, but I need someone to lead the way first, and you seem quite suitable. Otherwise, I would have killed you already. This is infuriating. Wusu had never been looked down upon like this before, and his chest heaved with anger. He had hidden in the house to gauge Jiang Feng's strength. After all, information was crucial among cultivators. This kid's revealed strength seemed weak. But what if he had hidden cards? However, after observing for so long, Wusu found that Jiang Feng didn't seem much different from an ordinary true martial realm cultivator. Chapter 613. Purple Mist Xian Crystal Mine in Wusu's eyes. The City Lord's mansion was already a giant, but compared to the sacred lands, it was nothing. These two words struck Wusu's mind like thunder, making it buzz. And he bowed his head lower, appearing more humble, feeling that looking at Jiang Feng one more time could cost him his head. Jiang Feng suddenly found it very interesting. Are you afraid of me? Little ancestor, you're joking. How could I be afraid of you when you're so kind to me? If you're not afraid, then why has your address changed to little ancestor? Jiang Feng laughed. This is the first time someone has called me that. It sounds good. Keep calling. Call me a few more times. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Wusu's face was filled with flattery. The first time I saw little ancestor, I knew you had a heart of saint and wouldn't hold a grudge against someone like me, a nameless nobody. You are mistaken. Jiang Feng lifted him up with one hand. That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. All right, well, I love hearing you talk. I can't let you keep talking indefinitely. Let us get down to business. Business? Wusu shivered suddenly, keenly sensing a trace of madness in Jiang Feng's eyes that he hadn't noticed before, thinking of the means Jiang Feng might use against him. Wusu became even more terrified and hurriedly begged for mercy. Little ancestor, I swear I haven't done anything evil in all these years. I wouldn't even bear to step on a blade of grass I see by the roadside. Chapter 614. Purple Mist Xian Crystal Mine. Wusu's face turned pale. Little ancestor, can we not go in? Why not? I've observed for so long and found that hardly anyone who enters the mining vein ends up well. Ordinary people will die, and cultivators pay a heavy price as well. There have been several people of comparable realms to mine who went in to investigate before and later encountered major problems, with all their powers disappearing completely within half a month. Wusu's face was full of despair. I'm still young. I don't want to say goodbye to my cultivation career so soon. Then you should go in. Jiang Feng said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, what do I need you as a scout for? You take the risks, and I'll take the benefits. Do you have to be so straightforward? This is my style. Jiang Feng said impatiently. Enough with the nonsense. Charge ahead. He kicked Wusu in the butt. However, Wusu was already prepared. Just as he was about to transform into an arrow and dash into the underground mine, he used a ghostly movement technique to evade Jiang Feng's kick. At the same time, with one hand, a purple golden bracelet slipped from his sleeve into his palm. This was his life-bound magic artifact, cultivated with his own spiritual energy, capable of unleashing a power comparable to a peak Xuanwu realm self-explosion. Chapter 615. Purple Mist Xian Crystal Mine. 3. This discovery immediately put Jiang Feng on alert. And after sensing carefully, he suddenly realized, I understand now. Little ancestor, what did you understand? A murderous aura filled Jiang Feng's eyes. I understand why those miners died. The Purple Mist Xian crystal mine in his hand could absorb life essence. Cultivators had exceptionally strong physiques. So even if they came into contact with the contaminated Purple Mist Xian crystal mine, it would only affect their cultivation and not lead to death. However, those miners were all ordinary people captured from various places by the City Lord's mansion, and they couldn't withstand the erosion of the Purple Mist Xian crystal mine. Their life essence being plundered had an immensely severe impact on their lifespan. Before entering the mine, this feeling wasn't strong, but once they delved deeper, the speed of their life essence being drained reached its peak, even becoming tangible. This was why even Wusu could sense the abnormalities happening to him. Because he was a cultivator, the world seen by cultivators was different. Those miners were unable to notice, leading them to be unaware of the reason for their impending deaths. The essence of life can give birth to black mist in the purple cloud mystic crystal mine. No wonder the City Lord's mansion needs so many ordinary people to mine the ore for them. Chapter 616. Mysterious existence. What do we do now? Wusu trembled, not wanting to anger Jiang Feng, but there was no choice. That breathing sound was somewhat frightening. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, he couldn't quell the unease in his heart. Isn't this never-ending? Just after scolding him, Wusu had another question. At this moment, Jiang Feng's temper, no matter how good, was ignited. He rushed in front of Wusu, grabbing his shoulder and intending to throw him deeper into the mine. On one hand, it was to teach him a lesson. On the other hand, It was to draw fire and lure out the life lurking in the shadows. Little ancestor, spare me. Asu cried out in fear, struggling desperately. However, with his strength, how could he escape Jiang Feng's grasp? Just as Jiang Feng was about to throw him out, suddenly, that beast-like breathing sound echoed in his ear again. The life hiding in the darkness seemed to have turned over, and the entire mind trembled. The purple cloud mystic crystals embedded in the walls began to fall, with many hitting Jiang Feng and Asu's bodies. Even though they merely brushed past, both of their powers were significantly drained at that moment. Jiang Feng's supreme essence was already scarce. How could he withstand such consumption? A strong dizziness hit him, and Asu was released. Chapter 617. Supreme Essence. The City Lord's Mansion is located in the only city within 100 miles, Giant Deer City. Under Jiang Feng's coercion and temptation, Asu had no choice but to agree to lead the way. But before they set off, Jiang Feng didn't forget to return to the village to bid farewell to Feng Hao and Feng Qing. The siblings were warm-hearted, especially Feng Qing, who was quite whimsical. Jiang Feng liked them very much. However, they were both ordinary people living in two completely different worlds, making it difficult for them to have more interactions. Brother Jiang Feng, you are finally back. Do you know how worried I was about your safety? As soon as Jiang Feng entered the house, Feng Qing welcomed him like a little sprite, circling around him several times to check if he was injured. Jiang Feng smiled and said, Brother Feng Hao, are you all okay? All good. Feng Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Jiang Feng return safely. Thanks to you covering for us, Feng Qing, the miners, and I all got home safely. But they left with heavy hearts. They must be worried that the City Lord's Mansion will come looking for them to settle accounts. Settle accounts? It depends on whether the City Lord's Mansion has that capability. A fierce light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He was going to the City Lord's Mansion to solve problems. Chapter 618. Seven Fiends sect at this moment, in a pavilion of the City Lord's Mansion of Giant Deer City. The City Lord Duan Wuhan was playing chess with an old man. This old man was from the Seven Fiends sect, and it was under their support that Duan Wuhan had been able to maintain his position as the City Lord for many years. Elder Sun Qian, once this game ends, they are needed by the Seven Fiends sect should be delivered. This time the yield is substantial, and it should be enough to satisfy you. Duan Wuhan said with a smile after placing a piece. Thank you, City Lord Duan. Elder Sun Qian, hearing that the ore was fine, squeezed out a satisfied expression from his dry face. However, you lost this game. It's been half a year since we last met. Elder Sun Qian's chess skills have improved. I'm no longer your opponent. Duan Wuhan maintained a smiling face. Playing chess is difficult. Losing is even harder. As an elder of the Seven Fiends sect, Sun Qian was more interested in chess than sect affairs. If his chess skills were strong, it would be fine, but unfortunately, his skills were terrible. Even someone who wasn't fully familiar with the rules could easily defeat him. The game lasted for several incense sticks before finally ending, leaving Duan Wuhan exhausted. He could only hope that next time the one coming to the City Lord's Mansion to receive the or wouldn't be Sun Qian. If he came again, he would have to hide far away. Chapter 619. You are serious? From Asu, Jiang Feng did not learn much about the Seven Fiends sect. The Seven Fiends sect was composed entirely of demonic cultivators and was the ruler of Giant Deer City. The City Lord Duan Wuhan was merely a puppet they supported. This was most of the information Jiang Feng had. It didn't seem very useful. Fortunately, Asu revealed a key piece of information. Every time he delivered the purple cloud mystic crystals to Giant Deer City, they would ultimately be taken away by the Seven Fiends sect. The Seven Fiends sect placed immense importance on this item, and if Duan Wuhan did not deliver it in time, the Seven Fiends sect would unleash their wrath. This made sense. Jiang Feng suddenly realized that the purple cloud mystic crystals were not something ordinary cultivators could use. The City Lord's Mansion valued that place so highly that they were willing to harm ordinary people's lives to present this item to the demonic cultivators of the Seven Fiends sect, in exchange for their own status and position. This explained everything. Now that you know what kind of place Giant Deer City is, you should be too scared to go there, right? Asu still tried to persuade Jiang Feng to stay away from Giant Deer City. Well, which direction is Giant Deer City? Jiang Feng did not answer his question, but instead asked thoughtfully. It's in the northeast direction, just a few dozen miles away. Asu immediately became excited, thinking Jiang Feng had finally come to his senses. Chapter 620. Wait a minute, your purple cloud mystic crystal? Jiang Feng examined the purple cloud mystic crystal. Why don't I see your name on it? If you have the ability, call out. If it responds, I'll give it to you immediately. Duan Wuhan's face turned livid. The purple cloud mystic crystal was a dead object. No matter how loud he shouted, it wouldn't respond. Jiang Feng was clearly humiliating him in front of everyone in the City Lord's mansion, especially when he found out that Jiang Feng was only at the Xuanwu realm. Duan Wuhan's expression became even more unsightly, and the brutality in his eyes began to spread. It had been many years since anyone dared to cause trouble in the City Lord's mansion, let alone someone at the Xuanwu realm. Did he really think that a mere Xuanwu realm could run wild in my giant deer city? Jiang Feng's arrogance was unabashed. I really do intend to run wild today. What can you do about it? Duan Wuhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he did not forget that Elder Sun Qian of the Seven Fiends sect was still waiting for him. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous his situation became. Therefore, the urgent matter was still to seize the purple cloud mystic crystal. However, Jiang Feng only took out one piece of purple cloud mystic crystal, which was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Asu would come to the City Lord's mansion every 3 months, bringing tens of thousands of purple cloud mystic crystals each time. Chapter 621. He hid his strength previously. Jiang Feng's energy cyclone had been recovering, continuously absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world to transform it into supreme essence. Otherwise, Jiang Feng's strength wouldn't have remained in a state of recovery. However, this recovery process was extremely slow, almost tortoise-like. Jiang Feng had been diligent, but on the way to the City Lord's mansion, he had only improved by one major realm, not even reaching the level of a single hair from the spiritual martial realm. Now, after taking the Snow Lotus Ice condensing pill, he had to admit that the Barbarian Mountain was indeed generous to him. Such a precious pill was actually given to him. Under the effect of the Snow Lotus Ice condensing pill, the worries that Jiang Feng had did not materialize. The apparent effect of this pill was to restore a large amount of Zun Yuan. At this moment, as the medicinal effect was released, it instead awakened the vitality of the cyclone and the Dantian, accelerating the growth of Zun Yuan within Jiang Feng's body. My situation is quite special, clearly. I only have the strength of the Xuanwu realm, but what I possess is Zun Yuan, so the effect of the Snow Lotus Ice condensing pill underwent a tremendous change, and I benefited greatly after consuming it. Jiang Feng murmured to himself and closed his eyes. Good kid, you really have started to cultivate. Duan Wuhan initially thought Jiang Feng was just stalling for time until he saw Jiang Feng consume the pill and close his eyes, immersing himself in the world of cultivation. Chapter 622. A good person to the end. Almost at the same time, an endless momentum erupted from Jiang Feng, far more intense than the previous wave. Surging in all directions, the spiritual energy in the air boiled, as if it had been ignited by Jiang Feng. In an instant, everyone felt Jiang Feng's aura becoming increasingly terrifying. The light radiating from him reached its peak in that moment, blinding them and causing many to turn pale and black out. Unable to withstand the impact of Jiang Feng's momentum, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing. Old dog, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Am I still at the Xuanwu realm? The violent fluctuations of spiritual energy and Jiang Feng's terrifying aura continuously erupted in front of the City Lord's mansion, where the plaque had long since disappeared with the wind. Duan Wuhan's pupils contracted sharply. As Jiang Feng's words fell, he clearly sensed the latter's realm skyrocketing. When he first arrived at the City Lord's mansion, Jiang Feng was only at the early stage of the Xuanwu realm, but in just a few breaths, he had surged to the mid-stage of the Xuanwu realm. Duan Wuhan was about to speak when a loud rumble from deep within his soul shook him. When he looked back at Jiang Feng, he was shocked to the point of nearly biting his teeth, as Jiang Feng had actually become a peak cultivator of the Xuanwu realm. Chapter 623. Cutting off vitality outside the City Lord's mansion, there was a dead silence. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Feng, filled with horror, not daring to look away for even a second, fearing they would miss an incredibly important scene. Yusu admired Jiang Feng to the point of being utterly in awe. He had previously thought that staying in the mine was wasting time and squandering his limited life. Now his perspective had changed. He was grateful to Duan Wuhan and even more grateful to his ancestors, as it was thanks to them that he was sent to the mine. If he hadn't been in the mine all this time, how could he have had the opportunity to meet Jiang Feng, let alone follow him? The position where Jiang Feng stood was filled with dense spiritual energy. Although the light around him had dissipated, his pores were still absorbing a massive amount of spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy could not escape Jiang Feng's notice, being devoured into his body. Of course, Jiang Feng had also undergone significant changes. It had only been a short time, and he had become a genuine peak powerhouse of the spirit martial realm, his strength even surpassing that of the city lord, Duan Wuhan. What was even more outrageous was that Jiang Feng's cultivation was still climbing steadily. He had no excessive words or actions, focusing entirely on breaking through to the martial marquee realm. This was unbelievable. Chapter 624. Soul of Life. After learning from Yusu that the Seven Fiend sect was the actual ruler of Giant Deer City, Jiang Feng knew that he would eventually clash with these demonic cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so decisively killed Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan, the city lord of Giant Deer City, held an unparalleled honor that many would look up to. Unfortunately, his inability to break through to the spirit martial realm limited his height. In front of the Seven Fiend sect, Duan Wuhan lived worse than a dog. He had to leave the extreme north and ask Duan Wuhan for information, which was no better than asking the Seven Fiend sect. What Duan Wuhan knew, the Seven Fiend sect also knew, but what the Seven Fiend sect knew, Duan Wuhan might not necessarily know. This was the gap between them. Jiang Feng thought this way in his heart, and at that moment, Sun Qian walked over slowly. As a fellow demonic cultivator, Sun Qian gave Jiang Feng a much weaker feeling than Fu Mo, but Sun Qian clearly did not realize this. As a martial marquee realm demonic cultivator, he could easily take Duan Wuhan's life as well. Thus, glancing at Duan Wuhan's corpse, Sun Qian's expression showed no change. Instead, he stared at Jiang Feng with a hint of fervor in his crimson eyes. Indeed, a good seedling. Since that's the case, I shall gladly accept your flesh and blood. My flesh and blood? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, not expecting Sun Qian to come on so strong. True to being a demonic cultivator, his actions were even crazier than his own, daring to eat a cultivator. Chapter 625. Neither human nor ghost at this moment, Sun Qian's demonic energy was growing stronger, and the pressure Jiang Feng felt was mounting. Every inch of his skin was under the erosion of the demonic energy. If it were not for the Zun Yuan flowing within him, which made it impossible for Sun Qian's demonic energy to contend with, he feared his current situation would be similar to those offerings that had just been killed by Sun Qian. Such a strange scene quickly caught Sun Qian's attention. His demonic energy was unable to invade Jiang Feng's body. If this were the case with a cultivator of the same level, it would be normal, but the key was that Jiang Feng was only at the spirit martial realm, making this phenomenon quite abnormal. Suddenly, Sun Qian's eyes narrowed. Kid, what martial arts are you practicing? How is your internal spiritual energy so unusual? You noticed? Jiang Feng was not surprised at all. Sun Qian's demonic energy had already attempted to invade his internal organs, so how could he not have any perception of his Zun Yuan? However, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a frog at the bottom of a well. If a cultivator of the Zunwu realm were to come, they would be able to see through his Zun Yuan at a glance. Only Sun Qian did not recognize it. But this could not be blamed on him. With his current strength, he had not yet reached the qualification to come into contact with the Zunwu realm. My spiritual energy has already exceeded your understanding. Even if I explained it clearly to you, it wouldn't be meaningful, so it's better for you to ask less. Chapter 626. Jiang Feng's reward ants. Stop. Sun Qian shouted while running wildly. However, although he was a martial marquee realm powerhouse, his movement technique was clearly inferior to Jiang Feng's. Jiang Feng's movement technique was astonishing, leaving behind trails of afterimages to confuse the eye, occasionally changing direction, and he did not forget to hide behind some buildings. At this moment, still within Giant Deer City, it was quite challenging to chase someone in the city, especially since even with Yusu, a burden, Jiang Feng was still much more agile than Sun Qian. Before long, Jiang Feng and Yusu disappeared from Sun Qian's sight. His fierce expression and soaring demonic energy caused all nearby buildings to be instantly blown away, startling countless people, all of whom looked at the direction where Sun Qian was with fear on their faces. On the other side, Jiang Feng and Yusu had already hidden in a restaurant. The restaurant was filled with many diners, and they found a seat on the second floor by the window. Despite having run for an hour or two, Jiang Feng was only greatly drained of Zunyun. His physical strength was still quite good, and at this moment, he did not appear out of breath, looking even better than Yusu. Little ancestor, I've walked with you through countless choices, but this time you were absolutely right. Simply too right. Chapter 627. Outer World Demonic Iron Awe? Can this small iron piece be so powerful? Yisu widened his eyes in disbelief. What else? Jiang Feng looked at the small iron piece and said, don't underestimate this foreign magic iron. Although it doesn't have the same impressive appearance as other extraordinary items that reveal their significance at first glance, the benefits it brings to cultivators below the Martial Marquis realm are absolutely beyond your imagination. Jiang Feng had obtained it by chance in the Tianjiao domain. At that time, after figuring out the uses of this foreign magic iron, Jiang Feng was filled with regret, secretly hating himself for not getting it sooner, as it would have spared him a lot of suffering before he had fully matured. Little ancestor, please show some mercy and stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me its effects directly, so I can understand what kind of treasure you have bestowed upon me, Yisu said with a pitiful look at Jiang Feng. He clearly looked like a rough man, but he acted like a little wife. Jiang Feng coughed and slapped Yisu on the forehead, knocking him to the ground. You just need to place the foreign magic iron on your chest while cultivating, and you'll find that your cultivation speed has increased by more than 100 times. In other words, a realm that would normally take you 100 days to reach can now be accomplished in just one day. Chapter 628. Heavenly Pool. After leaving the city, Jiang Feng deliberately concealed his whereabouts, and indeed, he wasn't detected by Sun Tongue. However, Jiang Feng did not turn to leave. Instead, he continued to observe from the shadows until the third day, when Sun Tongue's aura completely disappeared from the city, and Jiang Feng no longer had to worry. How long had it been since he was threatened by a Martial Marquis? Jiang Feng felt somewhat humiliated, but not too much. Special situations required special treatment. Little ancestor, if you want to break through to the Martial Marquis realm and contend with the Seven Evil Sect, this is a long and arduous process that cannot be rushed. Yisu followed Jiang Feng and said, by the way, I have a question that confuses me. Since the foreign magic iron is so useful, why don't you say we should use it for a while to leverage its 100-fold enhancement to break through to the Martial Marquis realm? Didn't you say that it works for cultivators below the Martial Marquis realm? Jiang Feng was speechless. If he could use it, he would have done so already. What Yisu didn't know was that his increase in strength couldn't be described as a breakthrough. It could only be considered a restoration of his original strength. However, to restore to the Martial Marquis realm was indeed a tricky problem. Firstly, he no longer had suitable pills available, although he had plenty of items stored. None could truly help him. Chapter 629. Offering assistance, the morning sunlight spilled over the earth, and in the distance, the wind blew through the wheat fields, giving them a golden hue. A flock of birds perched in the trees suddenly scattered and flew into the sky. Just as they departed, two streaks of light cut through the sky from afar and landed on the treetops. Despite having traveled all night, Jiang Feng showed no signs of fatigue, while Yisu was panting heavily, complaining constantly on the way. Otherwise, Jiang Feng was eager to reach the heavenly pool and unwilling to stop for a break. Sitting on the treetop, Yisu plopped down and said, my goodness, I'm so exhausted. Little ancestor, we are both cultivators. How can the gap be so large? You seem never get tired. That's because your realm is too low to keep up with my pace. Jiang Feng glanced at Yisu with disdain. He then looked ahead and observed. In front of them was a huge lake, and behind it was a dense primeval forest, with the sounds of roaring beasts echoing through the mountains, clearly audible even from thousands of meters away. Jiang Feng frowned and said, including last night, we have been traveling for 5 days and nights in a row. How far is the heavenly pool? Why haven't we arrived yet? Chapter 630. Sister Zi Shu Qin Wentian. How can you say that? Li Zishu felt a bit awkward and quickly explained to Jiang Feng, I'm sorry, my senior brother has this temperament. I hope you can be more forgiving and not take it to heart. Jiang Feng remained non-committal. He certainly wouldn't take it to heart now. If he were to take it to heart, he would have already knocked out his 2 front teeth after hearing what Qin Wentian said. Yisu commented, you came to us for help, but now you look down on us. You've already said everything, both good and bad. How impressive. You claim to be from the heavenly pool, but we haven't verified your authenticity yet you question us first. Do you really think anyone is willing to help? Little ancestor, let's go. Little ancestor, my senior brother truly means no offense. He is just straightforward and used to speaking his mind. Li Zishu hurriedly said when she sensed the atmosphere was off. Jiang Feng chuckled and said, first of all, I'm not little ancestor. You can call me Jiang Feng. Secondly, I have started to believe that you are from the heavenly pool. Oh, why is that? Li Zishu asked in surprise. Jiang Feng gestured towards Qin Wentian. If it weren't for that respected martial realm figure from the heavenly pool protecting him with his reckless mouth, who knows how many times he would have been beaten to death by now. Chapter 631. Who has the magic weapon? Going back to the heavenly pool? Li Zishu's eyes showed a strange expression. What do you mean? Jiang Feng then realized he had let something slip. I mean to send you back to the heavenly pool. I see that you are all injured, and the journey to the heavenly pool is quite far. Without anyone to protect you, what if something happens? I didn't expect you to be quite nice, Li Zishu said, her eyes revealing admiration. As for Qin Wentian, he appeared calm on the surface, but inside, his killing intent only grew stronger. He certainly wouldn't dare to harm Jiang Feng and the others openly, but he had already memorized their faces. If they weren't killed by the monsters and truly made it back to the heavenly pool, then the heavenly pool would become their burial ground. There were plenty of martial marquee level formations in the heavenly pool, making it extremely easy to eliminate these two useless individuals. Whether I'm a good person or not is unimportant. What matters is the monsters. Don't change the subject and miss the point. Jiang Feng emphasized again that he wanted to resolve the matters here as soon as possible and then go with them to the heavenly pool. Right now, Sun Xian was definitely searching for him everywhere, and the fact that he had destroyed the mine would soon be known by the Seven Evil Sect. By then, he would be the #1 target on the Seven Evil Sect's wanted list. Chapter 632. Entering the cave, a strong stench wafted over, the smell of a giant python. Jiang Feng couldn't help but gag at the sudden assault. The giant python's lair was indeed not a place for cultivators like them. Is the snow lotus you want really growing in such a cursed place? Even if it does, it should have been contaminated by that monster, Jiang Feng pondered and asked, recalling the polluted purple mist crystal mine he had seen before. That kind of purple mist crystal mine was unusable for ordinary cultivators and was only treasured by the group of demonic cultivators from the Seven Evil Sect. Li Zishu and Qin Wentian, wanting to retrieve the snow lotus from the monster's lair, seemed to suggest it was a demonic cultivator scheme. The snow lotus hasn't been contaminated. It just grows in a special environment, Li Zishu explained. We have secret methods to detect the growth location of the snow lotus, and we can confirm it is indeed in the monster's lair. It is the guardian of the snow lotus. Oh, that makes sense, Jiang Feng nodded, not pressing the matter further. Others have said it is a secret technique. What is a secret technique? If it could be asked in just a few simple sentences, it wouldn't be called a secret technique. Let's go in. Jiang Feng restrained the uncomfortable feeling and was the first to enter the cave. Chapter 633. Bloodthirsty, immortal python inside the cave. Jiang Feng, just like when he was in the underground mine, gathered his essence around his body, emitting a blazing light for illumination. As he went deeper, the unique stench emitted by the monsters, particularly the bloodthirsty immortal python, became stronger. Jiang Feng could only breathe through his mouth to slightly alleviate the stimulation he was experiencing. In contrast, Yusu appeared somewhat weak. Overwhelmed by the foul smell of the monsters, he felt dizzy and pale, as if he were drunk. The odor emitted by these monsters also contained toxins. If he had been diligent in cultivating after receiving the 4 magic iron, wouldn't he be at the same level as me and immune to poisoning? Jiang Feng was quite disdainful of Yusu. He had brought him here to act as a scout, but now he had to drag him along, effectively turning him into a burden. Little ancestor, you have wronged me. I travel with you every day. When would I have time to cultivate? Yusu struggled to speak, biting his tongue slightly to keep himself awake. Here, Jiang Feng remembered he had an antidote pill and handed it to Yusu. After Yusu took it, he indeed felt much better, unlike before when he was dizzy and weak. If the giant python appeared at that moment, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist and would become a monster's prey. Chapter 634. You're injured, lead it out. How do we lead it out? Yusu asked, puzzled. Jiang Feng smirked and suddenly slapped Yusu on the forehead, causing him to see stars and cry out in pain. Ah, little ancestor, that hurts. What are you doing? The suddenness of the situation caught Yusu off guard, and his loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the bloodthirsty, immortal python, causing the cave to shake as the creature writhed, dirt falling from above. Now you know how to lead it out? Jiang Feng smiled brightly as he saw the response he wanted from the bloodthirsty, immortal python. Little ancestor, you want to lure the bloodthirsty, immortal python out? That's fine, but you can't use me as bait. What if it eats me? Yusu looked ahead. When he did, the scene before him went dark. Inside the cave, The head of the bloodthirsty, immortal python descended, blocking the entrance, its copper bell-like crimson eyes locking onto Yusu. Yusu, sharp-eyed, saw himself reflected in those eyes. In that moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. Despite the cave's high temperature, he felt as cold as winter. Swish! The bloodthirsty, immortal python extended its tongue toward Yusu. Chapter 635. Powerful Imagination. Bloodthirsty, immortal python? The name clearly made Qin Wentian feel wary, his expression shifting. Boom! Almost simultaneously as Jiang Feng mentioned the bloodthirsty, immortal python, a deafening roar echoed in the cave, followed by a fierce, foul wind rushing out. Jiang Feng reacted quickly, pulling Li Zishu and Yu Su aside to avoid it. But Qin Wentian was not so lucky. By the time he noticed, the foul wind was already upon him, and he lost his footing, being thrown into the air by the impact. Yu Su covered his eyes and squinted, watching closely. Qin Wentian got blown away. How ridiculous. If I were him, I'd just give up resisting and use this foul wind to escape the extreme north and find a broader world. Qin Wentian was suffering, and Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Wentian had a vicious character. It was nothing to feel pity for him even if he died at the hands of the bloodthirsty, immortal python. Only Li Zishu shouted loudly, "Senior brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Qin Wentian, after all, was a late-stage spirit martial realm cultivator and wouldn't fall easily. He struggled to stabilize himself in mid-air before finally landing. Chapter 636. Weak as hell, however, Jiang Feng didn't pay much attention to this. He turned and ran toward Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian's desire to kill Jiang Feng was incredibly strong. He had already resolved the deal with Jiang Feng before Yu Su could bring back Li Zishu, then find a convenient excuse to brush it off. But he forgot that now he had to face not only Jiang Feng, but also the bloodthirsty, immortal python. As he saw Jiang Feng rushing toward him, he was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, damn it, he had brought the bloodthirsty, immortal python upon himself. And now he thought he could shift its hatred onto himself and share the burden. "Don't come over," Qin Wentian roared. "You think I won't come over just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Do I know you?" Jiang Feng ignored him, pushing through the immense pressure from the bloodthirsty, immortal python to reach Qin Wentian's side. Qin Wentian's right hand was filled with surging spiritual energy as he swung it toward Jiang Feng's arm. Jiang Feng raised his hand and grabbed Qin Wentian's wrist. With a crack, Qin Wentian's wrist bone shattered. He cried out in pain, not expecting Jiang Feng to be so direct, nor that Jiang Feng would injure him right away. Wasn't he supposed to be able to ignore realms and fight above his level? Chapter 637. The snow lotus in hand at first. Qin Wentian didn't understand what Jiang Feng meant, but as the bloodthirsty, immortal python's claws lunged at him again, he realized the gravity of the situation. The moment he tried to dodge, his face changed. As soon as his body moved, he felt the vines wrapped around him were impossibly heavy, making it hard to move. He barely managed to step forward. At such a slow pace, there was no way to avoid the bloodthirsty, immortal python's head crashing toward him. Fear suddenly filled Qin Wentian's eyes. He wanted to move, but couldn't. In a panic, the claws of the bloodthirsty, immortal python pierced his shoulder. Sizzle. The claws sunk into his flesh, and the bloodthirsty, immortal python swiftly slashed, leaving a terrifying gash on Qin Wentian's shoulder. He screamed in agony. Unable to withstand the python's monstrous strength, he was sent flying backwards. He thought he could finally move, but the vines were still at work, pinning him down like a heavy weight. Gritting his teeth, he tried several times but couldn't get up. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty, immortal python showed no signs of letting up. Slithering closer, the shadow above him grew larger, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Chapter 638. The snow lotus in hand too, although he felt displeased. Jiang Feng was not foolish enough to stay and face the bloodthirsty, immortal python head-on. Taking advantage of the python's distraction, he decisively dashed out of the cave. The bloodthirsty, immortal python quickly reacted, turning into an arrow shot from a bow, pursuing him. When Jiang Feng left the cave earlier, he was still burdened by Wusu. But now that Wusu was gone, he had no worries and moved forward at an astonishing speed, far exceeding the typical peak of the spiritual martial realm. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng had run out. The bloodthirsty, undying python was hot on his heels. As soon as Jiang Feng emerged, the python followed closely behind, its massive tail sweeping away sand and stones. causing large trees to collapse. Jiang Feng dared not stay in one place for long, constantly shifting positions. At the same time, he was searching for Qin Wentian's whereabouts, but he saw no sign of him, most likely having been killed by the bloodthirsty, undying python, leaving no complete corpse behind. Bye-bye. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Feng gave the bloodthirsty, undying python the middle finger. He had been toying with the python for so long just to obtain the snow lotus. Now that he had it, there was no need to continue entangling with it. Simply put, he couldn't defeat it, but could leave, and it couldn't keep him. Chapter 639. Hope for the best, however. In his impulsiveness, Qin Wentian clearly forgot that he was no match for Jiang Feng. At this moment, even with Li Zishu present, Qin Wentian showed no hesitation and decisively attacked Jiang Feng. As for the approaching bloodthirsty, undying python, he ignored it. As for Jiang Feng, although he was very concerned about the python chasing from behind, he suddenly had a bright idea when he looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, you attacked first. With Sister Zishu as my witness, even if your master comes to investigate later, I can distance myself from this. Additionally, he wanted to inform him that he had more than one black seed. Qin Wentian charged forward regardless of the consequences. This was exactly what Jiang Feng wanted. A flash of light appeared in his hand. It was the black seed he had just taken from his storage ring. The next moment, Jiang Feng flicked his finger, and the black seed immediately penetrated Qin Wentian's chest, merging into his flesh at that spot. This same scene had already occurred for the second time, but this time, Qin Wentian had obviously become smarter. He realized that it would take time for the vines to crawl out from his body, and he could easily kill Jiang Feng before that happened. However, what Qin Wentian didn't know was that this black seed was powered by Jiang Feng's essence. And to save time, the essence he infused was a full 10 times that of what he had in the cave at that time. Chapter 640. No negotiation. Meanwhile, after catching up with Li Zishu and Wusu, Jiang Feng continued to sprint forward. He didn't know how long he had run, but once he sensed that there was no trace of the bloodthirsty, undying python within 100 miles, he finally let them stop. After running such a long distance, even Jiang Feng was feeling a bit exhausted. He leaned against a tree and sat down, panting. Sister Zishu, your senior brother may not seem capable, but he can take a beating. Look, the bloodthirsty, undying python hasn't caught up after all this time, which shows how strong he is. Li Zishu replied helplessly. My senior brother is not only favored by our master, but also has a certain family background, with many life-saving items at his disposal. So then we should have just robbed him before leaving. Wusu exclaimed. If he gets killed by the bloodthirsty, undying python, all of his good stuff would end up in the python's belly. Damn, just thinking about it is such a pity, such a waste, so extravagant. Jiang Feng shrugged and did not express an opinion. Wusu's strength was limited. He did have some good things, but definitely not many. Moreover, the things he could take out were mostly things Jiang Feng would not value, so it was a waste, but there was nothing to regret. Chapter 641. Another rift. Jiang Feng hated love-struck people the most. Wusu was already not very promising, and now he was even more useless. Jiang Feng felt a wave of irritation. What can I do if Li Zishu doesn't want to take us to the heavenly pool? Should I forcibly tie her up and take her there? That would completely ruin our relationship with Master Yunwei, putting us in an even worse situation. Seeing Jiang Feng's expression darken, Wusu finally realized that he seemed to have caused trouble. His expression tightened, unsure of what to do. But just then, he suddenly looked up at the sky with a look of shock. Little ancestor, look, Qin Wentian is flying in the sky. Why didn't you say there was a plane? Jiang Feng rubbed his fists. I didn't get to show you the complete version of the top 10 tortures of the Qin dynasty, and I owe you that. But it's okay. Keep your eyes peeled. You'll see it soon. Little ancestor, it's true. It's really Qin Wentian. Wusu pointed at the sky, a bit excited. Don't doubt me. Quickly look, he's about to fly away. After arriving in the extreme north, Jiang Feng's own perception had been significantly limited, so he hadn't detected Qin Wentian's presence. But seeing Wusu so excited, he didn't seem to be lying. Confused, he turned and looked in the direction Wusu was pointing, and he immediately felt a strong sense of disbelief. Chapter 642. It's here. Jiang Feng trembled with excitement. The reason he had been so intent on going to the heavenly pool was to go home. The appearance of the spatial rift gave him a glimmer of hope. Since the Asura Blade in his hand could bring him to the extreme north, it could also certainly take him back. He just needed to enter the spatial rift to find out. Although the spatial rift was very dangerous, even martial sovereigns could be killed in an instant. He was still willing to take the risk as long as he could go back. But just as Jiang Feng was excited, a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over him. He keenly sensed that the spatial rift was quite different from the one he had seen in the Tianjiao domain. This spatial rift appeared to be extremely quiet, with no violent spatial fluctuations, and as Qin Wentian approached the rift, it seemed even safer. Not at all like it was going to suck him in. Could it be that I made a mistake? This spatial rift is different from what I thought. Jiang Feng's excitement gradually cooled, but he wouldn't let this setback knock him down completely. After all, returning home through the spatial rift was just one of the methods. If this method didn't work, he still had other options. Chapter 643. An unpleasant request. Meng Fong sighed and said worriedly, Junior brother Qin is severely injured. He must have used a family secret technique. He used this technique once before, and at that time he slept for a full 49 days. That long? Jiang Feng was taken aback and immediately felt guilty. It's all my fault for not protecting him well. If it weren't for the bloodthirsty, undying python being too strong, I could have ensured his safe return to the heavenly pool. Don't say that, Meng Fong said. Brother Jiang, being able to save junior brother Qin's life is already very commendable. Everyone in the heavenly pool appreciates you. Following that, others echoed, yes, even if we blame ourselves. It should be us blaming ourselves. It has nothing to do with you, brother Jiang. You saying that makes us feel a bit ashamed in front of you. After all, you are not related to him, and even if you were unwilling to help, we could understand. After some polite exchanges, Jiang Feng saw that the time was right and said, my friend tends to speak without thinking, saying things like wanting benefits. Everyone, please don't take it to heart. Benefits still need to be given. When junior brother Qin wakes up, if he dares not give you benefits, I will personally teach him a lesson. Meng Fong laughed heartily. Chapter 644. Complete collapse. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Feng suddenly heard a crunching sound. Turning around, he saw Wusu crouched over the strange flowers and herbs like a gecko, stuffing his face with them. What the hell is this eating posture? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? 2 words instantly appeared on Jiang Feng's forehead. Embarrassing. Hey, these are the rare flowers and herbs from Tianqi. Good stuff that one usually can't even get close to. If I don't eat them clean, it would be a disservice to myself. Wusu was quite unapologetic about it. Jiang Feng was completely defeated by him. Didn't this guy ever think about what to do if he got poisoned? Even if they were non-toxic, these strange flowers and herbs, each with different medicinal properties, could potentially conflict with each other after entering the body, causing some deadly harm. The saying, all medicine has some poison, is not just a casual remark. After taking a closer look, Jiang Feng finally felt relieved. He didn't have much knowledge of strange flowers and herbs, but the ones planted in Tianqi were quite common in the spirit martial continent. And 99 of them had the effect of enhancing physical fitness and strengthening spiritual power. In a sense, although the strange flowers and herbs climbing on the window were of different varieties, their medicinal effects were the same. As long as Wusu's body could handle it, it was fine for him to eat as much as he wanted. Chapter 645. Restrictions. By the way, Jiang Feng, can I ask you something? What exactly are you doing here in Tianqi? Just as Jiang Feng was secretly pondering this, Li Zishu spoke up, her tone tinged with curiosity. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. He was here for the Tianqi water, of course. However, he couldn't just say that casually. He replied vaguely, before coming to Tianqi, I had long admired it and wanted to take a look. But after arriving, I suddenly changed my mind and wanted more. I want to become a disciple of Master Yunwei, just like you. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Li Zishu showed an expression of surprise instead of doubt. Of course it's true. Even pearls can't compare to my sincerity. Jiang Feng nodded emphatically. Li Zishu asked, what about Wusu? Is he planning to join Tianqi too? Seeing her expectant expression, Jiang Feng could guess her thoughts at a glance. The disciples of Tianqi couldn't leave at will, even if she got together with Wusu. They would be in a long-distance relationship. But if Wusu also joined Tianqi, then they could be together every day without enduring the pain of longing for each other. Wusu is definitely going to join Tianqi. Jiang Feng decisively answered for Wusu. Chapter 646. Recorded in the merit book after Meng Fong left. Jiang Feng stared blankly at the spirit wood in front of him. Although Meng Fong didn't say it outright, his words conveyed one meaning. The restrictions are formidable, and many important items in Tianqi are hidden within them. This also meant that the Tianqi water he had been searching for might be among them. But he was right. The restrictions were very powerful, and if he acted recklessly, it might attract others' attention and cause them to suspect his identity. Jiang Feng muttered to himself that even though he wanted to break into the restrictions and take a look right now, He ultimately restrained his curiosity and returned to the room that Meng Feng had prepared for him in Wusu. However, just before he entered, Jiang Feng heard a series of silver, bell-like laughter from inside the room, accompanied by Wusu's flamboyant voice. That idiot seems to have a knack for making girls happy. Jiang Feng felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to go in or not. Creak! Unexpectedly, the door was opened from the inside. Immediately, Li Zishu ran out quickly, nearly bumping into Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, you're back. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Li Zishu ran away shyly, like a girl caught with a little secret. Chapter 647. Read it a few more times inside Tianqi. Jiang Feng saw that everything was as it was when he entered, without attracting anyone's attention. They might be in their rooms, either cultivating or resting. Having stayed in Tianqi for too long had made them too comfortable, lacking a sense of crisis. And they didn't even think to patrol at night. However, Jiang Feng liked looking at the other spirit woods. If every spirit wood in Tianqi represented a restriction, then the number of restrictions would be enough to make one's scalp tingle. During the day, Jiang Feng had roughly counted and found that there were over 400 spirit woods in Tianqi. If every spirit wood had to be explored, it would be too time-consuming. 3 days might not even be enough. Moreover, the longer time dragged on, the greater the risk. Who could guarantee that the disciples of Tianqi wouldn't appear? If he happened to run into them just after coming out of the restrictions, even having 10 mouths wouldn't suffice to explain everything. Hood, hood, hood. As he pondered, footsteps indeed approached. Jiang Feng didn't dare to be careless and quickly turned to hide in the shadows. At this moment, he lay on the ground, observing the newcomer. If he was discovered, he would directly knock them out. In the blink of an eye, a Tianqi disciple came to the spirit wood. He first glanced at the spirit wood, then looked around, muttering to himself, "Strange, I definitely heard something just now, but there's no one here. Did I imagine it?" Chapter 648. Master Yunwei arriving again at the front of the demon locking tower. Jiang Feng looked around to ensure no one was present before he began to silently recite the incantation. He followed Wusu's advice and silently recited the incantation a few hundred times. This process was tedious, and after finally managing to endure and finish reciting, he impatiently approached the spirit wood. Strangely, this time the restrictions outside the spirit wood indeed did not take effect. Jiang Feng smoothly approached it. Great! Jiang Feng's face lit up with excitement. Thankfully, he succeeded and didn't waste a day waiting. Jiang Feng, brother, you can't go in there. Hurry and come out. Just as Jiang Feng was about to enter the restriction, Meng Feng suddenly shouted loudly. Jiang Feng's heart sank. Why did Meng Feng have to show up at this moment? Looking in his direction, it was indeed Meng Feng. At this moment, Meng Feng saw Jiang Feng about to break into the spirit wood restriction of the demon locking tower. And he no longer exhibited the previous gentleness toward Jiang Feng and appeared quite irritable. Jiang Feng, I don't care how you found out about the incantation, but you have now committed a serious taboo. I'll count to 3. As long as you come out, I'll treat this as if nothing happened. But if you don't come out, I guarantee the entire Tianqi will be after you in Wusu. Chapter 649. Master Yunwei, Jiang Feng scrutinized for a long time, truly unsure what to do. He had only recently reached the Zunwu realm and had never seen what it looked like when someone at that level encountered a problem. Therefore, even if he wanted to help Master Yunwei, he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, while he was deep in thought, Master Yunwei's body convulsed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the Tianqi water in front of her red. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Could it be that Master Yunwei was in trouble? Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Tianqi and come so close to me? Yunwei, the revered elder, opened her eyes in response to the reaction and immediately spotted Jiang Feng. Her expression changed, becoming incredibly fierce. Jiang Feng inwardly groaned. He had just been worried about Yunwei's physical condition, and now she had woken up in the blink of an eye. This was truly a matter of life and death for him. He forced a rather unpleasant yet polite smile and said, I came here by accident. Do you believe me? You little thief, seeking death. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of her revered energy surged forth. Jiang Feng's face changed. He had not yet fully recovered to his peak condition and could not possibly contend with a revered elder. He quickly retreated. Chapter 650. Has he reached the Martial Ho realm? Although Yunwei did not speak, her predatory gaze remained locked onto Jiang Feng, which made him feel immense pressure. He had never desired to regain his strength as much as he did now. If it were anyone else from the heavenly pool, it might have been somewhat manageable. The problem was that the one wanting to kill him was Yun Wei, a powerful figure in the revered realm. He could very well lose his life. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng hurriedly focused his mind and tried to forget about Yun Wei's presence, beginning to restore his strength with all his might. This level of blessed land was probably among the best in the entire spirit martial continent. After arriving here, the recovery speed of his Dantian and Cyclone was terrifying. It was no wonder that Yun Wei was so protective of the heavenly pool water, even if the other three revered figures joined forces. They could not force her to yield. If those three revered figures knew the power of the heavenly pool water, they might not just negotiate with Yun Wei for its use, but would instead launch a major offensive, fighting to the death over its possession. At this moment, as the heavenly pool water seeped into his body, both the Cyclone and the Dantian burst forth with vigorous life. This vitality was intense. Jiang Feng had not felt this way for a long time. Ever since he arrived in the extreme north, after the Dantian and Cyclone fell into silence, his body had always been shrouded in a sense of weakness. He clearly had immense power, but could only exert a fraction of it. Chapter 651. A hint of fear before Yun Wei could catch her breath. Jiang Feng's cultivation level soared once again. Just a second ago, he was at the peak of the Martial Ho realm, but in an instant, he had reached the early stage of the Martial King realm. She could hardly believe that anyone's strength could increase so rapidly. What were the shackles? What happened to the martial arts shackles? One must understand that each time a breakthrough in a realm was needed, one had to overcome a martial arts shackle, and that step was extremely difficult. Some people could be stuck for 100 or even 1,000 years during this step, and without various opportunities, they might wait for a breakthrough until they died. Even a powerful figure like Yun Wei, who had already entered the revered realm, could not guarantee that she could leap over a shackle in one step. It required a long period of preparation. But what about Jiang Feng? It seemed that all martial arts shackles did not exist for him. He naturally broke through when his foundation reached a certain level. What kind of cultivation method was this? Even if he were a genius, it could still be described as monstrous. To put it another way, even if you really did not have to face shackles like other cultivators, your cultivation could not possibly grow this fast. You are in a blessed land, true, but no matter how extraordinary that blessed land is, it cannot allow you to jump from Spirit Martial directly to Martial King in such a short time. Chapter 652. The answer is obvious. Yun Wei was shocked as she watched this scene, nearly exclaiming in surprise. She felt increasingly that avoiding him was the right decision. How could a Martial King possess such terrifying power, even more frightening than the speed at which he broke through? She was a revered figure, yet when facing his attack, she felt an incredibly strong sense of crisis. From the power being unleashed now, if she dared to take that attack head-on, her body, which had just recovered, would likely be injured again. Who exactly was he? The look of horror flickered in Yun Wei's eyes as she looked again at Jiang Feng. But just that glance almost caused her to sink into the water. No wonder Jiang Feng could bring her such a strong sense of crisis. She had only slightly ignored him for a moment, and now his cultivation level had surged into the martial zone realm, just one step away from her martial zone realm. Though Yun Wei found it hard to accept that Jiang Feng had become a martial king, she could barely convince herself. After all, the world was not short of prodigies. If they followed the rules in their cultivation, they would not deserve to be called prodigies. However, Jiang Feng becoming a martial zone was something she could not accept no matter what. Chapter 653. You finally appeared in that case. Let me show you that I can become a martial zone right now. Jiang Feng shouted thunderously. At the same time, he revealed why he had suddenly stopped cultivating. I didn't stop cultivating because I couldn't achieve martial zone strength, but because I was worried you would affect my cultivation. Therefore, I had to cultivate while dealing with you, and now, the revered energy in my body is already abundant. What? Hearing Jiang Feng's words. Even though Yun Wei had seen countless storms, she couldn't help but be shocked, accompanied by strong skepticism. This was a breakthrough to the martial zone realm. How could Jiang Feng manage to do two things at once? Unheard of. Moreover, she had been standing right in front of Jiang Feng and had not sensed any fluctuation of spiritual energy from him. Otherwise, she would have acted to stop him long ago, and it would not have dragged on to this moment. You're lying to me, Yun Wei responded with firm certainty. Lying to you? You'll know soon enough whether I'm lying or not. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Feng's lips. He felt terrifyingly strong now, as the revered energy within him had been flowing for so long. It was just that he had suppressed it with special means, making it difficult for Yun Wei to detect. But now, as he said, the time had come. Chapter 654. The visit, the treatment Yun Wei received upon her arrival was completely different from Jiang Feng's. But there was nothing to be done. After all, this was her territory. Jiang Feng dragged Yu Su and was about to leave when Meng Fong shouted sternly, "Jiang Feng, you can't leave. I consider you a brother. Yet you trespassed into the heavenly pool water and even alarmed the master. I must punish you severely. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the master's years of training." "Punish me?" Jiang Feng made an exaggerated expression and pointed at Yun Wei, saying, "You should ask your master if I need to be punished." At this moment, Jiang Feng was on the verge of restoring his martial Zun strength, and the revered energy within him was boiling fiercely, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Therefore, anyone who approached him would bear unimaginable pressure. Just look at Meng Fong. He was panting, hunched over, and his eyes sparkled with shock at Jiang Feng. Of course, this was because Jiang Feng had not targeted him. If Jiang Feng were to deliberately go after him, Meng Fong's situation would not be as it was now, with his limited strength. If even a little bit of Jiang Feng's aura leaked out and struck him, he would turn to dust on the spot. Meanwhile, in the sky, as Jiang Feng drew everyone's attention to himself, a hint of anger flashed in Yun Wei's eyes. "Jiang Feng, I warn you not to go too far. Since you've come out, find a place to break through. Don't cause trouble in my heavenly pool." Chapter 655. What realm are you in now? The entire Tianqi was silent, the atmosphere heavy, as if an invisible pair of hands were tightly gripping the disciples' throats, making it hard for them to breathe. Only able to emit labored gasps. All eyes were focused on the respected Yun Wei. Opposite them were three powerful martial sovereigns, not to mention several martial lords behind them. On Tianqi's side, aside from Yun Wei, the strength of the others was simply not worth mentioning, and absurdly, there were even a few martial artists mixed in. Ultimately, it was the respected Sheng Han who broke the silence. "Yun Wei, weren't you in seclusion? Why have you deliberately come out? Is it to welcome us?" Yun Wei scoffed. These three were not their first visit to Tianqi to seize the Tianqi water. They had previously been driven out by her. The problem now was that less than 2 years had passed since their last invasion of Tianqi. This time might seem long for ordinary people, but for martial sovereigns who could easily retreat into seclusion for years, it felt like just a second had passed. Their rapid return raised suspicions. Did they have other backing this time? Chapter 656. Familiar energy, are you joking with me, little ancestor? Yusu's mouth twitched in shock as he repeatedly slapped his own face. You clearly are only one major realm higher than me. How could you go to Tianqi and in just one day be on the verge of breaking through to martial sovereign? Believe it or not, Jiang Feng glanced at him. Remember one thing, strength is the only truth. Do you think Yun Wei tolerated my intrusion into Tianqi water and let me leave because of nothing? My strength is my confidence in claiming my rights. Yusu reflected on this. Jiang Feng's words seemed to make sense. After Yun Wei came out of seclusion, her unusual actions suggested that even if Jiang Feng held something that made her wary, it wouldn't explain her tolerance towards a spirit martial realm cultivator. However, if Jiang Feng's strength was raised to the martial sovereign level, everything would be clear. Only a martial sovereign would make Yun Wei hesitant to act easily. The consequences of a clash of that level would be too severe. "Little ancestor, you're so handsome," Yusu finally managed to say after a long while, as he was usually so articulate. But now he simply didn't know what to say. Back when they first met in the mine, Jiang Feng was one realm lower than him, yet he could easily dominate him. Chapter 657. Returning to Tianqi at this moment, Jiang Feng felt like a bucket filled to the brim with water, and it was overflowing. Countless respected essence surged within him, and the vitality emanating from his Dantian and Cyclone was unprecedentedly strong. Even though he hadn't reached his peak yet, it was more than enough. Having recovered to this extent, Jiang Feng was fully capable of restoring his strength to the level of sovereign. At this time, the vast respected essence was traversing between his Dantian and Cyclone. The Dantian was fine. It greedily absorbed without any other actions. However, the Cyclone was different. The Cyclone was not afraid that Jiang Feng couldn't absorb so much respected essence. In fact, it was assisting him. A portion of respected essence was drawn into the Cyclone, and soon at least 2 portions of respected essence surged out from it. It's worth noting that Jiang Feng had more than one Cyclone within him. When all the Cyclones acted identically, Jiang Feng could clearly see in his sea of consciousness that his body seemed to have transformed into an ocean of respected essence. With the cyclone controlling everything, completely shedding its previous lethargy and exuding terrifying pressure. Jiang Feng's body was impacted by this pressure. It was impossible for him not to feel anything. His flesh occasionally experienced excruciating pain, making him wish for death, as he could explode at any moment under the pressure of the respected essence. Chapter 658. Have you seen my sister Zishu? Of course. Restoring strength is easy for me. Jiang Feng smiled at her. Yun Wei's expression was not pleasant. Sneaking into my Tianqi water, you still. She paused as the words reached her lips, feeling too embarrassed to continue, even as a martial sovereign. What else could I have done? Jiang Feng feigned ignorance, teasing her. You know exactly what. Yun Wei shot him a resentful glare. I don't care how you return to Tianqi, but since you're back, you should make some compensation and help me deal with those few. Consider it a repayment for borrowing Tianqi water to help you restore your strength. Just a moment ago, she was saying he sneaked in, and now it became her lending it to him. Women, it seems, are always the same, with all the reasoning on their side. Jiang Feng appeared dissatisfied, but he was merely joking with Yun Wei. As a martial sovereign, she certainly wasn't like a child, engaging in such disorderly conduct. Since Jiang Feng appeared in Tianqi, his intentions were clear. He was here to help Yun Wei deal with those martial sovereigns. This, Yun Wei understood even better than Jiang Feng. Chapter 659. Yun Wei actually cursed wow. The three martial sovereigns stood in the void, enough to make the entire extreme northern region tremble. However, after Yusu entered, his attention was not on them, but on Li Zishu. Jiang Feng was speechless, unsure if the Demon Emperor and others could tolerate the disdain coming from a spirit martial realm. Before he could respond, Yun Wei spoke first. Li Zishu is safe. Hiding in the spirit wood restriction, so don't worry. That is good, that is good. Upon hearing that Li Zishu was fine, Yusu was almost in tears. Looking at Yun Wei with watery eyes, thank you, Yun Wei, for protecting my sister Zishu. I will repay this great kindness in the future. Does a martial sovereign really need your gratitude? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. Yusu was clearly out of his mind, speaking nonsensically. Jiang Feng. This isn't the time for that. They haven't left yet. Seeing Jiang Feng joking with Yusu in such a situation, Yun Wei's expression was indescribably strange. Those were three martial sovereigns. Did Jiang Feng really take them seriously? I know, Jiang Feng grinned. But so what? Chapter 660. Let's attack together. How is that possible? The martial lord was astonished to see that his son Luo Earth Fire couldn't harm Jiang Feng in the slightest. How could it not be possible? You're just too weak. That's the reason. Jiang Feng casually shook, and the sun Luo Earth Fire instantly dissipated. At the same time, he appeared like a ghost beside the martial lord, and with a swift motion of Asura Blade, he lightly sliced across the opponent's neck. The opponent didn't even have time to scream for help before his eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Wow! The scene of effortlessly slaying a martial lord immediately caused an uproar among those present. Anyone who witnessed this was stunned by Jiang Feng's terrifying strength. After all, that was a martial lord. Even though it was only a step away from a martial sovereign, it was still formidable. Although this step may seem like 1,000 miles away, the martial sovereign is still the martial sovereign. Under the martial venerable, the martial sovereign can be invincible in the world. However, in Jiang Feng's hands, he seemed as weak as an ordinary martial artist who had just entered the martial arts realm, with not even the slightest bit of resistance. Zun Yuan. What he just used was Zun Yuan, a martial venerable just like us. Nangong Zuanzhang's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes as he stared intently at Jiang Feng. Upon realizing that the energy flowing within Jiang Feng was Zun Yuan, he couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 661. There are differences among martial sovereigns. He swooped towards the subordinates of the three great martial venerable powerhouses. There were martial marquis, martial kings, and even martial sovereigns among them, any one of whom could make thousands of people kneel and submit with just a word in the outside world. But in front of several martial venerables, they were as insignificant as ants. When Jiang Feng approached them, the Asura Blade in his hand buzzed, and he executed the dragon swimming technique to perfection, making it nearly impossible for these people to even catch a glimpse of his figure. Before their spiritual senses could lock onto Jiang Feng, the Asura Blade in his hand slashed towards them. Swish! With a swift motion, the closest martial king was directly cut down by him, and the figure that retreated exploded into a cloud of blood mist that stained the air. Zulfast! The short blade in his hand was so sharp that even a martial king could not withstand his strike. Witnessing Jiang Feng casually slay a martial king with just one hand, the shock in the hearts of others was unimaginable. They had never seen such a scene. Even if Nangong Xuanzhang and others made their move, they could not achieve such a decisive outcome. Swish! But the death of this martial king was just the beginning, not the end. As several screams rang out one after another, these people suddenly felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Jiang Feng's path was drenched in blood, and under this indiscriminate attack, a large number of cultivators fell towards the ground like dumplings. Chapter 662. Higher mountains, longer rivers. However, Jiang Feng seemed to have not heard, or rather completely ignored him, looking towards Nangong Xuanzhang and Shenghan Xuanzhang beside him. The Demon Emperor Xuanzhang could no longer hold back from making a move. What are you two still dawdling for? Are you waiting for me to ask you to take action? Jiang Feng then placed his hands on his hips. All right, then I will invite you to make a move. I've been waiting for the three of you to act, and my hair is about to turn white from waiting. Whoosh! Zun Yuan swirled around his hair. Under Jiang Feng's control, it emitted a milky white light. From a distance, it looked as if his hair had truly turned white. This scene, not to mention Nangong Xuanzhang and Shenghan Xuanzhang, even Yunwei Xuanzhang, who empathized with it, felt it was better not to empathize. Or else Jiang Feng's flashy maneuvers would surely make her spit blood. In battles against other martial venerables, it was at most a clash of strength. But in a battle against Jiang Feng, one not only had to endure his overwhelming strength, but also his verbal provocations, suffering both physically and mentally. Anyone with weak willpower would be crushed even before the fight began. Yet Nangong Xuanzhang and the others couldn't withstand Jiang Feng's provocations. The three of them had bloodthirst in their eyes. As three martial, venerable powerhouses from the extreme north, it had been countless years since anyone dared to be so arrogant in front of them. Chapter 663. How can you ensure it? Jiang Feng was too abnormal. During their first encounter, they couldn't gauge each other's depths and only felt that he was very arrogant, more so than anyone they had seen before. But now they realized that while he was indeed arrogant, he had the confidence to back it up, and challenging all three of them was not a problem. He was indeed gaining the upper hand in their exchanges. In an instant, the name Jiang Feng was firmly etched in their minds. Unless this life ended, it would be hard to let it go. Not making a move, Jiang Feng looked at them, who had no intention of acting again for a long time, and couldn't help but chuckle. Three martial venerable powerhouses joining forces. Is this all you've got? Well, since you're not making a move, I will take the initiative. Remember to resist with all your might. Don't even let me stretch my muscles. Wait. Nangong Xuanzhang and the other two martial venerables exchanged a few brief words before they spoke up to stop Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked puzzled. You're not asking for mercy, are you? Nangong Xuanzhang shot Jiang Feng a resentful glance. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but the pressure Jiang Feng exerted was too great. Moreover, there was also a Yunwei Xuanzhang nearby, ready to strike. Just resisting Jiang Feng was already extremely taxing for the three of them. If Yunwei Xuanzhang joined in, the balance of victory would likely tilt towards them. Chapter 664. Will or won't? All right, I'm waiting to see the evidence you'll give me. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, but you'd better do it quickly. I dislike waiting the most. If it takes too long, I might reconsider. Right away. Shenghan Xuanzhang nodded in response. But this was clearly a decision he made on his own, and Nangong Xuanzhang and the Demon Emperor Xuanzhang looked at him in surprise. What evidence are you going to give him? Are you planning to summon that person? Without prior permission, are you not worried about angering him? Upon hearing this, Shenghan Xuanzhang said helplessly, I know this might bring risks to us, but as you can see, this is the only way. If Jiang Feng insists on standing on Yunwei Xuanzhang's side, we will never be able to seize the water from the heavenly pool. However, Nangong Xuanzhang hesitated. He still felt a bit uneasy. There is no need for hesitation. Once that person appears, given his background and history, Jiang Feng will only submit even faster. Shenghan Xuanzhang said decisively. All right, let's do as you say. Nangong Xuanzhang and the Demon Emperor Xuanzhang nodded simultaneously. You go summon him, but you must make the situation clear to avoid angering him, and you must ensure he cooperates with us well, so there are no slip-ups. Chapter 665. It's you. Then I'll leave it to you. If Jiang Feng said he wasn't unhappy That would be impossible. Who would have thought that just chatting with Yin Wei Xuanzhang would lead to finding a way back to the Tianjiao domain? One can only say that the world is unpredictable. Good things can come unexpectedly. At the same time, it seemed that Nangong Xuanzhang, the demon Emperor Xuanzhang, and others were also ready. Each of them pulled out a golden token from their pockets and then pieced the tokens together. A ray of auspicious light suddenly shot into the void, catching Jiang Feng's attention. Although he still didn't know what they intended to do, as the void trembled. The familiar aura Jiang Feng had sensed earlier reappeared, and it was even stronger. He couldn't help but perk up, his eyes fixed on the spot where the auspicious light merged into the void. There, after a brief moment of brewing, a dense white light suddenly erupted and began to rotate rapidly, gradually forming a circular ring. Within the ring, it seemed as if a door of time and space had opened. Mysterious runes spread out from the ring, swirling around in the void. Nangong Xuanzhang and the other three saw this, and their expressions quickly became respectful as they knelt down and shouted, "We welcome the young master." Chapter 666. Fleeing in disarray, young master. Do you know him? At this moment, seeing the reaction of Yuanlong, the respected Nangong and Demon Emperor were also filled with astonishment. Could it be that this person named Jiang Feng came from the same place as Yuanlong? Indeed, this could explain why, despite both being at the martial sovereign level, Jiang Feng was so much stronger that even the three martial sovereigns together were no match for him. I don't know him at all. I wish I could eat his flesh raw. Yuanlong finally reacted, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Jiang Feng. This statement caused Nangong and the others to exchange glances. Since he didn't know him, why was there such deep animosity? Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Let me explain it to you kindly. This isn't our first meeting. In the Tianjiao domain, I forced him to flee in disgrace, but for some reason, he ended up here in the extreme north, acting tyrannically. Yuanlong, upon seeing me, you should quickly give up resistance and kneel, begging for your life. I'd rather not. At that moment, Yuanlong's hatred for Jiang Feng was burning fiercely as Jiang Feng mocked. What are you shouting about, Yuanlong? Are you my opponent? You dare to come here and shout at me? Or are you waiting for Wiazi to send a clone to save you like last time? Chapter 667. What I want is your life. I'll leave Nangong and Shenghan to you. I'll chase Yuanlong. How confident are you? But before setting off, Jiang Feng didn't forget that there were still several powerful beings at the sovereign level present. Respected Yunwei, she nodded slightly. I've rested for a while, and my previous exhaustion is almost fully recovered. They are both injured, and given the exchange, it shouldn't be a big problem. But what? But there's still a demon emperor. How did you forget him? Respected Yunwei frowned. While she could handle two martial sovereigns, adding a third would significantly increase the difficulty. And even if she used all her trump cards, she might not have complete confidence. Demon Emperor? He dead. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Dead? Respected Yunwei glanced at the still lively Demon Emperor and said doubtfully, "Isn't he doing just fine?" He'll all be dead soon. Jiang Feng also looked towards the position of the Demon Emperor. In fact, Yuanlong's perception wasn't wrong. His current strength had indeed reached a new height. The injury and decay of the cyclone in his body and Dantian caused Jiang Feng's realm to drop, which was a disaster for him. But it was also an opportunity. Chapter 668. Return. Jiang Feng, you've gone too far. Yuanlong roared in fury, forgetting that if he hadn't seen Jiang Feng as prey in the Tianjiao domain and tried to kill him, he wouldn't be forced into a corner now. Since it was his own doing, he naturally had to swallow this bitter fruit himself. I can't be bothered to waste more words with you, kill. In the void, all the cyclones within Jiang Feng were spinning wildly, and the sovereign essence was boiling madly, pouring out of his body and crushing towards Yuanlong, without any unnecessary means. Jiang Feng simply used his foundation to suppress Yuanlong. Yet this foundation was more powerful and terrifying than any divine ability. Crack! As the heavy momentum slammed into Yuanlong, a bone in his body suddenly shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Following that, the sound of bones breaking echoed continuously, and Yuanlong was instantly gravely injured, his expression changing drastically as he fled without a word. His Martial Emperor strength was useless before Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was too strong enough to crush him like an ant. Nowhere to run. Jiang Feng used the dragon steps to move, swiftly blocking Yuanlong's path, then raised both palms. Chapter 669. Great change. Lingwu continent, Tianjiao domain. A tall figure appeared on a mountain peak, and at the moment of his appearance, a large amount of spiritual energy surged towards him rapidly. Finally back, Jiang Feng looked at the familiar scenery around him and couldn't help but sigh. This journey was an unforgettable experience in his life. A station in his long cultivation career. Boom! A deafening roar came from the distant horizon. Jiang Feng turned his head, his expression somewhat suspicious as he muttered, "What is going on? Why is there such heavy demonic energy? Is the demon realm attacking?" Before he could check, a loud shout came from the sky. "Give it up. Lingwu continent will henceforth be the realm of our demon realm and nether realm." Nonsense. Boom. A massive pressure swept over. And Jiang Feng's expression changed dramatically as he quickly flew in the opposite direction. Damn it. How did the Lingwu continent fall in just over 10 years? What on earth happened? As Jiang Feng flew rapidly, he cursed, somewhat incredulous. When the Tianjiao domain opened before, everything was fine, yet in the blink of an eye, it had fallen. This made him worry about Chen Wan and the others. Chapter 670, Returning to Earth. Eastern Region, Starfall Sacred Ground. Senior Baijian. Haven't you found Jiang Feng yet? Chen Wan, Qing Wan, and Xia Shui asked anxiously. A dark aura spread across Baijian's brow, and he appeared very unwell, looking fatigued as he shook his head at the women. I can only confirm that this kid is indeed not dead, but his specific location is unclear. It's very vague. Just then, Jiang Ro suddenly screamed. I sensed it, he's back, my brother's back. Chen Wan rushed over and grabbed her arm, asking, Where is he? Sister-in-law, be careful, you're about to give birth, don't get too excited. My brother's back, really, I sensed it, he's in the direction of the southern region. Jiang Ro hurriedly supported Chen Wan, preventing her from moving too much. Chen Wan had been pregnant for a full 12 years and was about to give birth, needing to rest. According to Baijian, her cultivation shouldn't have such a long pregnancy, and all of this stemmed from Jiang Feng's peculiar physique. The longer the pregnancy, the more extraordinary the child in her womb, making everyone anticipate the child eagerly. Yes, he's back, I sensed it too. Chapter 671, Going Home, Finale. Earth. After 100 years of development, Earth was no longer the industrial planet it once was, but was gradually transforming into a cultivation planet. 100 years ago, when Jiang Feng and the others emerged from Mount Everest, they brought immense changes to Earth. At that time, when Jiang Feng returned from Earth to the Lingwu continent, he left behind many spiritual stones and cultivation techniques on Earth. Since then, the Huan nation on Earth promoted the cultivation trend. Not only the techniques left by Jiang Feng, but some ancient texts were also unearthed, and with the spiritual energy from the spiritual stones as a catalyst, many of the cultivation methods recorded in ancient texts were validated. In no time, the cultivation trend in Huan nation rapidly spread globally, sweeping across the entire world. A century has passed, with several generations coming and going. Some rare cultivation geniuses have emerged, accelerating the advancement of cultivation realms. People's lifespans have been extended, and their physiques have become even stronger, all moving toward a flourishing direction. Until one day, there was a disturbance in Mount Everest. Xiao Jiao and the god of killing returned with Gong Chun and others as a peak holy realm powerhouse. The moment Gong Chun stepped onto Earth, the entire planet trembled, and countless phenomena burst forth from the sky, shocking all the countries on Earth.